This is the only eBay dropshipping course you'll ever need. Over the last 9 years, I made over $10 million doing this, and I'm going to teach you everything I know so that you can learn and follow along in real time. This is your complete guide to getting actual results, not just starting, but growing into consistent sales. The best part is you can literally start with $0, and by the end of this video, you'll understand the entire business model from beginning to the end. And to make this even easier to follow, I put everything into a full cheat sheet with all the tools, links, and resources I wish I had when I first started. So let's waste no time and jump right into the first step. Alright, before we start clicking buttons and setting things up, let's talk about why we're even doing this on eBay. You might be thinking, why not sell on Shopify, Amazon, or TikTok Shop? Here's why I believe eBay is one of the best places to start. First, you can literally start with $0 and make sales before spending anything. You don't need inventory, you don't need ads, and you don't need to build an actual store. You're not designing a website and hoping traffic magically shows up. On eBay, the traffic is already there. Millions of people go to eBay every single day with one intention: they're ready to buy. So instead of trying to create demand, you're stepping into demand that already exists. And on top of that, eBay gives you 250 free listings. That's more than enough to test products, get your first few sales, and understand how the whole platform works without paying any subscription or listing fees. And eBay also gives you a whole bunch of tools to help you increase sales. Things like promotions, offers, discounts, all of which we'll cover later in the marketing section of this tutorial. So you're not forced to invest in extra software or spend money on ads to start making sales. And this is probably my favorite part. You can run this entire thing from your laptop. This means no warehouses, no packing boxes, no runs to the post office. You're managing systems, not physical inventory. Now, just like all my tutorials, I'm going to keep this brutally honest. There are trade-offs to selling on eBay. At the beginning, eBay controls your selling limits. You also don't own the customer list, and new accounts go through verification. That's just eBay's way of getting to know you before giving you full control of the throttle. But if you follow the structure I'm about to walk you through, you'll understand how to handle selling limits, inventory rules, and the normal hurdles that come with getting started. Now keep in mind, eBay is one of the fastest platforms to getting your first sale because you're not waiting around for ads to convert. You're stepping into an active marketplace. When you follow the right steps, it's surprisingly easy to get things moving and start growing. That's why we're starting here. And to make it even easier for you to follow along, I created a full 40+ page cheat sheet that follows this entire tutorial step by step so you'll never get lost. I'll show you how to get it later in the video. And yes, it's free. But for now, let's keep moving and set up your eBay seller account the right way so you can start selling. And if you already have one, just use the timestamps below this video to jump to the next section. Alright, let's set up your new seller account. Now, before you can sell anything, eBay wants to verify who you are and where the money is going. That's just a part of how real marketplaces operate. They need to know who's on the platform and where the payouts are being sent to. Now, one thing worth mentioning, if you already have an older eBay account that's been around for a few years, even if you weren't really using it, that can actually work in your favor. Accounts with history tend to move a little smoother in the beginning, but if you're starting from scratch, that's completely fine. Everyone starts somewhere. New accounts just need a little bit of activity and clean behavior to build trust, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do that in the next steps. Now, when you register for a new account, you'll choose between two different account types. If you're just getting started, go with an individual account. It's the simplest option. You'll enter your full name, home address, date of birth, phone number, and depending on your country, some form of identification, like a social security number if you're from the US. That's it. Now, if you already have a registered company, then you can choose a business account instead. In that case, you'll enter your business name, registered address, business registration number, phone number, and your tax details based on your country. But if you're new, don't overcomplicate this. Start as an individual. You can always upgrade this later. Now, let's talk about payouts because this part throws a lot of people off at first, and it's a part of the registration process. When someone buys from your eBay store, they don't pay you directly. They pay eBay, and then eBay pays you. everything runs through what's called managed payments. Now, if you're based in the United States, it's very simple. You connect your US bank account directly to eBay, so the money gets deposited automatically to your bank account within 1 or 2 business days after you get the order. Very straightforward and very simple. Now, if you live outside the US, the payment setup is done through Payoneer. You connect Payoneer to your eBay account during the registration process, eBay sends the payouts there, and then Payoneer transfers it to your local bank. There are some small fees involved, usually currency conversion or withdrawal fees, but they're all factored into our profit margins. And one last thing, payouts aren't always instant on brand new accounts. So in the beginning, eBay may temporarily hold funds while your account builds a track record. That's not a penalty or anything like that. It's just a part of how they reduce risk on new sellers. Once you start shipping on time and everything runs smoothly, eBay will eventually stop holding your funds for a few days before sending them to you. So if you don't see money immediately, do not panic. That's just a part of the early stage. Alright, you now have everything you need to create and verify your seller account. You can pause the video now and set it up right away, or if you prefer, watch the full video first so you understand the entire roadmap, and then come back and follow it step by step along with the cheat sheet. It follows the exact order so you don't miss anything, and that's how a lot of people get the best results. I'll tell you how to get access to the cheat sheet soon. But next, we move into the part where things really start building momentum. Listing your first products and warming up your new seller account the right way. Okay, now that we have our seller account, before we do anything else, we need to learn how to start building our reputation slowly. Right now, eBay doesn't really know you. So instead of trying to look like a high volume business on day one, we want to look like a normal, low risk seller. That's how you build your seller account the right way for long-term scalability. That's why you'll start by listing something you already have laying around the house. This is just for the first few products until eBay gets to know us. Remember, we're not actually trying to sell these listings from the ones that we're going to list now. We're simply trying to build history and trust with eBay the easy way. The rules here are simple. Number 1, list 2 or 3 items every few days. If you upload too many listings on day 1, that doesn't make you look ambitious, it makes you look risky. Number 2, stay away from branded products, no copyrighted items, and avoid electronics for now. Take photos of the products you're about to list and write simple titles and descriptions. The goal is to manually list your first 10 products. Once you do that, we'll request a selling limits increase. And don't worry about any of this. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and show you how to do everything I'm explaining in this video. So think of these first 10 listings as a warm-up. Once you pass this stage, scaling becomes much easier, and that's where things really start to get interesting. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to upload my first manual listing, and you're going to do the same. I'm going to follow the exact process outlined right here in the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. And then I'll show you how you can get your hands on this cheat sheet so you can copy exactly what I do and get your first products listed fast and easy. So let's go ahead and jump in. Alright, so I'm going to do my first listing now. So like I said, look for things that you have laying around the house, things that look new. It's better to sell products that are new rather than used or refurbished. So if you have any new products or any products that look new, that could do a better job. But if you don't have any products that are new, that's also fine, as long as we get those first 10 listings up in the air. So I'm just going to go with this Insta-X5 camera case. I'm not sure if you can see it that well, but this is a very simple case for my Insta-X5. Now remember how I said that you cannot upload electronics or branded products? Well, as I open this case, you can obviously see that my Insta-X5 360 camera, it is an electronic product, and more than that, it's a very, very much branded, copyrighted product, right, by Insta360. So we are not selling the products that we cannot resell, like this camera right here. But what we can sell is an aftermarket third-party case that fits it. Same thing for your iPhone. You cannot resell an iPhone. You cannot dropship iPhones on eBay. But what you can do, what you can sell, are cases for the Apple iPhones or cases for the Samsung Galaxies that are not created by the manufacturers or big brands themselves. Now, there are millions of products that you can resell, and we're going to get to that when we jump into the product research section of this video. But until then, I want you to see how you can do your first 10 listings so that you can get more selling limits and then really start to sell. So I already went ahead and took pictures of this Insta X5 case. I have it right here on my iPhone, which automatically syncs with my Mac. So I'm just going to go ahead and open my photos gallery. And of course, if you're not using an iPhone and a MacBook, then you can always just send yourself the images through email or any other method. So I'm just going to go ahead and use these photos that I took right here. These are the photos that I'm going to upload to my eBay listing. Okay, so I already have the photos. This is the first one. Now try to get angles. Try to get as many angles as you can of the product, and not just take one image. That can still work, but you want to look like a professional seller. So you are going to upload whatever angles you can of the product so you can see them here. I'm going to go ahead and list this product. So here's how we're going to do that. On eBay, you're going to go to your new seller dashboard. So we're going to hover over My eBay and click on Selling. And here is where we have our seller dashboard. Now I'm going to go through all of the dashboard here and all the analytics and all the things you need to know about. And we're going to get to all of that. But right now we're listing our first product manually. And then here we can click right here where it says Create Listing. You can also hover over listings here and you'll have the Create Listing option. So it doesn't matter which one you go with. Both methods take you to the same place. So here eBay says start listing with item info. Describe the item that you're trying to sell. So I'm going to go ahead and write here case for Insta X5. Okay, so you can see this little drop down that it opened for me. Can you be more specific? Insta 360 X5 case. That's pretty much what I'm selling. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And this is not a dive case or anything else that it says down here. So I'm just going to leave it at that. It's an Insta 360 X5 case. I'm going to go ahead and click on search. Now, in some cases, if it sees that your product can be similar to products that are already on the eBay marketplace, they could show you a few listings and say, hey, is this the product you're trying to sell? Don't click into any of those products because you are not trying to sell someone else's listing on eBay. So you're creating your very own listing. Okay, so here it says select the condition of your item. In my case, I'm going to go with new. It looks pretty new, but again, if your product doesn't look new, go ahead and use open box or used. I'm going to click on continue to listing. Now, this isn't the way that we're going to add all the products to our store. This is just for the first 10 products so that we can open up our selling limits. And I'm going to teach you all about selling limits in the next section of this video. But let's get this done so that you'll know how to do it on your side and we can jump to each section at the right time. All right, so complete your listing. The first thing that eBay wants to see is photos or videos of the product. So I'm going to click here where it says upload from your computer. I'm going to go to my photo gallery and these here are the images. So I'm just going to select all of them and click open. Okay, a few seconds later, and here are the product photos. So make sure that the product is very clear. And again, you can see it from different angles. The point here is to show eBay that we know how to sell and we're not just uploading a product that will confuse buyers to not understand exactly what it is. We don't want to raise any red flags. eBay is looking at us under a magnifying glass only at the beginning while they get to know us. And this is simply because I had a lot of bad practices in the past with a lot of people who think they know how to sell, who think they know how to drop ship. They come on the platform, they make a whole bunch of mistakes, their customers get mad, and at the end of the day, if you are not giving good customer service, you're ruining eBay's reputation and they don't want that. And I've been selling on eBay for almost 10 years now, and I want you to follow the same practices as me so that you could stay in the game for a long time and make maximum profits and sales. All right, so we're going to upload as many angles as we can so that we can really show the product. This is good enough for your first 10 listings. So the item title is what comes next. And again, we don't want to just be very quick to the point, 2 to 3 words. That does not look serious. So it's not going to be Insta 360 X5 case. Okay, we're actually going to be more specific than that. So for that, we can get the help of a couple of free tools that can help us create great titles for our eBay listings. The first tool that will help you create great product titles is AutoDS's free eBay title builder, as we can see right here. And I want to stress how important it is to have a great product title on eBay. Your product title says it all. And even though we're not trying to sell these listings over here, we just want to list them so that we can get a selling limit increase, which you will learn in the next section. We still want to learn how to create great titles because the next listings that we're going to list are for our dropshipping products, and we want all of them to have the highest chance of selling as many times as possible, and the title is what's going to drive those sales. So think about it this way. When someone opens up eBay, it's because they want to buy something. So when they search for something on eBay, they're searching for a product to buy. And if that is the product that you are selling and you have those keywords in your eBay title, that is how your product listing is going to show up on eBay's search engine, and you'll get more clicks and sales. So we want to get all the right keywords inside our titles. So we can use AutoDS's eBay title builder. I'm going to demonstrate more on this later on in this video when we get to the product importing methods, when we actually import dropshipping products to our stores. But I want you to know that this tool exists. And another one is, of course, our good friend ChatGPT. Free tools that will help us create great product titles for our listings. But because I'm not really trying to sell this listing, I just want to make a nice title that will make me look like someone who's actually serious about selling their products on eBay. We're not trying to look like a big serious business yet. We'll do that soon. But right now, we just want to get more selling limits. So again, manually list our first 10 products so that we can get it over with quick, get our selling limits raised, and start really selling and profiting. Okay, so product title. I'm going to go ahead and use this prompt that we have inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. So it says generate an eBay title for the product name, whatever it is, we're going to fill that in. Make the title optimized to sell. It needs to hold up to 80 characters, including spacing. So this is the formula that I use for my eBay titles. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Go to ChatGPT, paste this over here, and instead of product name, I'm going to write for an Insta360 X5 black case, and I'm even going to attach the image. Now, it's not super important to use ChatGPT or any tools to write your eBay titles, again, for the first 10 manual listings, but I just want you to see how easy this can be done. So I went ahead and uploaded the picture to ChatGPT as well so that they could get more features and write about it, so it won't have to come out of me, and I'll just let ChatGPT AI do the hard lifting for me. Okay, so now it's analyzing the image. Now it's working on a quick title. Up to 80 characters is an important thing to also say. Otherwise, they're just going to write really, really long titles. As we can see over here, under the eBay title, we can have up to 80 characters. So the more you fill it up, the better, because that means you've got more keywords that people might be trying to search for. Again, not super important for the first 10 listings, but here's how it works anyway, just so that you can see how well it performs. And we will be utilizing this in AutoDS's eBay title builder, which I'll emphasize more on later on when it really matters. But right now I took the title from ChatGPT, copied and pasted into my eBay title here. So it's Insta360. Now, when you are selling a product that goes on a branded product, like this case, you don't want to start with the title of the brand, because this might fool buyers into thinking that this product was created by Insta360, and it wasn't. So this is a really important thing to take into consideration when you're creating your eBay titles. ChatGPT doesn't know this. So these are things that you have to know from experience or by watching video tutorials like this one. Okay, so we're going to call this a black hard carry case with carabiner clip. I'm just gonna go with clip, and protective cover doesn't really belong here. So here's what we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this a hard black protective cover carry case with clip for Insta360 X5. I don't care that I didn't fill up all the 80 characters or 75 because I'm not really trying to sell this product, but you do want to have a title that looks good, that shows that you do kind of know what you're doing, and you're not just going to write case for Insta X360, or even worse, Insta X360 case. Boom, then you're going to get suspended for selling a copyrighted product, which you're not. So avoid these beginner mistakes. This is a title that I'm going to go with. Under subtitle, we're going to skip out on that one. You really don't need one. I've never added a subtitle in my life, and eBay is going to secretly charge you $2 for that. So skip subtitle, skip custom SKU, and continue down. Here we've got item category. So you can see that eBay automatically chose a category based on the product title. So they're going to put this under cameras and photo, camera, drone, and photo accessories. That's fine. It does belong there. Then we've got variations, skip on to the next one. Then we've got item specifics. So here you can choose what you know is right. Okay, it's not a must, it's optional. But if you know that some of these are correct, go ahead and fill them in. So color is black, to fit camera, compatible brand for Insta X4, no, it's for X5. I'm not going to go with model because that looks like I'm actually selling the model. If it would have said compatible brand X5, I would have chose that. Anyway, that's good enough. I'm not going to push my luck. Then here where it says brand and it tells you that it's required, it is required, but you can write something like unbranded. You even have that option here, which is great. There's no reason to share the brand, even if it's some unknown Chinese brand that nobody knows about. Still, you don't really need to have that there. So unbranded, and under type, it is a hard case. We also have it here under suggested. So I'm just going to click on that. Now here under additional, everything is optional and we don't really have to fill in everything here. So again, we're not really trying to sell this specific product, so don't put that much time into it. Everything that's optional is not really a must. I'm going to continue scrolling down. Condition here is new. Then we need an item description. So now I'm simply going to go back to ChatGPT and ask it to whip up a quick description. You can manually type it, but what do we have AI tools for if not this? Of course, you do need to check and proofread what it's writing and make any necessary changes, but it's still going to save us a lot of time. So write a brief description for the case. Okay, I'm just going to copy it and we'll edit it from the eBay editor. So protect your Insta X5s with this durable black hard carry case designed for secure fit. Features a sturdy molded exterior to guard against drops, bumps, and scratches. See, it's already making it sellable, and it took you about 1 second of effort. The compact, travel-friendly design has the clip, making it easy to attach your backpack or gear bag, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Perfect for keeping your camera safe during storage and travel. Okay, so that's a pretty good description. I don't really need to make any changes here. Let's scroll down and continue. Now we've got pricing. So this is where we will price the product. And we don't have to think too hard here. At the end of the day, we're not really trying to sell these products. Like I said, we're just trying to get our first 10 products listed manually. Then we'll move to automation and everything else and finally start making some great sales and profit. But we do need to get this listed. So we have to give it some kind of a price. I will go a little bit high, but not too high, as if not to be obvious that I'm not really trying to sell it, but I'm not trying to sell it. So what I'm going to do here is kind of find a sweet spot. How much would people pay for this product? And then just jack up the price a little bit. I'm going to go with $19.99. Okay, this product should probably be sold around maybe $10, something like that. So I'm going to go a little bit higher than that. Quantity 1 is fine. We don't need to change that. Then we've got payment policy. So there are some policies that we will need to pre-configure in our eBay store. That's our payment policy, our shipping policy, and our return policies. I'm going to show you all of that when we get to that section in this video tutorial. But for now, you can go ahead and use whatever default eBay gives you. In your case, it's either going to be Payoneer or a direct bank account if you live in the US. We've been over that when we did the payment settings while creating our seller accounts. So you don't need to worry about this too much. It should already be pre-selected for you. Then we're going to continue scrolling down. Over here where it says private listing, you can go ahead and tick that in. What this pretty much does is when you'll actually start dropshipping and importing products and you're going to start to sell them, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for other eBay dropshippers and sellers to try and copy the listings that you're selling from your store, because your listings will now show up as private. Now, private listing doesn't mean that it's not open to the public. It is open to the public, but it'll be harder to snatch whatever listings are making sales from your store. So we're going to jump to all that later, but you can go ahead and tick that in. It's better to have that ticked in for all of your products. Then you've got the shipping policy. Now, at this time, you should probably only be able to see one specific shipping policy that eBay allows you to have, and that is simply shipping from your location. And in this case, that is absolutely fine because you are shipping from your location if the product you have from your home actually sells. When we start adding products from dropshipping suppliers, that's going to be different, and we're going to get to that later, of course, in this video as well. But right now, it's a manual listing, it's from your house, and if you get an order, you are going to ship it from your address. Most likely, you're not going to get one, but you still have to have the shipping policy set here, so it should be your physical location. Then we've got the product's dimensions. If you have it, go ahead and write it down. Again, it's an optional thing. I'm going to go ahead and skip it. Now, you can kind of see that listing products manually does take a little bit of time. And this is not how you're going to upload all your products. It's just for the first 10, as I mentioned. And it's kind of good to also understand how to do these things manually on eBay. Even if you're not going to do that at the end of the day, it's good to understand how your business works and what the capabilities are, even though you're not going to be using these specific methods. Okay, so we're going to continue scrolling down. We've got preferences, so your settings, you've got your item location. That's going to be your physical location, and the return policy. Go ahead and use no returns accepted, because again, we don't really want these listings to sell. So we're not going to accept any returns on our first manual listings. Again, later when we'll start sourcing from dropshipping suppliers, you will be able to offer returns, and you should, because you'll make more sales that way. And your suppliers that I'm going to teach you how to work with and who they are also going to allow you to return products. Now, returns only make up for about 1 to 2% of our transactions. So again, it's not something that we really need to worry about. But if and when you do get returns on your store, you want to be able to do it the right way and have the right policies in place. So right now, I'm not going to accept any returns for my manual listings because I'm not really trying to sell them anyway. And that is pretty much all there is to it. I'm just going to continue scrolling down. We're not going to do any item promotions, especially not for these products. And I'm going to scroll down right here. You can see it says listed for free. Now, we're going to talk about listings and how much they cost and store subscriptions and all your expenses. But right now, you don't have any expenses, and I'm going to keep it this way until you start to make sales and profit. You're going to reinvest the sales and profits back into your business to help it continue to grow and scale, while of course withdrawing your profits to your bank account. But until then, we're going to build our business step by step, like I'm showing you now, so that you can really have a thriving store for the long term. So I'm going to click right here. So we're going to list this product, and your listing is now live. So you can see that right here. I can click here where it says view listing, and let's go ahead and see what it looks like. And here it is. So hard black protective cover carry case, blah, 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 Insta360X5. We can see the price here, $19.99. Can see the images that I took here, just regular images that I took from my iPhone and sent it to my Mac. And one thing that I didn't go over is shipping. Now, in this case, I did set the item location to be in the United States. So if I do make a sale from someone in the US, I will ship it out to them for free. But again, we don't really want to try and make sales on these listings. So you can add another shipping price. So I can click here where it says revise listing and go back down to the prices. And then here in the shipping policy, I will use a policy that does charge for shipping. But again, we're going to do policies later. I don't want you to worry about it now. When you're listing your product, you can create a quick policy that will take $5 or $10, but it's not super important now. You could just mark up your product price anyway, and we're going to get to the policies section later in this video. So as I scroll down on my first manual listing, you can see the buttons here to buy it now, add to cart. So of course our customers can check out. And as I scroll down, we'll get to the item specifics that I chose, the category, brand is unbranded, and a quick item description. And that's all there is to it. This is how easy it is to list products on your store. Now, you may have noticed that it did take me a few minutes to upload my first listing manually. In some cases, it could take you 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe even more to just get one listing up in the air. Now, at the end of the day, I want you to have thousands of products on your eBay store. But how can you have thousands if you're doing everything manually? Well, the answer is you're not going to do everything manually. I'm going to show you automation. It's the only way to really scale. So we're not actually going to add products like this. Only our first 10 so that we can get our limits increased. We're going to get to that in the next sections in this video. But right now, I want you to go ahead and grab this cheat sheet so that you could follow along with everything that I'm showing you in this video. Now, to get your hands on this cheat sheet and follow through with me step by step on everything I'm showing you in this video, all you gotta do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is the #1 thing that you learned? And I will happily send you a copy of this cheat sheet absolutely free of charge. I want you to succeed because when you succeed, I succeed. It's a win-win situation. So I want you to go ahead and grab the cheat sheet and follow through step by step. You can either watch this whole video from beginning to end and then re-watch it with the cheat sheet and take the steps along with me, or go ahead and do that right now. In any case, I want you to watch this video all the way until the end. Don't skip straight to the cheat sheet because there's a lot of more extra bonus value that I throw into these videos and I don't want you to miss out on anything. So go ahead and grab the cheat sheet, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what you learned in this video, comment below, and I'll send you the cheat sheet. Now that we understand how to list our first products on eBay, we're gonna go ahead and list 10 products with the same strategy that I just showed you. And once you do that, you're ready to move on to the next section, which is understanding eBay selling limits and all the ways to increase them so that you could list not tens, not hundreds, but thousands of products all through automation and start making some real money. All of which I'm going to show you in this video. Alright, now let's talk about selling limits and how they work. When you open a new eBay seller account, you don't get unlimited listings. eBay gives you two types of selling limits: how many items you can list and sell per month, and the total dollar value of those listings per month. Let me explain what that means. For most new personal accounts, that can look something like 10 items and $500 in total. Now, business accounts may get higher starting limits, but either way, I'll show you how to increase them. But first, to understand how selling limits work, let's say you list one item for $50. You've now used up 1 out of your 10 monthly allowance and $50 out of your $500 limit. So if, for example, you list 8 items at $50 each, you've now used up 8 out of 10 of your quantity limit and $400 out of your $500 limit. If one of those listings sold, that also takes up as a limit. So now you've used up 9 out of 10 items and $450 out of that $500 a month limit. Now your sales and listings refresh once every month. So as long as you don't delete your listings, every 30 days they will refresh on your store and take up a limit for that month. So if you sold 100 products a month, that will take up 100 monthly limits until the next month starts. So to summarize, your limits are a combination of how many products you list and sell together, refreshing once per month. In your eBay Seller Hub, you can see how many limits you've taken up so far. Now, you don't want to hit your limit exactly. If you max out on your quantity or dollar cap and items continue to sell, eBay may automatically deactivate some of your listings just to keep you within your monthly allowance. So we'll use the limits in a smart way to get them increased. The goal is to get close to maximizing your selling limits so they show up red like this. That's your signal to prepare to request a limit increase, which I'll explain soon. Now keep in mind that selling limits are not here to slow you down. They exist to protect the marketplace while your account builds history. eBay is not looking for new sellers who will list thousands of products on day one, make sales, withdraw the payouts, and not ship out any of the products. Think about it this way. You're selling products in your store. That's what makes you a profit. eBay doesn't sell products. Their product is the buyers that they bring to your store. So our job is to take care of our customers while building trust with eBay. We take care of them, and eBay will reward us with higher selling limits, allowing us to make more money and continue growing our business. That being said, here's a strategy that's been working for me consistently. List your first 10 items manually, use up your current selling limits, and request a selling limit increase. When eBay sees that you've been actively using up your selling limits, you're shipping on time, you have no open cases or returns, and your seller account is in good standing, they're much more likely to increase your limits. However, if you ask for more limits, but you only listed 2 listings out of the 10 that you can, that doesn't look serious. If you ask when you're 9 out of 10 and everything else is in place, that will play in your favor. So if you're starting with 10 items and $500, that's normal. It's just the first stage. Once you understand how to work within those limits, you'll stop seeing it as something that's holding you back and start using them to unlock the next level in your business. Now that you understand what selling limits are and how they work, let's talk about how to actually increase them when the time comes. So there are 3 ways this usually happens. The first is an automatic increase. Sometimes if your account is performing well, eBay will raise your limits on their own. In this case, you won't need to request a limit increase. You'll simply get an email or message from eBay and you'll see the new limits updated inside your seller hub. Here's what that message will look like. Now, of course, eBay can change the wording from time to time and obviously the limits, but when you get a message from eBay, it should look something like this. Now you can list even more. Why wait? List more now. Hi Liran, which is me. Congratulations, you've been doing a great job selling on eBay and we've noticed. How would you like to list even more? Now you can. Here's how much you can now list every month. And in this case, they increased my items limit from 710 to 1,350. And the dollar amount stayed the same, $35,500. Now keep in mind, this account started with a limit of 10 items and $500 per month. Every month I got an automatic increase, and sometimes they would increase the items, other times they would increase the amounts, sometimes they would also increase them both, depending on which limit was shown as red during the time that they upgraded my limits. In this case, my items were in the red, my dollar amount was still somewhere in the green or in the orange, so they didn't increase that in this email. But this is how you'll know that you're getting an automatic limit increase. And this is the best case scenario for you because it doesn't require you to take any action to get your limits increased. Now, keep in mind, it doesn't always happen automatically. So don't hold your breath. If it happens, great. If not, we move on to the next step. So the second method to increase your selling limits is by clicking the request to list more button. You can find it inside your seller hub. It looks like this. It's under selling limits. You'll see an option that says request to list more. You click the button and sometimes you'll get an instant limit increase. Other times we won't get approved and we'll have to wait another month before trying it again. So it's a nice to have option, but we're not going to depend on this button. Think of it as a quick attempt, but it's not your main strategy for increasing selling limits. The third method, and the one that I personally recommend, is contacting eBay support. This is usually the most effective method of them all. You can contact eBay through phone, chat, or email through the help and support section on their website. But phone is often the fastest and most productive method. When you call eBay, be prepared. Have your account details ready, speak clearly, and simply explain that you've been listing responsibly, you're close to your current limits, and you're shipping everything on time, if you had orders, of course, and all in all, you simply want to increase your inventory. They may ask basic questions like what types of products you sell, where you source them from. Simply explain that you have a lot of items around your house for sale and 10 items simply isn't enough. In most cases, they'll manually increase your limits right there on that call. What's great about this method is support representatives typically don't lock you into a strict once per month attempt. So if one representative says no, you can always try again later with another one. But if you tried clicking that request limit increase button in your seller hub and got rejected, you won't be able to try that again for another month. That's why I recommend getting eBay on the phone and getting an instant limit increase. To sum up, here's a sequence that works consistently for beginners. Manually list your first 10 items, use up your limits, request an increase. And once your limits get increased, a world of opportunity unfolds with scaling and automation. Remember, selling limits aren't permanent barriers. See them as checkpoints. And once you understand how to move through them correctly, scaling becomes easier. Now that you know what selling limits are and how to get higher selling limits, in the next section, you'll learn all about eBay selling fees and store subscriptions, so you'll know exactly when to opt in for a store subscription and how to calculate your break-even and profit margin. I want you to know all of these things before we dive into product research, start adding winning products to our stores, and start making sales and profit. Now, one more thing that I did promise you, and I will give it to you now. So as you progress through this video tutorial, I want to make it even easier for you. So I'm going to give you this cheat sheet with everything I'm going over in this video. And I want you to work side by side with the cheat sheet. So first, watch the whole video from beginning to end. Then you can rewatch it with the cheat sheet or just with the cheat sheet and take every step that I explained here in the video, and it will be much easier for you to follow along with the steps that I'm taking here when you have it all in the step-by-step tutorial cheat sheet. But I do want you to watch this video from beginning to end before you move on to the cheat sheet so that everything will be crystal clear, and when you take action with the cheat sheet, it'll be a lot easier for you. So to get access to this 40+ page cheat sheet with everything you need on how to start and scale your eBay dropshipping business, all you have to do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay seller. Let me know what you learned from this video. What is your top takeaway? And I will send you a link to download this cheat sheet with everything inside. But remember, continue watching the video all the way till the end. You're gonna have a lot more surprises, and working with the cheat sheet will be much easier and more effective. So go ahead and grab your cheat sheet and continue with me to the next step. Now that you understand selling limits and how to increase them, before you sell anything, you need to understand eBay's selling fees. This is what determines your break-even point and what your actual profit is, so that you'll know exactly how to price your products. The good news is it's not that complicated. It just feels confusing at first because fees come from different places on eBay. So let's walk through them in the exact order you'll encounter them. First, we have store subscriptions. Many eBay beginners think they need an eBay store subscription right away. Well, guess what? You don't. Right now, eBay gives you 250 free listings every single month. This means you can list up to 250 products without paying any listing fee. Let me show you what the store tiers actually look like so you'll understand them better. Now, I have a link for you in the cheat sheet to get to this page, but basically what you need to know about store subscriptions is as follows. So first, you've got the starter store subscription. This allows you to have 250 listings, but it does cost $4.95 a month on the annual plan, or about $8 per month on a monthly plan with no annual commitment. Now, you don't really need this because, as I mentioned, eBay is giving you 250 free listings. They didn't always give this, and we always had to start with a starter store. But now you absolutely do not need this. A lot of eBay sellers simply do not know about this, and they go on spending $5 or $8 per month on their stores even though they don't need to. So remember, scratch off the starter store subscription. You do not need it. Next, you've got the basic store. So after you've filled up the 250 products, you're probably going to think, well, maybe now it's time to move over to the basic store. Well, it's not that time yet. I'm going to show you how you can find that sweet spot so you know exactly when is the right time to move to the next store subscription. But here's what you have to know for now. The basic store allows you to list up to 1,000 products every month, and any additional listing on top of that after 1,000, you're going to pay 25 cents for every additional listing. For the starter store, it's 30 cents after 250 listings, but you don't have the starter store. You have 250 free listings, but you're still going to pay 30 or maybe even 40 cents because you don't have any store subscription at all, and eBay may change this from time to time, but you may pay 30 to 40 cents for listing number 251 and 252 and so forth. So you don't want to go over the limits that your store allows you to have until all of the products there are completely optimized. We're going to get to all of the optimization later, but I just want you to understand the mindset that you need to have to understand store subscriptions and not pay $1 more than you actually have to. So we're skipping the starter store because we're getting that for free. And let's say you're on 251 listings. Does that mean that you now need to have a basic store? No, because now you're paying 30 or 40 cents for that one extra listing. You're still not paying $22 annually or $28 monthly. You're only paying 40 or 30 cents for that extra additional listing. So I'm going to show you how to find that sweet spot so you'll know exactly when is the right time to move to the next store subscription. So obviously it's not going to be once you pass 250, but is it going to be once you're at 300, 350, 400? I'll show you how to get to the exact formula soon so you don't spend any more than you have to. Then you've got the premium store subscription. Now the premium store allows you to list up to 10,000 products every single month, and every listing on top of 10,000, so on 10,001 and 10,002, for every listing on top of that, you're going to pay an extra 10 cents per listing. Then you've got the Anchor Store subscription and the Enterprise, which if you're there, you don't really need me anymore for these tutorials. You already made it. Congratulations. You're making huge money. But until then, we are starting with the basic store subscription and slowly moving up the ladder. So that's how much the stores cost, the store subscriptions, and how many listings you can list in each one. And to help you find that sweet spot, I've got a link inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet to the eBay insertion fee calculator. And this is another free tool that will help you understand when is the right time to move to the next eBay store subscription. Here's how that works. So the first thing we want to set here is what store subscription we currently are on. So I'm going to go ahead and choose starter subscription because I get 250 listings. So it's like I have the starter store, right? And I want to know when is the right time to move to the basic store. So let's say right now with the starter store subscription, and it's asking us if we're using managed payments. So here I'm going to choose yes, because I'm using Payoneer to manage my eBay payouts. And how many products do you list? So let's say I listed 251 products. You can see that my total cost is 30 cents. That's right, because I get 250 for free, and then that extra one is going to cost me 30 cents. Let's say I go 252, it's going to be 60 cents, right? So let's say you've got now 300 products. So on 300 products, your total fees are $15 because you listed 50 products more than what the store subscription allows you. So you're paying for every additional listing up to a total of $15 when you have 300 products on your store. So is this the right time to upgrade to a basic store subscription? Well, we can see that a basic store subscription costs $22. So once we make it to around $22, that is the right time to move to a basic store. So we're not at $22 at 300 listings yet. It's still better to be at the starter store subscription or no subscription because we're getting that for free and not move to the basic store yet. However, what happens once we reach 350 listings? So once you listed 350 listings and you get 250 for free, you're not paying for 100 additional listings at 30 cents per listing. That is $30. That is already a right time to move to the basic store. You should have already done it before. So find that sweet spot. It could be around 320, 330. So as you see, it's $21, $24. So when you're around 320 listings, you're already almost paying the basic store subscription. So as soon as you reach 320, you now need to move over to the basic store. But do not start upgrading your store subscriptions just because you have plenty of listings. Make sure that all of your listings are optimized before opting in for the next store subscription. Because if 100 of your listings out of the 320 are out of stock or they're not even selling after months of trying to sell, they're just taking up space on your store. So remove them, replace them with other products, and we're going to get to all of these tactics soon. But I just want you to understand the main strategy that you need to go with. So here you know that if you have around 320 optimized listings and you're not wasting any money on them, now is a good time to move over to the basic store subscription and so forth with the rest. So again, you have a link to the eBay insertion fees calculator inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet that I have prepared for you. Again, to access it, all you got to do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is that one thing that you learned from this video. What is your top takeaway? And I'll send you this 40+ page cheat sheet, all for you to have so that you can follow through step by step and actually succeed with your business. So that's everything you need to know about eBay store subscriptions and when to move on to the next tier while saving your money. Now let's go over final value fees. This is where eBay actually takes their cut from your transactions. You only pay a final value fee when a product on your store sells. The final value fee is simply a percentage of the total transaction amount. And when I say total, I mean the item price plus the shipping price. Now, most likely you are going to offer free shipping. I'm going to show you how you can offer free shipping on all of your products. Even if you are paying for shipping, you're still going to keep your profit margin and offer free shipping to your buyers, which looks better. But I'm also going to show you how to open up your eBay listings internationally so that anyone around the world can see your listings and not just your target audience, which in this case is on ebay.com. So that is targeting eBay US. In any case, the final value fee is a percentage fee cut off from the total transaction price. So before I show you the exact formula of what makes a final value fee and how much it's going to take from your order, let me show you what it looks like as soon as you get an order on eBay so that you'll see that it's calculated correctly. So here I have an order on my store for $65.99. You can see that I had to pay $10 in fees here. So my net from eBay from the payout on this order is going to be just $55.70 out of the $65.99. Now I knew that those are the fees that I'm going to pay. I set my break even correctly. I'm going to show you how to do all of that soon when we get to it. But basically I want you to see here that out of $65.99, I paid $10 in fees. And you can see the breakdown if you click the view button over here. So you can see all of this from your eBay orders page. But I want you to quickly see what it looks like since you don't have that yet. And I've got the transaction details here. So this is what I netted in, $55.70 out of the $65.99. You can see that the fund status, the buyer paid me. The funds were processed on the same day and they were available for payout on the next day. That is because on my payout settings, I set it for next day payouts. When you set up your payout settings, you can do the same. I suggest daily payouts. It's better than weekly or monthly payouts. You want the payouts to be available as soon as possible so that you could reinvest that back into your business and of course withdraw your profits and enjoy them. Now, as I scroll down, we can see the transaction breakdown. So here's what we see. The amount was $65.99. The fees was about $10.29. Net $55.70. We already saw that. But this is how those fees get added up. So the fees are based on $70.61. Why not $65.99? Why $70.61? Where did those extra $5 come from? eBay also charges tax when people purchase from your store. So that means that you do not need to take care of the taxes. In other words, you do have to, of course, do your own income tax and speak to a local accountant and understand how that works in the country that you live in. But in terms of eBay and paying state tax in the US because you're selling merchandise from and to the US, so in this case, somebody needs to pay the sales tax there, right? So how does this work? Every time someone orders from your store on eBay, eBay will automatically charge the buyer who paid you. They're automatically going to charge tax for that buyer. And then they're going to deduct that tax from your order. So in other words, you do not have to collect tax. eBay will do it on your behalf. They'll collect it. You'll get paid from the customer and they'll deduct it from you. And they're going to pay that to the US government at the end of the year. So that's great. Thank you for all the extra help, eBay. You're just making our lives easier as sellers. So out of $70.61, I've got a 12.7% category fee. I'm going to go through all of these fees with you, but there are category fees and they range anywhere between 8% all the way up to 14% depending on what category you're selling on. And you've also got an international fee of 1.3%. So out of $70.61 transaction price, 12.7% is the category fee. So that is $8.97 fee from the $70.61. And from the $70.61, they're also going to shave 1.3% additional fee because I'm an international seller, and that is the international selling fee. I'm selling on eBay US, but I'm not from the US. So I'm an international seller, and that's an extra fee that I have to pay just because of that. So that's another 92 cents. So $8.97 plus 92 cents, that's $9.89 plus the final value fee. This is a fixed fee. No matter what happened in the transaction, you're going to pay this fixed extra fee on top of everything else. So in total, $10.29. And that is why I got the total payout of $55.70. So when you put it all together, your real cost structure consists of the category percentage plus 40 cents fixed fee plus 1.6% if you're international. Once you understand this structure, pricing becomes predictable and there are no surprises. You'll know how to set up your break-even correctly, your products will be priced the right way, and you'll maintain your desired profit margin. Everything will be predictable and you'll know exactly how much you're profiting. And another tool to help you with this is the eBay insertion fees calculator, which is available once again for free. I put a link to it inside the dropshipping cheat sheet, and that will help you understand what your break even is and how much you should price your products. Here's what the eBay fee calculator looks like, and you'll need to probably use it just a few times until you get the hang of it. Everything else will pretty much be automated for you, but this will help you get a great overview of what your break even is and how to price your products correctly. So here I'm going to choose what category I'm selling on. So let's say I'm selling a piece of jewelry. So I'm going to go right here where it says jewelry and watches. Then payment processor, so I'm using managed payments. eBay account options, do you have an eBay store subscription? In my case, yes. And let's say you're not a top rated seller, so that's going to be off. And you are an international seller, or in my case I am, so I'm going to go ahead and tick that in. Now it's asking what is the selling price. So let's say I want to sell a product for $29.99. I want to see if it's profitable, if I'm making any profit here. So next it's asking what is the product cost. So I'm going to say that this product costs $9.99. Shipping price is how much we're charging for shipping. We're not going to charge for shipping. I'm going to show you how you can always give free shipping no matter what. Shipping cost is how much you're paying for shipping. In my case, I'm not paying anything for shipping either. And promotions is if you're running any promotions on the product. In this case, we're not. So that's it. $29.99 is how much I want to sell it for. $9.99 is how much I'm buying it for. But the profit here obviously is not $30 minus $10. It's not going to be $20. In this case, it's going to be $15.49. Where did the extra $4.50, $5 go? To all the extra fees that we just talked about. So the total fee here is around 15%, which is $4.51. This means that we are paying $4.51 total fees, and our total profit will be $15.49 if we are paying $9.99 and we're selling it for $29.99 on eBay. So 15% is our break-even point. And when we add these products to our stores, we're going to take into consideration that 15% is the average. Now, sometimes it could be 12%, sometimes it could be 13, 14%. In those cases, you're just going to make a little bit of extra profit, which is great. But we're always going to take the maximum that could come out in a transaction, which is around 15%. That is our break-even point. And on top of that, we are making a profit. So soon I'm going to show you how you can grab these products, add it to your store, and use this break-even as a recurring break-even so that your products will be priced automatically with your desired profit margin. This is where automation comes to play. We're not there yet. Can't wait to get to it, but you need to take it step by step. Now that you understand selling limits and fees, next we'll configure our eBay business policies. This controls three core things in our store: how we ship, how we handle returns, and how we process payments. Once this is set up properly, our buyers will know exactly what to expect when buying from us. Think of business policies as templates. Instead of configuring shipping, returns, and payment settings every time you list a new product, you create policies once and then apply them to your listings. That means that every product that ships, for example, from the US should only be using one shipping policy. But if every product that you list ships from another warehouse location like China, then we're going to have to use a different shipping policy. So you don't manually rewrite shipping times for every single listing. You build the system once and reuse it. This way, when you ship from different supplier locations, for example, some will come from the US and others will come from China and others come from, for example, UK, your shipping and handling times must match that reality. So if, for example, you promise 3-day delivery from the US, but your supplier ships from China, that's going to be a problem. So it's important to set this right. Business policies directly affect your buyer experience. They also affect your account health, your profit margins, and your long-term scalability. Now, one more important thing before I show you how to set this up. If you're an international seller targeting the US market and you're affected by the warehouse location restriction, you may not be able to set your item location to the United States. But I'll show you how to handle that so that you can still ship from other locations. Okay, enough talk, let's get busy. I'm going to show you exactly how to create these business policies that you'll need for your listings. So the first thing that we want to set is our shipping policy. Now, to make it easy, inside the cheat sheet, you do have links to the shipping policy, return policy, and payments policy setup pages. So you can just click on each one so that you can start setting up your new policies. So I clicked on the shipping policy. So it took me to this screen, create shipping policy. I'm going to do the same thing for the return policy and for the payments policy. Now, payments policy should be pretty much straightforward. You're either working with managed payments through Payoneer, or the payouts will be directed directly to your bank account depending on your account location. So this one is going to be pretty easy. When it comes to shipping and returns, we are going to set this up correctly as well. Another way to get to your business policies is directly through eBay. So you can just hover over your name over here, click on account settings, and you'll have business policies right down here. So you can see all of my policies right here, my payment, my return policies, and my shipping policies. And now we're going to set it up on your site as well. So get through it directly from eBay or from the cheat sheet. In any case, let's start setting this up. So the first thing that I'm going to do is create a shipping policy. The shipping policy simply dictates how we ship, what shipping methods we use, and how long it takes the products to arrive. So this shipping policy is going to be configured like this. First of all, give your policy a name. So I'm just going to call it US shipping. So this will apply every time I ship from the US. So for example, if I also upload products from China, I'm not going to connect those listings to this shipping policy. I'm going to use my China shipping policy for that, which I'll show you how to create soon. So we gave the policy a name. You can leave the description blank. Then we've got the shipping method. So here you've got standard shipping, small to medium items. Then you've also got freight for large items and no shipping, local pickup only. These two, of course, are not relevant. So we're going to keep it on the first default option, standard shipping, small to medium items. Then we've got domestic shipping. So we're going to go with flat, same cost to all buyers. We're not going to do calculated. The domestic shipping is not going to cost any money. We are going to offer our buyers free shipping. And even if you're going to work with a supplier that charges you for shipping, I'm going to show you how you can round that up into your store's price so that you can offer free shipping to your buyers while maintaining your desired profit margin. So we're going to go with flat, same cost to all buyers. Next, we've got add primary service. So go ahead and click on that. And here we're going to choose what shipping service we actually use. Now, here's the thing. When we get to the supplier section, I'm going to show you what suppliers you can work with, and I'm also going to show you the best ones. And there are some great updated suppliers that you can work with this year, especially private suppliers. I'm going to go through all of that soon. But without knowing what shipping methods your suppliers use, it's going to be difficult for you to understand what shipping methods to choose here. So what we're going to do here is select the following. We've got economy services, and where you see a company name like UPS or FedEx or USPS, we're going to skip that because then the buyer will expect to see a USPS tracking number or a UPS tracking number because that is the shipping method that they saw that you use inside your product listing. So here, we're not going to leave any room for mistakes. You can either go with economy shipping, which is 1 to 10 business days, but when shipping from and to the US, which is what we're going to use this policy for, our products are going to arrive faster. And I'm going to show you the good suppliers you can work with that will be able to ship quickly to your domestic target audience. So I would like to have something faster than 1 to 10 business days. Most customers won't want to wait 10 business days. And if you're selling a product that another dropshipper is also selling, but you've got a faster shipping time, eBay is going to give you the spotlight in their search engine. And of course, buyers are going to respond to that. So what we're going to do here is look for a better shipping option. So here under standard services, we do have standard shipping 1 to 5 business days. So this means that you have up to 5 business days to deliver the product to your customer after they purchase from your eBay store. Now, you've also got expedited services. So this is only if you know that your suppliers can really ship quickly. Then here we're going to skip over the branded companies. And here we've got expedited shipping 1 to 3 business days. Now, personally, I go with this option because I work with suppliers that can ship and deliver the items that fast. But I want you to get to know your suppliers first and see how fast they really ship before you commit to putting that in your shipping policy. So in the beginning, you can go ahead and choose standard shipping. And when you sell a product multiple times and you purchase that from a certain supplier and you see that that supplier always delivers the product within 2 to 3 days, then you can consider changing either the shipping policy or creating a new shipping policy with expedited shipping, and everything else will be the same. And then you can select the expedited shipping policy for every time you're going to sell that product that you know ships and delivers that quickly. So again, until you get to know your suppliers and how fast they ship, go ahead and choose standard shipping. That is good enough to start with. And change to expedited once you know that your supplier can handle that. Next, you've got 1-day services. I would completely stay away from that. You never want to commit to 1-day service because you don't know if your suppliers will be able to handle that, especially when you're drop shipping and you don't really control and hold your inventory. Next, you've got economy services from outside the country. So this is if you're shipping from outside the US. In this case, we are creating a US to US shipping policy. So we're not going to be using economy services from outside the country. So you can go ahead and skip all the outside country services. Go ahead and save your shipping policy. Okay, so now we've got this US shipping policy. Shipping, we're going to keep it on default. Domestic shipping, flat, same cost to all buyers. And now we've got our primary service, which is standard shipping. Now, if you do want to try expedited shipping, you won't have to create a new policy for that unless you're going to change a whole bunch of other configurations. You can just go ahead and click here, add additional services. And the little trick that you can play here is go ahead and add expedited shipping to the regular shipping policy that also has standard 1 to 5 days. So now you have expedited shipping as an additional option, and you can charge, let's say, $4.99 for that. And what will happen here is you're going to offer free shipping right here for the standard service, right? And if the buyer wants, they do have the expedited option for an extra $4.99. Now for you, at the end of the day, it's the same shipping service. You're going to order the product from your supplier. You're going to use the same shipping service anyway. If he can deliver within 1 to 3 days, that's great. Then you know that you can put up with the expedited shipping service. But do not go with expedited shipping if your supplier cannot handle that. So no guessing, get to know your supplier first, which we'll do soon. But you can add this as another option if you want to make some extra money. Because here the $5 is 100% clean profit. So this is one way to make some extra cash. I used to do this a lot in the beginning, and in time I just gave them free expedited shipping just because I'm making enough profit anyway, and I just want to make it more streamlined. But that's a nice little trick you can always do in the beginning and even later on. Just don't forget to always offer a free shipping. Do not charge for shipping on your default shipping service. That will make you look unattractive compared to other sellers, and eBay will not give your listing the boost that it deserves on their search engine. Next, you've got rate table, optional, just leave this the way it is. International shipping, this is a good option to have, but we're not going to do that here. I'm going to show you methods where you can enable international shipping for your listings. So what does that mean? Right now, when you signed up on eBay.com, the US audience is your main primary target audience. Now, what about the rest of the world? Because if someone in the US is going to search up for a product that you have in your store, they're going to see your listing and they're going to be able to check out. But anyone outside the United States that will search for your product, they may either not see it on the search engine, or they will see it, but they won't have the checkout option because you do not have international shipping enabled. And you're going to leave a lot of money on the table by not enabling international shipping. But there's a much easy automated way to do it today. There are two methods to enable international shipping. One is called Hip Shipper, and the other is through eBay's international shipping program. I'm going to go over that in just a couple of minutes, but just so you know, that feature exists, and I strongly recommend enabling international shipping. But we're not going to do that here, and we're not going to do that now. So skip over international shipping. Definitely skip local pickup. Do not toggle this on even by accident. You're a drop shipper. We don't offer local pickup. We send our products from our suppliers directly to our buyers. And last but not least, under preferences, you have your handling time. So handling time is not how fast it takes you to deliver, but how fast it takes you to ship the product and provide tracking information. So as soon as a customer places an order, your handling time is how fast you're going to ship it out with tracking information. So here you can go with same business day, which I don't recommend. Wait to get to know your suppliers. If they ship on the same business day every single time like clockwork, then you can consider having that. But me, I've been doing this for almost 10 years now, and I go with 2 business days with the suppliers that I work with. Most of the time I get it within 1, but sometimes it takes 2. So you're always going to go with the maximum and stay realistic. Don't go with anything heavy. Anything above 4 or 5 business days will also not have preference on eBay search. So you want to find suppliers that can supply tracking info as fast as you said under your handling time. So right now I'm going to go with 2 business days. I recommend you to start with 3 or 4. Now, when we get to the suppliers, you'll understand exactly how fast they ship, but you are going to have to test it and see that they do hold up to the reality, to the expectations. The ones that I show you will, but it's important to understand this. Don't set a number that's not realistic. And also don't set a number that's way higher than what you're going to be able to do. So don't write 5 business days if you can do 3. And don't write 3 if you can even do 2. So right now, I recommend to go with 4. See how that works for you. When we get to the supplier section, I'm not going to recommend suppliers that take longer than 4 business days to supply tracking anyway, so that shouldn't be a problem. And last but not least, you've got excluded locations. This is optional, but I do recommend excluding some locations because they're just problematic at the end of the day to ship to them. So here under domestic, we are going to exclude Alaska, Hawaii, APO, FPO, and US protectorates. And under international, go ahead and exclude all of them because like we said, we're not doing international now. So go ahead and exclude all of the options. You don't have to exclude PO box. Suppliers can handle shipping to PO boxes. So that one is fine. The rest of them, go ahead and exclude them. In other words, toggle them on. Okay, so we're going to exclude all those locations and go ahead and click on save. Now you see it says your shipping policy was successfully created. Now I have that shipping policy and I can choose that every time I list new items. So until we get to that, let's set the rest of our business policies so that we'll have everything in place for when we start listing items. So I'm going to click right here where it says create policy. And of course you can go again with the links that you have in your cheat sheet or through your eBay account settings as I showed you. Many methods to get to the same place. So I'm going to click on create policy, and this time let's do the China shipping policy. Now I want you to rinse and repeat the patterns that you're noticing here. So if you'll want to open another shipping policy from another location like UK or Europe, you can just follow what we're doing here. So this time we're going to call it China shipping or ships from China or whatever. So I'll know every time I go to choose this policy that of course it relates to my China warehouse locations or my Chinese suppliers. Okay, so again, we're going to skip over description, and under shipping, we're going to keep it standard shipping, small to medium items. Domestic shipping is still going to be flat, same cost to all buyers. We don't want to charge for shipping, and we're going to add a primary service. Now here, we're going to scroll down past economy, past standard, past expedited, and of course, past 1 day. So now we've got from outside the country. So economy services from outside the country. You've also got standard services from outside the country and expedited services from outside the country. In the beginning, stay completely away from expedited. Shipping from China can take a while and we don't want to take any unnecessary risks. So here we're going to start with economy services from outside the country. Scroll down to the last one that says economy shipping from outside the US, 11 to 23 business days. Now, this is not the optimal shipping policy to use. We do not really want to ship and deliver within 23 business days plus the handling time. So that's actually a long time that most customers won't really want to wait that long, but you have to start from somewhere, and you don't really know at this point exactly how fast you can ship from China. You haven't even hooked up with the suppliers yet. You haven't shipped items yet to see how fast they really ship. And of course, you're not going to go with any branded name. So no UPS, DGM, and all of that, because then you're going to have that on your tracking information. And you don't know at this point what tracking services your suppliers will use. So until you get to know them, you're going to play your cards right. So here we're going to go ahead and choose economy shipping from outside the US, 11 to 23 business days. Then you've also got standard services. So you don't need this now, but if you find Chinese suppliers and you get orders from their products and you ship out from them and you see that they ship quickly and they deliver their products within 5 to 10 business days plus the handling time, then you can go ahead and choose standard shipping from outside US, 5 to 10 business days. That is under standard services from outside the country, but do not choose this as the default setting because you don't know yet if your suppliers can handle that. Okay, so for China, it's economy shipping from outside the US. You're going to scroll all the way down and click on save. Okay, now we've got the prices. So we're going to go ahead and toggle in offer free shipping and scroll down to the handling time. This time again, I would go for the maximum, so 4 or 5 business days. If you go for anything above that, again, it's just going to make your listing not show up really high on eBay's search engine, and you really want that because that's going to give you most of your organic traffic. So I'm going to go ahead and use 5 business days, and I'm going to improve this as I get to know my suppliers. Go ahead and click on save. I didn't go through excluded locations, but it's exactly the same as what we said before. So we're going to exclude everything besides PO Box. So we set our shipping policy for products coming out of the US and China, and you can do the same for other countries as well. Just make sure to match the shipping time and handling time according to what your suppliers can actually offer you, and don't choose any brand like UPS or FedEx or USPS, since you don't really know at this stage what shipping services your suppliers are going to go with. So we're going to get to know them, then we can come back and reiterate our shipping policies if needed, but you can also keep it like this and just improve the shipping time when the time comes. Okay, so that is the shipping policy. Now I'm going to create a return policy. So create policy and return, or just click on the return policy in the cheat sheet, or go to your eBay account settings and get to your business policies from there. So I clicked on create policy, and I'm going to create a return policy. Give it a name. So you're either going to give it no returns or call it allow returns. So how will you know whether you can allow returns or not? Again, you may have guessed it, but it depends on what your supplier can offer you. Whatever your supplier offers you is what you're going to offer to your buyers. Except for if your supplier charges you for shipping. You're still going to give free shipping using the methods that I'll show you, where you get to round up the shipping price inside your source price. But we'll get to all the pricing and profit margins later. To know if you can handle returns or not, go ahead and create 2 return policies. One that allows returns and one that doesn't allow returns. One that's free and one that's paid. Once you understand what your supplier can offer you, which I'll show you when we get to suppliers, you'll know which return policy to use every time you add a listing from that supplier. So right now, we're going to create an allow returns policy. We're going to skip over description, and we're going to go here to domestic returns. So we are going to allow returns for this policy, and then you're going to choose whether you can allow returns within 14 days, 30 days, or 60 days. Now, I give 30 days because that's what most of my suppliers give. And again, we're going to get to that soon in this video. But you can go ahead and change the options. If you're not sure what you can offer yet, give any default setting at the moment, but come back and change it later according to what you really can offer. Return shipping is going to be paid by either the buyer or free for the buyer, you pay for the return. So in this case, if your supplier offers free returns, you're going to offer the same. There's no reason to charge your buyer if you're not really paying for that either. Now, keep in mind, returns usually take up 1 to 2% of our transactions. If it's more than that, you need to look at your products and understand what is the reason it's being returned so much. Is it a low quality product? Does the description not really match the product itself? So people are not getting what they expected? You should not have more than 2% returns. That is the normal healthy return rate. So in any case, you're not going to be dealing that much with returns. But when you do deal with it, we do want to do it in the most efficient way possible. So we're going to offer free returns if we're getting free returns from our suppliers. And the refund method is either money back or replacement. You can go with whatever you want. Most of the suppliers will be able to send out a replacement, but if they run out of stock, for example, you're going to have to go with money back. So it doesn't matter if you go with money back or money back in replacement. That's completely up to you. Both methods will work. I'm just going to go with money back to keep it simple. In any case, if they want to reorder it, they always can do that later. And next, you've got international returns. I recommend keeping this off, even if you do get an international order, and I'll talk about how to open up your listings to the international market soon. But even if and when you decide to do that, we're not going to accept international returns simply because it's a big hassle to return a product that's not domestic. So if you ship from the US to, let's say, the UK, and the UK person wants to return it, that's a little bit difficult, and even more when it comes from China. So we're just going to turn off international returns. The buyer will be able to see, if he's international, that returns are not allowed for this listing. So they will make the informed decision if they want to purchase that product or not. So I just leave it off. Remember that most of your sales are going to be coming domestically and not internationally. So don't feel so bad about not allowing international returns. Go ahead and click on save. And that policy was saved as well. Now you can go ahead and create another return policy, and this one will be called no returns because you won't allow returns for this policy. Do not accept returns, do not accept international returns. Go ahead and save that. Very simple, few seconds to create a policy. And then you're going to choose this policy every time you add a listing from a product from a supplier that doesn't allow returns. All right, so very simple and straightforward. And last but not least, we are going to create the payment policy. This one is super straightforward. So payment policy, you really don't have that many options here. So payment methods managed by eBay. In my case, eBay is managing my payments through Payoneer. So require immediate payment when buyer uses buy it now. Of course, I'm going to have that on. I'm not going to wait for the buyer to pay me. I want the buyer to pay me right away if they want me to ship out the product. So we're going to have that ticked in. And I'm not going to allow offline payment. I'm not going to deal with any of that. I don't want to wait for the buyer's check to arrive or do a money order or do cash on pickup. Not related to the dropshipping business model, and not really that great for people who are not dropshipping either. So that's all that you need for the payment policy. Call it payment policy, click the payment methods managed by eBay, or of course, if you have the option that eBay sends you the money directly to your bank account, and that's especially if you're from the US, and go ahead and click on save. That is your payment policy, and that is how to set up your business policies on eBay. Shipping policy, whether you're shipping from the US, China, or anywhere else, return policy, whether you want to accept returns or not, and payment policy, which is super simple and straightforward. Now remember that you do have a step-by-step guide here in the cheat sheet that will guide you how to set up these business policies. And of course, as you can see, I throw in a lot more specified details in this video. So if you missed anything or if you want to do it on your own pace later, don't forget to grab your copy of the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet that will walk you through what I'm showing you here. And you'll also have a reference at the end of the business policies section where you can enable international worldwide shipping. So there are two ways to do this. One is through HipShipper, which is a third-party service that has a warehouse in the US. And what HipShipper simply does is it connects your policies, whatever items can be sold internationally, they'll automatically add business policies with international shipping on for products that they can ship internationally. So their robot is doing that automatically, and you don't have to pay any subscription for this service. They're going to dictate how much shipping the buyer is going to pay, and then HipShipper is going to charge you the same amount. So the buyer pays you, and then you pay HipShipper. And you can see that I have a nice amount of orders with HipShipper. Every time you get an international order, it'll show up here on HipShipper. You'll get an address where to ship the product to. So instead of shipping it directly to the buyer in Australia, you're going to ship it from US or from China or from wherever you're shipping from to HipShipper's warehouse address in the US. And once HipShipper gets the package, they'll know how to tie it to your order and they'll ship it directly to your buyer. So this way your listing will get a lot more views and sales because everyone around the world will be able to see it and not only people who live in the US. Now this is not a must on day one, but do consider opening up at some point your listings to the international marketplace because you will make more traffic and sales at the end of the day. So HipShipper is one way to do it, and you have a full explanation reference inside the cheat sheet. Just click on make your eBay listings available globally on HipShipper. You'll see a video tutorial on how to set this up. You've also got eBay's international shipping program, so I'll link to it here. And this is kind of the same thing HipShipper is doing. eBay was a little bit late to the game with this service, but they're practically doing the same thing. They're going to open up your listings internationally so that anyone around the world can see it, only for products, of course, that are eligible to be sold internationally. And when you get an order, eBay is going to ask you to ship the product directly to them, and they're going to handle fulfilling and sending it to your buyer. So both services practically do the same thing, and I strongly recommend to do this at some point in your journey. It doesn't have to be at the start, but keep this in mind somewhere because it is going to boost your sales. All right, this is the last technical setup before we move into product research, adding winning products to our stores, and finally starting to make some sales. We're going to configure our site preferences and our shipping preferences, which is different than our shipping policies, of course, which we already set. Now, this doesn't take up that long to set up, and you already have links to set them up inside your eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. So go ahead and get your reference from that. Click on the eBay selling preferences page right here. Okay, another way to get to it is just going to your account settings. So hover over your account here, click on your account settings, and scroll down here under selling where it says shipping preferences and selling preferences. But you have the cheat sheet, so why not use that? Okay, so here under selling preferences, we're gonna click here under return preferences. Now under return preferences, you want to toggle this one on. Really important to have on RMA number. What this does is every time a buyer opens up a return request, you'll be able to manage it manually and upload the return label yourself. So when we get to the returns part of the video, I'll show you how you can get a return label from your supplier and send it to your buyer. And then your buyer is going to use that prepaid return label to return the product, and you'll be able to track the return. But in order to even have that option in the first place, you need to toggle on RMA number. Otherwise, if you don't have this toggled on, every time a buyer opens up a return request, eBay is going to automatically upload a return label on your behalf, charge you for it, and it's also going to be sent to the wrong return address. It's going to have your address on file and not your supplier's address, because your supplier didn't give you the return label in that case because you didn't have RMA number on. You don't want all that trouble. Toggle on RMA number, and I'll show you how you're going to be able to handle free returns or paid returns, whatever it may be, as long as you don't end up having eBay send prepaid return labels on your behalf. Okay, so once we toggle on RMA number, we're going to go back to the selling preferences, and we're going to scroll down to multi-quantity listings. Now here, you want to have this one toggled on, so listings stay active when you're out of stock. What this means is, when your supplier runs out of stock on a product, and when we turn on automation in that part of this video, you're going to have all of your prices and all of your stock automated, which is going to also help you scale easily. But when your products run out of stock, or in other words, when your supplier runs out of stock on products that you have listed from them, then the products in your store are going to go out of stock automatically as well. But if you sold that product a couple of times, every time your product sells, eBay is going to boost that product listing even more on the search engine. So you may find many examples where a product was kind of a slow mover at first, and then it sold one time, and then the second sell came much quicker, and then it's kind of like an avalanche. Sales start rolling in more and more because that listing is getting boosted more and more on eBay. So what happens once a listing that's sold many times now goes out of stock? We don't want the selling history to be reset on that product, because when it comes back in stock, we want it to still have that big boost because the product already sold 10 or 20, 50 or 100 times, and we don't want to lose that selling history. So what happens here is your product will still be active if it goes out of stock, meaning nobody will be able to buy the product because you have zero quantity left until the supplier refills on their stock, but you will not lose out on the selling history that listing had. So listings stay active when you're out of stock. We're going to toggle that on, and buyers can see exactly how many items you have left. I love having this one on because it helps me get that urge effect that they have to purchase now. Let me show you an example of what that's like. If you're going to have all your listings quantity set to 1, we're going to get to all the quantities and stuff later. But in the beginning, you're going to have your quantity set on 1 so that you can upload as many products as possible because you don't have that much selling limits, right? We've been over selling limits. We understand how that works and how to expand it. But until it's expanded, let's say you can only list 100 products at the moment. So you're not going to list one product and give it 100 quantity because then you're not going to have room for other listings. So you're going to have 100 products. Each one will have a quantity of 1. And when one sells, the automation software, AutoDS, which I'll show you, it's going to take the quantity down to 0, but then it's going to take it back up to 1 again. So what happens in this case is your buyers are going to see a message like this. So you see how it says last one and 1 sold. So this is an example of a listing that only sold 1 time, but it shows that there's only 1 more available. So that kind of gives the buyer the urgency to purchase it now before it runs out of stock. And now you see also down here, it says other people bought this. 1 has already sold. Hurry before it's gone. 1 person is also watching this item. This is just a random item I picked up from my store. Let me show you an example of a product that sells multiple times and how the urgency is still working there as well. But take a look at this product, for example. I sold this product 168 times. But this time I upgraded my quantity from 1 to 2 because I noticed that a lot of my buyers want to buy more than just 1 unit. And you can always upgrade it to 5 or 10, but that will take up your limits, of course. But anyway, what I'm trying to show you here is if you have 1 available, it is going to give them that red urgency. But if you have 2 or more, it's not going to show it anymore, but it will show other things like look at how many times it's sold. It makes it look popular. It makes it look good. And it is popular. It is good. This one is trending. 168 have already sold. People want this. 68 people are currently watching this product. So on your selling preferences, you do want the buyers to see exactly how many items you have left. It does help with the urgency feeling. So go ahead and have this one on. Okay, and that's pretty much it for the selling preferences. Now we're gonna click here where it says shipping preferences. Here, you'll see the option to enroll in eBay International Shipping. Now, I already explained this in the previous section of this video, but basically this program allows eBay to handle all your international shipping and customs for you. So if you plan to sell internationally, you can go ahead and use this program or HipShipper, the other one that I talked about in the previous section. They both work well, they don't charge any fees, and they do open up our listings internationally. You can learn more about how to opt into each method in the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. But if you want to enroll in eBay International Shipping, this is the place to do so. All right, guys, let's give ourselves a little pat on the back and do a quick recap because we're done with the technical setup and we're about to move on to what really matters. So now that our seller account is up and verified, we've listed our first products manually, we've upgraded our selling limits, we've got all of our business policies set, we understand exactly how fees work and how to calculate our break even, and all of our site preferences are set up, it's time to move on to what matters the most. We are now going to learn product research, how to find winning products to sell on our eBay stores, and source them from the best dropshipping suppliers out there. It's time to learn how to finally start making some sales and profit. When selling on eBay, product research is everything. You can have a perfectly optimized store, great policies, fast suppliers, but if nobody wants the product you're selling, none of it matters. When you find the right products, sales start coming in and everything else falls into place. That's why experienced sellers spend most of their time on product research, and you will too. Now, the good news is eBay makes finding winning products easier than most other platforms. Because unlike other marketplaces, eBay shows you real sales data. You can see what products are selling, how often they're selling, and which sellers are already succeeding with them. That means we're not trying to guess what might sell, and we're definitely not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're using a secret recipe that I'm going to share with you soon, validating real demand before we ever list a product. I'm going to show you how to find winning products using a combination of updated strategies and tactics that make it way easier than previous years. The goal here is simple. Find products that are in demand, validate that people are actually buying them, and then bring those products into your store. I'm going to walk you through each product research method step by step. I'm going to find, list, and sell those products myself so you can follow along in real time. Then we'll follow up by sourcing our new winning products from the best dropshipping suppliers that you need to know about. They're going to have fast shipping, high quality products, good communication, everything that you need in a good dropshipping supplier, which I'm going to share with you once we have a list of trending products and you know exactly how to find winning products so you can rinse and repeat the process and keep adding winners to your store. So let's go ahead and dive into one of the most important stages when running our dropshipping businesses for now and the years to come. Product research, how to find winning products to sell on your store. So the first method, and my most recommended, for finding winning products today to sell on your stores and save you days, weeks, and months off of doing the product research by yourself is by using the AutoDS winning products marketplace. Let me show you exactly what that is, what you have inside, and why this is my top recommendation for finding winning products. And of course, you do have the full list of product research methods and everything else that I'm going over in this huge cheat sheet that I prepared for you. Reminder, if you want access to it, all you gotta do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that one thing that you learned? And I will happily send you this cheat sheet with everything inside. And starting from the top, the AutoDS winning products marketplace. This is what it looks like. And this is just one of the many features that you have on AutoDS. Now, if you want to use automation, this is my #1 recommendation. We're going to dive deeper into it soon. But just so you know, starting an AutoDS account costs only $1 and you can test everything that I'm about to show you. So you can easily test and try before you buy. And if you don't want to invest into an automation tool that will do it for you yet, that's fine. I'm also going to show you the free methods of doing it manually. A little bit more time consuming, but you can still get it done. But I want you to start with the best and most effective shortcut, and that is the AutoDS marketplace. So here's what that entails. As soon as you create your $1 trial for AutoDS and get your 14 days, the first thing that you're going to see is the AutoDS marketplace. So it looks like this. It's the first menu here on the left side. And this place has a bunch of products inside. So what do you do with all of this? You've got tens of thousands of products. You cannot list all of them on your store on day one. So how do you cherry pick the best ones? Here's how to slowly narrow down and find your winners. First, what are the options that you have in the marketplace besides all of these products? Here on the Smart Filter system, you can select your ships to, which means you only want to see products that ship to a certain location, a certain region, country. I'm going to go with United States because that is my target audience. So now it's going to show me all of the products that can ship to the United States. My currency is US dollar. That's the currency I sell on. So that's what I want to see. You've also got your ships from. This is going to be more relevant when we talk about dropshipping suppliers after we're done doing product research. But you can also select your ships from, meaning what warehouse, what location do these products that you want to sell or that you want to find here and sell on your store, where are they shipping from? Why does this matter? Because you want to be able to ship quickly to your target audience. So if you want to ship and sell to the US audience, it's best to source it from suppliers who also ship from US warehouses. That way it gets delivered much faster to your audience. You can also ship from other places. You can ship from UK to US, China to US, US to UK. You can play around with it as much as you want. That's one of the things that we love about the flexibility of the dropshipping business model. But for this example, I'm going to keep this open. I don't want to filter any item locations yet, but it would make a lot more sense to ship from and to the same location. That way your products get shipped really quickly. You won't have to worry about 14, 21, 30-day delivery time, but we're going to get to all of that later. Just know that these options exist. Then you've got your price range. Now, I wouldn't go for anything under $5 because that's really cheap and it's going to be hard to make a profit. We're going to talk about profitability later, medium ticket items, high ticket items, and all of that. But right now, I wouldn't touch the price range. And if I would, for starters, I would keep it between 15 to 30. That's a nice little sweet spot where it's not too expensive, but we're going to get to all of that later. Then you've got your supplier, which we're not going to talk about yet. It is saved for the next section of this video tutorial. Then you've got your category. Now, because we're selling on eBay, you do not need to create a niche store, at least not from the start. One of the greatest things about eBay is not a lot of people are going to go to your storefront and see if you are a niche store. They're simply going to search for a product that they want to buy. And if you're selling such a product, there's a high chance that they're going to see you on the front page on eBay search results. So they're going to see you and a whole bunch of other sellers as well. They're not just going to see one big storefront. So that means that they're going to see one product that you're selling. And if they want it, they're going to click on the listing and they're going to purchase it. Now, granted, some might go to your storefront, but that is a very low percentage. Meaning when someone is going to buy a product from your store, they're most likely not going to go to your store and see what else you have for sale or what kind of a business you are, or if you're a niche business or not. They just want the product. So you can start with a general store, meaning selling a whole bunch of products from random categories, testing out to see what works. Now, once you find a winner and it's selling consistently, like let's say some LED dog collar, and you're selling it consistently, it's going really well for you, and it's on a general store, you're selling a whole bunch of other products. Now here, you can decide if you want to create a niche store around that product, around that winner, but you're not going to think about a niche store before you even tested and saw if it's making any sales. So you're going to start with a general store. We're going to test a whole bunch of different categories. As you can see right here, you've got toys and hobbies, home and garden, home improvement, outdoor, sports and fitness, pets, electronics and gadgets, clothing, jewelry, beauty, personal care, and so forth. I would not start off by niching down on a category just because you need to see the broad picture of products that are selling and slowly start to narrow down once you start to have an idea, once you start to test and penetrate the market. We're getting to all of that, but in the beginning, we want to have the best chances of making sales, so we are going to keep this broad. But you can filter down according to category. You can also search for a specific product if you want. But again, we're not doing that now because we're not narrowing down. We just want to see a broad picture of where the demand is at. So here you can get a whole bunch of ideas on what to sell on your store. Not only that, you can also import these products to your store really quickly by hovering over import draft and simply clicking on that button. Now, because your eBay store is connected here on the left side, every product that I import will get added to my eBay store. But we're not at the importing section yet. That is after we do suppliers. I'm doing this step by step, so you'll have all the steps laid out for you in the right order. Right now, you need to focus on how to find winning products and have a repetitive system that you're using nonstop that's helping you find products quickly and make sales. So here you can get some ideas on products that are selling. And if anything looks interesting to you, you can make a further search on eBay to see how that is selling there. I'm going to show you how to do that, but right now I just want you to understand the general idea. We are using the marketplace to get ideas on what products are selling out there on the market. Then we're going to test and validate if it's working on the eBay platform. And if so, we're going to import them to our stores and sell them as well. And keep in mind that these products are coming from multiple suppliers. They can be retail suppliers, wholesale suppliers, private suppliers, all of which, as you know, I'm going to cover in the next section. But I just want you to understand that these products can come from a variety of suppliers, and I'm going to show you how to source it from the best suppliers later, so don't worry about who the suppliers are now. Once again, you're only using this to get examples, to get ideas of products to sell. Don't try to think of it on your own. This is why you have a platform ready for you, with years and years of accumulated data from thousands and thousands of successful sellers worldwide, including me. So let's just continue scrolling and let me show you what to do once you find a product that looks suitable. For example, check out this cat tower over here. You can flip through the images right here, or you can also enter it to get more details inside. But basically you can see the supplier's name who's selling the store, the product's title, the price range, and how fast it ships. You can see that this one right here ships within 1 business day. So that's pretty good. But let's check out the product first. We're not even looking at the terms and conditions yet. So this is a road cat tree, 33 inches tall. So you can just do a quick search on eBay. Simply go to eBay and then search eBay for cat tower. Okay, try to simplify the product and not niche it down too much. So this is basically just a cat tower. And you can see a whole bunch of them right here. So how do you know if this product is popular, if it's selling? It's nice to see that there's a whole bunch of variations here on eBay. But how do you know if this product is actually worth selling? You can see a whole bunch of price points here. Some are being sold for $45, some are being sold for $80. So we've got a medium to high ticket price range here, which is good because it means that we can profit more. But how do we know that this is a suitable product? I'm going to show you that soon. But first, I just want to quickly show you the product research methods. So inside the product page, you're going to get a lot more information. For example, how much it costs to purchase this product if you're going to use a supplier, which in this case, I'm going to show you better ones. But just to understand what this is and how it works, get some information on the product specifications, like the dimensions, how many levels it has, the activities the cats can do with it, the weight, and so forth. Then you've got the policy, which is shipping and return policies and product reviews. And as you scroll down, you'll get more recommended products. So this just gives you a quick idea on products that you can sell. We're not doing the validation part yet. I just want you to see how you're going to get ideas. Next, I've got this multifunctional home gym product here, which is pretty cool, but it's very high ticket, $420. You can sell these products when you are more at an advanced dropshipping stage. Let's continue scrolling down here and getting more product ideas. For example, these night vision goggles are pretty cool. They're not very expensive, but I am going to stay clear from electronics in my first month or two when dropshipping on eBay, just because it is a sensitive category. Doesn't mean you can't sell it. You definitely can, but stay away from it from the first 1 to 2 months while eBay is really looking at you through a magnifying glass. You want to sell products that are super safe, don't have batteries, don't have electronics, at least not from the start. And try to also look for products that have a large price range. For example, you can sell a very simple product that can't be too expensive. Like for example, a set of pencils or pens. This has a normal price range, $5, $10. Can't really go above that. And you won't be able to make that much profit when selling such low ticket items that have a very specific price range. On the other hand, if you're selling products where it's hard to guess the initial price of the product because it has a nice range to it, it's hard to guess the price of that product, those products are more worthwhile to sell on your stores. Take a look at this one here, for example, this car cleaning kit. Now there are so many parts that come with it, and you can source this for just $19 through AutoDS. The shipping time is 2 business days, so that's relatively quickly. Let's click on it to get more product information inside. Now, again, we're not doing validation yet. We're not adding these products to our stores. We're not doing optimization yet. That's all saved for later parts of this video. Right now, I just want you to understand what makes a good dropshipping winning product. And we're also going to test demand soon. And I'm also going to do my own product research and add some products to my eBay store. But for now, I want you to understand the concept of selling a product that can easily be marked up for 2 times the price, 2.5, 3 times the price, and it'll still sell well. Even if you haven't tested or validated the demand yet, you're already starting to cherry pick products that have a much higher selling potential. So all of these tools for less than $20 easily sell for $40, $50, $60, but we're gonna do the validation soon. So some of the info that you're gonna get inside the product page, inside the AutoDS marketplace is, for example, where this product ships from. So you can see that it ships from the US. You can see how much it costs. Shipping here, in this case, is another $7. So even if this one is gonna cost you, what, $26 with shipping, you can still easily sell it for $50 or more. Just look at all the accessories that you're getting inside. And you have more examples like this. Look at the more recommended products. All of these products that come with bundles inside are great for the dropshipping business model, but that is just one quick example. So as you scroll through the marketplace, you can get more ideas of winning products to sell. And I'm also going to help you understand what are the good products with higher potential to sell from the start, and products that you should most likely avoid even if you can sell them for a profit. For example, I usually stay away from clothing products like shirts and pants and anything that has a size to it, simply because if it doesn't fit your size, you're going to get a lot of returns, and that happens a lot with clothing products. So at least in the beginning, stay away from jackets, shirts, anything that has a size to it. There is a higher return rate for these products, and I don't want you to have a lot of returns. So I stay away from food and drinks, beverages, liquids. I stay away from flammable products. I stay away from clothes. I'm going to give you the whole list soon. But right now I'm going to skip through these. And the whole idea is to continue scrolling through the marketplace that's getting more and more products added every single day, and look for products that are interesting for you to sell. Like this Pilates product over here. I've actually never seen this one before. You've also got these sweatbands. And as you scroll, you'll just find more and more interesting products. Now, product research on AutoDS goes much deeper than the marketplace that you just saw. Inside the marketplace, you also have handpicked products, ad spy, trending products, and TikTok analytics. My top 2 recommendations here is the handpicked products and the trending products hub for eBay. The difference between the marketplace, handpicked products, and trending products is that each shows you winning products using different methods. Inside the handpicked products hub, you have a whole bunch of other trending products that you can find and sell here. The difference is that you have a team here that's sitting day and night finding these products for you and uploading them to the AutoDS database. Let's just go with the first one that we see here. Baby bath toys for toddlers and kids. I'm going to click on that to get more product information inside. And you can see that the data here is a little bit different. So you've got the product's title. And then you've got more fields like what is the potential profit that you can make here? How much is it being sold for? How much is it being sourced for? So here, for example, you can buy it for $6 and sellers are selling it successfully for around $34. So you can see the markup price there. You've also got the engagement score, which is how well audiences engage with this type of product. Saturation score, how saturated is it in the market? And you'll see that when selling on eBay, you can even sell very much saturated products and they can still sell pretty well for you. You've also got target audience. So if you're going to run pay-per-click ads, which I'll show you in the marketing section of this video, this will help you find a target audience relatively quickly for these products that you can find here. And don't worry when I say pay-per-click, I'm also going to show you free marketing methods where you can get organic traffic to your store and you won't have to pay any platform in advance, only if you make actual sales, and that's already going to be calculated inside your desired profit margin. So wait till we get to marketing, because that's also going to be a really interesting section to learn in this video. So as I continue scrolling down, we can also see social ads, so videos that people posted on Facebook and TikTok for this product. It's not as relevant for eBay because you most likely will not be creating videos for your products. You're just taking them as is from your supplier, adding it to your store, optimizing the titles, descriptions, maybe even images a little bit. I'm going to show you how I do all of that on my store soon. And then your products are simply going to sell with some nice little marketing tricks that don't cost any money that I will show you later when we get to the marketing section of this video. So this is the type of information that you're getting from the Handpicked Products Hub. You also have links to competitor websites so you can see what they're doing, how they're selling this product, but those are most likely Shopify stores and you're selling on eBay, so it is a little bit different, but you can take some examples, some best practices and see what they're doing so well with this product that's helping them sell it. And last but not least, inside the product page, you've got the import draft button. So if you want to add this product to your store, you want to sell it within seconds on your store, you click it and it will be added to your store. I'm going to show you examples of how all this works when we get to the import section. You can also create a sample order if you would like to order this product to your address and shoot some videos on it. Maybe not as relevant for eBay stores, but just so you know that that option exists as well. So that is the Handpicked Products Hub. You've got thousands and thousands of trending products that are being added by our AutoDS analytics team. Then you've got the Trending Products Hub. I'm skipping over AdSpy and TikTok Analytics simply because this is more for hosted platforms like Shopify or WooCommerce or Wix. If you're selling there and you're making videos for your products, not as relevant for eBay, but this does help you spy on the competition, see what videos are going super viral for other sellers, and get examples from those products that you might want to sell on your stores as well. So the Trending Products is kind of similar to Handpicked Products, only here you have artificial intelligence doing all the work for you. And what that means is exactly that. Artificial intelligence is finding these products from other sellers and putting them all together. Who's selling these products, where they're being distributed around the world, and other statistics that show you why this product is popular right now. And if I look at the top of the page, you can see that the filter system here is a little bit different as well. You can filter by how many likes a certain product video is getting, impressions, the selling price range, the interaction rate of the videos, when the video ad was created, how many times that product sold, the profit range, the last time there was a comment on that video, and so forth. You can also filter by the categories and search for a specific product. But again, we're keeping it broad because I want you to see the wide range of options that you'll have. So here again, you can go over the products. And if you see something that kind of catches your eye, like this car seat fan over here, you can click to get more information inside. You also have the hover option outside if you want to get some quick product analytics, but I want to show you the inside. You can see how many times this product was sold. And this is some air-conditioned USB product that you put on the headrest of your car, and it kind of just gushes out cool air. So it's a pretty cool product, and you can validate to see if this product is popular on eBay, which I'm going to show you in about a minute. But here again, you can see how many times it's sold, how much profit sellers are making, the interaction rate, how many reviews this product has, the sell rate, and overall product score when you put a bunch of elements together, what countries this product is being distributed to the most, which in this case we can see mainly in Korea, then Spain, Israel, and where is the US in all of this? Looks like a small 2.98%. You've also got the general sales chart, so you can see how well this product is selling and in what months. Is it a seasonal product that only sells on certain seasons, or is it an evergreen product that's going to sell all year long? So here you can see that during the summer months, and that makes sense, all the way until July, beginning of August is when it starts to die down. And as we move into the winter, this product does not sell a lot. And as we start to slowly progress to our favorite months of the year, the summer months, this product starts to pick up in sales again. So it does look like a seasonal product. It only sells well when it's hot outside, and people are making a lot of sales, over 30,000 just for this product. And you can easily own a piece of the cake here as well. As I scroll down, we can see what ads or what videos people made for this product. You can also see the engagement rate. You can click on See Original to see the original video on the product on the platform where it was posted on, whether it's TikTok or Facebook. You can see that it has a lot of good engagements. So this product is pretty popular. We still haven't checked it on eBay yet, but we can see the general interest for these types of products. And this can give you an idea of a range of products that you can sell on your eBay store as well. And again, adding it to your store is as easy as clicking on import draft, then it'll be on your store and you can sell it as well. Again, we're going to do import soon. I'm trying to take this step by step so you'll have all of the right steps in the right order. And here you also have the option to create a sample order if you want to order the product to your house and shoot some videos or take better photos. You've also got shipping methods. So if there are multiple shipping methods, you'll see them right here in the drop down, the total shipping price and how long it takes to get delivered, and the different types of variations. So you might have different plugs. You might have battery operated, you might have different colors. So if you have variations, that is where you're going to see them. And of course, the regular product information. So specifications, product description, more images, and so forth. So that is a brief overview of my top recommendation for finding winning products quickly and easily to sell on eBay. The AutoDS marketplace that has private suppliers that can even ship with your customized branding on it, which I haven't spoken about yet. I'm leaving more surprises for later in this video. So the AutoDS marketplace, the Handpicked Products Hub, and the Trending Products Hub are my top 3 recommendations, my first go-to to find ideas of winning products to sell on my store before doing validation, before actually adding them to my store. We didn't have these tools a couple years ago. We used to do everything manually, and everything would take a lot longer to do it and to also find winning products, but I'm going to share those methods with you as well. So as we transition from the AutoDS winning products marketplace with the handpicked products and the trending products with AI, the next method is called eBay reverse product research. And here I'm going to show you a cool hack that you can use on eBay to see how many times a seller sold a specific product. So what is reverse product research and what is the sales history hack? Let me show you what it is and how it works. Let's go back to the eBay search that I did on the cat tower product. And let me find a seller that is selling it pretty well. Okay, like this one right here. You can see that he sold 5,392 units. If I click on it, I can see the only piece of information that eBay is going to give me is how many times he sold that product. But I can't see exactly when he sold it. I can't see if the product is still trending right now. Even though here you can see that it's inside 676 carts, this seller is doing a really good job selling this product. But what if you come across a product that looks like this, but it's not really selling anymore? It sold last year, it sold 2 years ago, but this year it's just not selling. It's not in demand anymore. The seller needs to move on to the next product, but you are here looking at it like it's the next best thing. So how do you know if it's still in demand right now? This is the method that I love to use. We're going to take this link right here from the eBay cheat sheet for the eBay sales history hack. I'm going to copy the link. Then I'm going to paste the link on any Google Chrome tab. Okay, so I'm going to paste it right here in the URL section. Now you see here at the end of the URL, it says item equals XXX. We're going to replace the XXX with the actual item ID that we want to see how many times and when it actually last sold. Let me show you what I mean. So every product has a product ID on eBay. Every product can only have one unique ID. No other product can have the same ID. We can see that inside the product URL. So I'm looking at a product page on eBay, and here in the URL, I can see ebay.com/ITM. So ITM is item / then you're going to get the item number. That is the item ID that I want to grab. So here it's these digits from 265 all the way to 661. I'm simply going to double click on it so I can see that it grabbed the digits perfectly. Right click, copy that. So now I copy the item ID. Now I'm going to go to that URL hack and I'm going to replace the 3 X's with that item ID. So I'm simply going to paste the item ID right here and I'm going to go ahead and click on enter. So now you can see that I'm inside the seller's sold listings. And here I can see when it actually last sold. Now today is April 5th when I'm recording this video. I can see that the last time he sold it was March 22nd. And then before that was March 13th. So that means that this month he didn't sell yet. Last month he only sold 2 units. That's not bad. But I'm looking for a seller that sells at the very least 3 times in the last week. I want to make sure that this product is in demand right now. And here I can only see 2 sold in the last month. Now, the month before that went pretty well for him. He sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 units. That's not bad. That's just a little over 2 units per week. And in January, it looks like he sold even more. So you can see the dates when he last sold, how many units, and the selling price, which you can use to see if he had to change the price in order to make more sales. But here the seller was very consistent in $41.58 pricing. And this product did seem to be pretty popular, but it kind of died down in the last month. And the only way to know this is by using the eBay sales history hack. And again, guys, you got access to it inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. Hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what you learned in this video. What is your top takeaway? And I'm going to reply with a link to this cheat sheet free of charge for you to have so that you can succeed with your new eBay dropshipping business. So use the eBay sales history hack to see if the product has been selling consistently for a seller, and don't judge a book by its front cover, because right here the front cover is telling you, oh my god, it sold 5,400 times. It's in almost 700 people's carts. This is going to give you a big FOMO effect if you don't do proper research and if you don't have access to tools like this URL hack that will give you insider information on when the seller sold and how consistent he is in selling this product, overall showing you if this product actually has demand on eBay right now. And again, you can do the same thing for as many sellers as you want. So let's search for another product, like let's say a car cleaning kit. So I've got all of these car cleaning kits. And another thing that you need to learn how to do on eBay, and I do have that later on here in the cheat sheet, but I'm just going to skip forward a little bit because I need to do it right now. When you're searching for a product on eBay to see if anyone is even selling it, which is a really important thing to do, there is no way you're going to sell a product without testing it in the market first and see how well other sellers are doing selling a similar product. It doesn't even have to be the same exact product. I'm going to show you how to find many products that are similar to ones that are selling so that you can stand out with a unique product after seeing and validating that it does have demand on eBay, so you won't be wasting your free listings on products that will not sell. So here, for example, let's say I saw the car cleaning kit from the AutoDS marketplace. It gave me an idea to search for it on eBay. So I'm searching eBay for car cleaning kit. And then here on the left side, you can see a whole bunch of options. What I want to look for here is a couple of things. One very important thing is I want to see sold items. So this car cleaning kit that I'm searching for right now that I found from the AutoDS marketplace, if I click on sold items, I'm only going to see car cleaning kits that have sold sometime in the past. Now, this is a great thing to have because now I'm already filtering through the products that don't sell. I don't even want to see them on my search results. I only want to see products that are selling. And here I can see, for example, this one sold on April 5th. So this is a long brush handle. And this one right here didn't sell for a while, so I'm not even going to look at it. This one just sold the other day, so a car cleaning kit for $19.99. And you might also notice that each listing looks different than the other. You're not seeing the same two models one after the other. And that's simply because you have so many different variations of products that usually come in kits or in bundles, which are great for dropshipping on eBay, like a car cleaning kit. So as I continue to scroll down, this one sold on April 4th, April 4th, April 4th. This is all just from the other day. So what I'm looking at right here is I'm noticing a pattern of many car cleaning products that are being sold every day on eBay. I'm not looking specifically at the product to see what it is. I'm just taking note of the main car cleaning kit category on eBay to see if this product line has any demand on eBay. And as I continue to scroll, I'm still seeing all of these products that have all been sold in the last 24 hours, all around the car cleaning kits. Different variations, different kits inside, different product lines, but all under the same niche. So a car cleaning kit is definitely something that I would take into consideration. I also like the price ranges. I'm seeing price ranges from $20 to $80, which means we have a nice, healthy range of profitability here. So a car cleaning kit is definitely something that I would dive further into. But this is just one example of many on how you can find winning product ideas and then test it on eBay to see if there's any demand around this product. So again, the filter on the left side, after I did my eBay search, is under show only. We're going to click on sold items. Don't click on completed items. Sometimes you might click on that, or eBay might click that automatically for you. That will show you listings that have been completed that are not available for sale anymore. We want to see products that are on sale now and that are selling well. So only sold items. And under item location, if you know that you're only going to source from US suppliers because you're shipping from and to the US in this example, under item location, you can click on US only because you won't be competing with Chinese sellers that may sell for a cheaper price than you, but you are shipping from into the US. So you're going to have faster shipping. Your customers are going to be able to see that. And many customers won't mind paying you more because you're able to deliver faster from into the US rather than a traditional China to US seller. Now, before I go over the rest of the product research methods for eBay, I want to do a quick recap of my top recommendation of how to find winning products to sell on eBay. So we're going to start by getting ideas from a database of thousands of trending products and sellers from the AutoDS marketplace, handpicked products, or trending products hub. So you're simply going to be scrolling through these categories. You're going to avoid the types of products that I told you to avoid so that you can easily start making your first sales on eBay. I also have it jotted further down in the cheat sheet. We'll get to that soon. Products to avoid selling on eBay. But for now, you are going to be scrolling through these places once you have access to your $1 AutoDS trial. So marketplace, handpicked products, or trending products, you're going to be scrolling through and looking for products that fit the criteria that also look interesting for you to sell. Once you find the product, you're going to search eBay to see if that product has any demand. So let's look at another quick example before I move on to the rest of the methods and actually start doing product research myself for my store. So let's look at this luminous flannel throw blanket over here. Looks like a nice glow-in-the-dark blanket. Looks pretty cool. So I want to see if this type of product has any demand on eBay. So what are we actually looking at here? It's not just a regular blanket, right? You're not going to search on eBay for blanket, but this is more like a luminous or a glow-in-the-dark throw blanket. So I'm just going to go to eBay and I'm going to search for that luminous throw blanket. And one more thing to keep in mind when you're doing these searches is make sure that your ship to here on the top right on eBay has your target audience's location. So here my ship to location is United States because I only want to see products on the search results that can ship to the United States because that is what I'm competing with. So here I've got this result here. So this does not look like a glow in the dark. So this one does, and this looks pretty similar to the one that I found from the AutoDS marketplace. So yeah, it's very similar. On AutoDS, you can see that you can source this for around $23, and this seller is selling it for $39.99. So that's almost 2 times the markup price. And when I show you how to source products on AutoDS, I'll even show you suppliers that can source for cheaper prices than what you see here. But just use this as your starting base. You can already make some nice profit here. The last time this seller sold this product was a couple months ago, so he's not selling it that much. But I'm looking for a pattern. I'm not just going to take an example from one seller. So here's another example. I can see that this one sold. This one is more for kids. It's not the same exact Star Night design, but it is around the same concept. But what I can notice here is that this product is not being sold, at least not as much as the previous one that I tested, the car cleaning kits. This one is only selling every now and then. So you can test this product, but maybe leave it for phase 2 or phase 3 when you're just trying to fill in more listings so that you can get your next selling limit increase. But in the beginning, I want you to focus on products that have a higher potential to sell on your stores. And so this is where you're going to find that idea and also see how often those products are selling. So I changed my search to glow-in-the-dark throw blanket. Sometimes a little bit of a game with keywords can help you find what you're looking for. And then here on the left side, again, I want only items that have been sold and US only because I'm competing with the US suppliers with the US ship from and ship to location. Okay, so here I can see sold April 4th, which is just the other day, April 2nd, a couple days ago, April 1st. Now, these may not have the same exact pattern, but what I'm looking for here is to know if glow-in-the-dark throw blankets or glow-in-the-dark blankets in general is something that is interesting for people to buy. And from here, I can see that a lot of glow-in-the-dark blankets have been sold in the last week. So maybe glow-in-the-dark blankets is something worth pursuing, and you can look for a specific model or a specific seller to see how well they are selling a specific type of glow-in-the-dark blanket. But as I'm scrolling through eBay sold listings, I can see that glow-in-the-dark blankets are just not selling as much as I want them to, so I wouldn't be betting on this product at the moment. And this is what product research is all about. You're going to go through hundreds of products and you're slowly going to learn about what's working well on the market right now. You're going to learn about evergreen products that are going to sell on your store all year long. You're going to learn about seasonal products that only sell during a specific season, but they're going to peak a lot higher than the evergreen ones do. And every time before a certain season or holiday starts, where shoppers are buying a lot of products online like Valentine's Day or New Year's, Christmas, you're going to learn how to prepare your stores really well for those holidays. And every year you're going to be smarter than the previous. So the sales are always going to keep growing exponentially as long as you're putting the time and effort into product research. So another quick example, humidifiers have been selling for years, but because there are new humidifier models that are coming out all the time, this is one of those products that keep refreshing and keep selling well all year long. This time we're looking at a volcanic flame humidifier. Let's see how these keywords are selling on eBay. So again, I'm going to search for this really quickly. Volcanic flame humidifier. See that I'm only seeing sold items here. And here I can see this one sold a couple days ago. This one sold last month. This one is from a couple days ago. This is from a week ago, a month ago, a week ago, a month ago, a week ago. So you can kind of see the pattern here. This one is selling pretty well. It's not my top go-to, but it is selling a lot. The whole front page on eBay on the sold listings is showing me a variety of flame humidifiers, which is good because it means that I can sell a whole bunch of different types and we're not all just copying the same product from one another. And also nice price ranges. This one here is being sold for $16 and others are sold for $60 and above. So that leaves us enough room for profitability, for testing, and a wide product range that we can get from flame humidifiers. So this is pretty good. And again, the next thing you can do is see how often a certain seller is selling it. So for example, this one that just sold a couple days ago, let's see how well he's doing it. So I'm just going to copy his item ID from here, go back to the eBay sales history hack, which is right here, and just replace the item ID with the new one. Hit enter and check out this seller's selling history. So we can see that he only listed it in January, so that's a few months ago. He did have some success selling it, but on the other hand, it's very, very cheap. So he didn't make that much profit. And it's also very small. He went for a very small humidifier. And when you look at the search results again, you can see that the bigger ones also sell pretty well for the higher markup prices. This one is $24 right here. And as you continue to scroll, you can find more and more products around this line that are selling. This one right here sold for $26 and this one here sold for $60, even though this one sold a little bit longer ago. And this one here sold a few days ago. So you're starting to slowly notice the patterns here. You want to look for a product line that is selling well, that sold a respectable amount of units in the last month, see that other sellers are selling them, and which product type under that product line is selling the best. Is it the smaller models, the cheaper ones? Do you have flexibility when it comes to the price ranges? The main idea originates from this database with thousands and thousands of trending products. Then you're going to search for that product on eBay and validate that it is selling well. So AutoDS is going to be your go-to for finding the products. Then you're going to validate it on eBay, search for it, see that it sold a lot in the last month, and do even further validation with the eBay sales history hack to see exactly when was the last time a certain seller sold that product, and that it's not just fooling you into thinking that it's a very trendy product, even though the last time it sold was last year. And that is my number one recommendation for finding winning products to sell on eBay. The same methods that I've been using time and time again, and quite simply, the only method that's going to shave off weeks and months off of product research, which is the most important part when running your dropshipping business. Now let's go over the other product research method strategies. Then I'm going to go ahead and do some product research myself. And don't worry if I'm moving a little bit too fast. Everything is written down step by step inside the cheat sheet. And again, if you want access to it, all you got to do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is that number one thing that you learned from this video. And I'm going to reply back with your copy of the cheat sheet under your comment below. So the next easy method to find winning products to sell on your eBay store is by using eBay's product research and sourcing insights. I've got a link to it inside the cheat sheet. And if you click on it, it will take you to this page right here, where you can get insights on categories that are selling really well on eBay right now. Here, for example, you can see that it's telling me that cooking appliance parts are selling really well right now. It's a great opportunity. How many times people have been searching for this product in the last 30 days, how many active listings there are around these products, the search to listing ratio. So the higher the number is, the more searches there are and not enough products on eBay for sale around this product. So in other words, the higher the number, the greater the opportunity. Here you can see that 187,000 people are searching for this product, but you do have 540,000 different cooking appliance parts. So the search volume, while it is relatively low, there are much more listings than there are searches for this product. So this means that your product research under cooking appliance parts will have to be a lot more refined, a lot more narrowed down and niched to find a winner here, but it's still giving you an overall category opportunity scale. So we can see here, for example, under power tools, that impact wrenches are also a great opportunity. Now check this one out here. The search volume for impact wrenches on eBay are 223,000 searches for this product type in the last month, and you only have 43,000 active listings. The search to listing here is much, much better, 5.14, as opposed to 0.35 on cooking appliance parts, because you've got more products than searches. Here, you've got more searches than there are products. So the search to listing here is a lot better. And also you've got the sell-through rate, which is 13.25%. That is a crazy sell-through rate. So there's a 13% chance that your impact wrench listing is going to sell on eBay, as opposed to the 5% chance from the cooking appliance parts. Now, as you continue going down, you can see more and more opportunities. And I don't want to dive too deep into this now because I only take this with a grain of salt. It's a very broad outside point of view to see what category is kind of going well on eBay. So it can give you an insight here and there, but I wouldn't put all of my eggs in that basket. The next product research method, where it's all being handed to you on a golden platter, is the Sell These Now YouTube playlist. This is a recurringly updated playlist with new videos coming out all the time, with new trending products to sell on your stores. We have the data, we have the experience, and we also give it to you in YouTube video format. So if you're the type that doesn't really want to do the research, you don't like getting technical and down and dirty, these videos are simply going to hand you over the products really nicely and easily. So you just watch a video, get the product recommendations, and start adding those ideas or similar ones to them to your store, because this has already been tried and tested for you. This is what the playlist looks like, and you'll have a bunch of videos here that will walk you through the top trending products to sell on your stores. I'm not going to go through it now. We're not going to watch these videos now. You have a link to them inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. But if you're looking for a shortcut and you like it once again handed out to you, this is your number one go-to. It's updating all the time, so you'll never feel like you're missing out on the new product trends. Now, if you're the type that likes to read and not watch videos, that is what you've got the product finding blog articles for. So you have all the videos for you if you like to watch. You've also got the articles if you like to read. Here you can do it on your own time. You've got a link to it inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet, and you'll be able to find a lot of insider high quality articles here, like AliExpress trending products, what to sell, 100 best products to sell in 2026, 2027, whatever year we're on, the 100 best dropshipping products to sell, eBay seasonal selling calendar, so the best products to sell on any given month on eBay, how to find top selling items on eBay, 10 best selling products in a certain quarter, so quarter 1 2026 in this example, how to sell luxury products, top products for March, for April, for whatever month we're on, and the list just goes on and on and on. So if you're the type that likes to read, hop on to any one of these articles, get your fresh insights, and start adding similar products to your store. And one thing that I'm sure you're going to appreciate here is this is the only place, whether it's on the blog or the YouTube channel or through this video that you're watching right now, this is the only source that you're going to be able to find that is created from people who are actually doing it, who have been inside the industry, who have been dropshipping for over a decade now. All of the tips and strategies all given out to you because our success is mutual. So whichever method you like to learn, whether watching YouTube videos, structured course content that we also have on Udemy, the AutoDS platform with a database of all the winning products, the product finding blog articles, and everything that I'm passing on to you in this video is an overkill for learning how to find winning products the right way. But because a lot of people are not doing these steps right, and they're not finding the right products to sell on their stores, and don't have success in making sales because they're not learning from the right sources, they're not learning from the type of format that fits them best, and most importantly, they're not getting the strategy from people who are actually doing it with insider strategies and secrets. This is one of the main reasons why most dropshippers fail and why I want you to be in the top 10%. Now back to the cheat sheet. Remember that I've got links to you on all of these product research methods. We've also got a couple more to talk about, including Google Trends. I used to use Google Trends a lot when I got started with dropshipping. So you got a whole article here explaining how it gets done, and I'll even show you an example in a minute. Keep in mind that inside these articles, we also have videos embedded inside. So whatever fits your style of learning, you're going to get all of that here. But basically, I just want to go really quickly to Google Trends. And this is simply a quick way to help you understand if there's a general interest around a certain term. Like let's say right now, I'm right before the summer months, and I know that pool products usually sell really well around this time. So for example, I can search on Google Trends for pool inflatables, which I know they usually sell well around this time. And this came with months and months of doing product research from over the years. But how can I now quickly validate this through Google? So I search for pool inflatables on Google Trends, and here I'm going to do a worldwide search. And instead of past 24 hours, you can do the past year or the past 5 years. And then take a look at the chart. So we can see that around now, April, May, June, pool inflatables are gonna peak. This is a great item to sell and has a long range of products. We got a whole bunch of different types of pool inflatables that we can sell. This is just one of the many products that you're gonna come across when doing product research for eBay. But here you can see how well it sells during the summer and then what happens after summer. So it's going to decline, not a complete decline. You can see right here that it's not gonna go down to zero because it's always hot somewhere around the world. just not in most places. But pool inflatables are also going to sell on the slower months. So you can see this as an evergreen product that's going to sell all year long. But every time summer hits, a couple months before summer, this product is going to start skyrocketing. So here, for example, you can search for eBay pool inflatables. Okay, make sure that you've got the sold here on the left side selected. So we only want to see sold listings. And here you can see sold on April, sold on April, sold on April, sold on April, sold on April. All of these have just sold in the last couple of days. So this is a much more rich-oriented search result than the previous products that I searched up in this video. And that is simply because I've been around the block for a while. I know what products sell around specific times, and pool inflatables came really quickly to my head when I just thought, what should I search on Google Trends that I know is going to have a surge right now in search results? You're going to have a long list of these types of ideas and products that are selling well on your stores as you do more product research, as you sell more products on your store. But pool inflatables is one of the top selling products before and during summer. And you can validate such things through Google Trends. So that is another product research method that's not going to give you the idea of what product to sell, but you can bring the idea that you have and further validate it through Google Trends. You've also got Google Lens, so I'm not going to demonstrate it here, but this is simply a method where you can take an image from another seller. So if, let's say, you found it on a different website, do an image search and find who his supplier is or other people who are selling that product. I don't use it that much on eBay. It can simply help you get an idea of other types of product lines that you can sell. But because you have all of these automated methods today with a database of millions of products that have already been tried and tested, you don't really need to go the long route unless you really don't want to use an automation tool. So you can use things like Google Lens, Google Trends, and eBay's product research and sourcing insights, and the Sell These Now YouTube playlist, and the product finding blog articles. Sure, all of these are free, but it's going to take a little bit longer to go through these methods because they're done more manually and less automatically handed to you on a golden platter. So you have my top recommendations for product research, and you have the other traditional product research methods. Last but not least, you've got supplier bestsellers. This is one of the first methods that I used to use. What is supplier bestsellers? Again, we're going to jump into supplier soon, but you can use other places like Amazon and simply go to their bestsellers and see what are some of the best-selling products from here. Now, granted, just because it's being sold on Amazon doesn't mean it can sell on eBay, even though many products are shared between the platforms. And on Amazon, you also have a bunch of products that you cannot sell, and I don't want you to take any risks with your dropshipping stores, especially not at the beginning when you're just starting off and learning the ropes. So here you've got a whole bunch of copyrighted and restricted products that you cannot resell on eBay. I'm going to help you filter down what you can and cannot sell soon, but I just want you to understand the pros and cons of each product research methods. So what I used to do here is I used to go to the bestseller section, and on the left side, I would narrow down on a good dropshipping category. So for example, I can click on beauty and personal care, and then I'm going to dive deeper inside. So here on the left side, let's go with something like tools and accessories. Okay, and then we can go down even further. So let's say bags and cases. And the more we narrow down, the better our research is going to be. Because if you're going to go really, really broad, then that's how your research is going to look, and that's how your store is going to look as well. The more niche and narrowed down you are, the more you test, the more you're going to sell, and you're going to see that once you start doing it yourself as well. Okay, here, for example, let's go for one of these products, right? Like, let's look for something that kind of stands out. So what is this? Makeup bag for women with hanging hook. Okay, so this one is pretty cool. It has a lot of compartments, and it also has a hanging hook, so good for traveling. Let's take makeup bag for women with hanging hook. Let's just take these keywords because that's what actually makes this product special. And then you can just go to eBay and see how such products are selling. So you're going to search for that on eBay search engine, and you pretty much know where to take it from here. So I'm going to look for US only because I'm only going to be competing with US suppliers, and I only want to see sold listings. So here on the left side, we're only going to have sold listings ticked in. Okay, so here are all the makeup bags for women with hanging hooks that are selling on eBay. This one sold in January, end of March, February, January. So none that were sold this month. January was doing okay. February so-so. April relatively weak. So this product does have potential. Here are some that did sell in April. So here's one from a couple days ago, a few days ago. So this one is not bad. This one is kind of hanging in there between I should upload it right now to I should continue doing product research and look for other products with higher potential. What's good about this is it has a huge range. One product looks completely different from the other, so you can easily stand out from the competition by searching for this product using the dropshipping suppliers that I'm going to show you, where you can uniquely stand out with the product range that you have to offer. But this is just a quick example of how you can take a product from another supplier, from another website, see that it's selling well there. Like this one on Amazon, you had more than 2,000 people who bought it in the last month. So let's see, not of this specific black bag with all these compartments, just in general, what's so special about this product? It's a makeup bag with a hanging hook. So that's exactly what you're going to search on eBay and see if this type of product has any potential. So Supplier, bestsellers, you've got Amazon, you've got the AliExpress Dropshipping Center. If you want more tutorials on them, let me know in the comments below. I'll send you video tutorials on how you can leverage those platforms to find even more winning products. But my top recommendation is, as you see up here, as I talked about, and the recommended product research method strategy is written down for you word by word here on the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. So we can see right here, you're going to start off by using the AutoDS marketplace to find winning products. You're going to find someone on eBay who is successfully selling those products by filtering through the sold items. Filter item location US if you know that you're going to sell from into the US market, so you don't need to compete with Chinese and other sellers who are shipping from different locations, which is not your competition. There you're going to see if there's any demand in the sold search results on eBay. And if so, you can use a sales history hack that I showed you to see exactly how many times a certain seller has sold that product, which will help you validate if that product's trending now and didn't just trend last year. You're going to rinse and repeat this process, create a nice healthy list of trending products to add to your stores. And in the next section of the video, I'm going to show you exactly what to do with that list of products. I don't want you to look for suppliers yet. It doesn't matter what are the buying prices that you see. Just look for winning products. Make sure that they've been trending anytime in the last month, create a list of those products, and I'm going to show you what to do with them in the next section of this video. And this is a product research strategy and flow that you're going to stick with to not only find the products in the fastest way, but also to have the highest chance of selling them. But before you dive in and start doing your own product research, I want you to understand what are the products that you cannot sell, so you won't waste any time around these products and risk your business in the long term. So what are these products that you cannot sell? What are the products that you need to completely stay away from and not waste any time on them on product research? First and foremost, stay away from any big established brands. We're not selling copyrighted or trademark products, so you're not going to sell Apple, Microsoft, Sony. We're not selling any big brand out there. Remember, you can sell accessories to those big brands that were created by third-party manufacturers, and we're going to go through all of these types of products, but you're not going to sell products that were manufactured by the big brands. And this one should go without saying. So no copyrighted, no trademark products. And if you're not sure if a product is copyrighted or trademarked, if you're using AutoDS, you're going to have a layer of protection anyway. Because every time you try to add a product that you cannot sell, you will get a warning message that this product is Vero, so it's on eBay's verified rights owner programs list, and you simply cannot resell it. Are you sure you want to continue with the import process? And then you can choose a yes or no. Of course, my recommendation is to choose no. So if you're not sure and you try adding it anyway, you will have that extra layer of protection from AutoDS, which is a great thing to have. But use your own common sense. No big brands, no trademark products. You also want to stay away from age-restricted products. So no pornography, no alcohol, no chemicals, no substances, anything of that matter. You're also going to stay away from dangerous goods. So no guns, no ammunition, no flammable liquids, choking hazard items, anything of that sort. Stay away from it. And lastly, no medicines, no supplements. You're not a doctor. You're not allowed to prescribe things even off the shelf. Stay away from medicines and anything of that sort. Inside the cheat sheet, you also have an article about eBay Vero and how to avoid all of this copyright infringement. But as long as you're using AutoDS, you won't have to worry because you will get that warning if you're trying to add any products that you cannot sell. So now that you have my updated strategies on how I find winning products to sell on my eBay stores, I want you to do the same thing for your store. Prepare your list of winning products that you want to sell. And in the next parts of this video, after we go over suppliers, I'll show you how to source those products that you found from the best dropshipping suppliers, and then we're going to import them to our store and begin to make our sales. But for now, I want to do my own product research and find some winning products myself using my favorite methods that I just passed on to you. So I'm going to do my own product research. You're going to stay live here with me and watch me do it. And then we're going to show you exactly what I found, my thought process behind it. Then we'll move on to the next section of sourcing them to suppliers and adding them to our store. So I'm going to go ahead and begin doing my product research right now. Okay, so I went through my product research flow, and here's what I was able to find. So the first winning product is LED inflatable pool balls. Now, I already talked about how inflatables are really good right now for summer, and then I was able to find this product. So first of all, I added a supplier link. It's all inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. And once again, in case you skipped to this part of the video and you didn't listen to anything up until now, if you want access to this 35 plus page cheat sheet with everything I'm going over this video, and the whole structure and flow step by step on how to get your store up and running from A to Z, all you gotta do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is the number one thing that you learned from this video, and I will happily send you a link to this cheat sheet with everything that we have inside, including the new winning products that I just found. So LED inflatable floating pool balls. I found the product right here on the AutoDS Handpicked Products Hub, as we went over. And what stood out about this product, besides the fact that summer is almost here, so it's a great time to sell these types of products, is that they light up. LED lights. That's pretty cool. So I've seen a lot of pool inflatables, a lot of different types of inflatable balls or any other type of inflatable toy to have inside your pool, but an LED lit inflatable ball is something pretty unique to my eyes as well. So I wanted to kind of go ahead and check it out. So I went through all the details here inside the Handpicked Products Hub. I saw that other sellers are doing a great job selling this product on other platforms. So I definitely want to consider selling it on my eBay store as well. And remember, guys, you can list 250 free listings. That means that eBay is not going to charge you for that. That means that you can test 250 different types of products. So that doesn't mean that you need to list 250 products under one specific niche. In fact, I encourage you not to do that, because then you won't be able to test the market in a broad way and more different types of product categories. But inflatable pool beach balls, I would definitely try 2 to 3 different types of variations on this product. And that is usually my rule of thumb. If I'm going to test a certain type of product, I'm going to find and upload 3 different types of that product. So just in case I am in the right category, I am in the right niche, but I didn't select the right product within that, if you're going to upload 3 different types of that kind of product, you'll have a much higher chance of finding that successful one. So again, first I found the product on the AutoDS marketplace through the Handpicked Products Hub. Then I went ahead and searched it on eBay. So I left the link here as well, so the eBay search for this type of product. And I was able to see that there are a lot of different types of inflatable pool balls that are selling really well right now. So this one sold just a couple of days ago, this one from yesterday. And while this one is not LED lit, I am looking at the general inflatable pool toy category. Now, if it's LED lit, I sure hope that it will be. Now, I am trying to get the ones that are LED lit. It's okay if some of them are not, as long as we are able to find some to get some type of validation, like this one right here. And as I continue scrolling down, I've got this one right here that sold a couple of weeks ago, and this one here that sold a couple of days ago, and this one sold for $30, so that's a pretty good range. We're going to have some profitability here, and that is also why I don't want you to take the cheapest one and say, oh, it's being sold for $12.95, I can never compete with that. One, just because you're seeing this listing doesn't mean that all the customers in the world are going to see this guy's listing. Some are going to see yours, some are going to see his. Some are going to prefer his 4-pack, and some are going to prefer your 10-pack of inflatable balls. So this can differ from listing to listing, and that is why we're not copying the same exact listings that are already out there. Even if you do, you can still make some nice sales from it. But as long as we try to differentiate, as long as we try to test out more angles, more variations of these products that are selling well, you're going to be able to sell a lot more of these listings. Okay, so this one right here is just a 2-piece, and he's selling it for $26.99. He sold it a couple weeks ago, but it's still a pretty high price point for just 2 pieces when this seller here is selling 4 pieces for $12.95. What I'm trying to say here is you're not going to try to be the cheapest seller on the market. We're all selling our own products. Some of them may be completely different from one another. Some can be similar in some aspects or another, but we're not trying to take the whole competition down. Some sellers are going to try to sell without a profit. As long as they're making sales, they're happy about that for at least a couple of months before they understand that, oh my God, I'm not making any profit. They'll maybe be happy until they make a few sales, notice that they're not making any profit, and they're going to jack up the prices. In any case, you are not competing with the whole world. And that's one of the things that I love about eBay. You can always stand out on top of other sellers, and you can sell many products that are similar to ones that are selling. So another thing that I liked about these LED floating pool balls is that I don't see a lot of them. The ones that I do see are selling well, and the rest are just regular floating balls like you see right here. They're not even lit by LED lights. So that's only all the way here on top where you just have a few of these listings that are selling pretty well for these sellers. The rest are completely different types of balls. So here, for example, you have 5 balls that are being sold for $6.55 plus $2 shipping. So that's around $7, $8. Let's round that up to about $9. You can easily sell this for $25 and up. And you're going to look different than the rest of the sellers there that didn't have this exact listing. So this is the first product that I found that has a lot of demand and doesn't have a lot of listings on eBay. And the ones that are there are selling pretty well. The second product I'm going to add to my store is a magnetic POV neck phone holder. So let me show you exactly what this product is. First of all, let's take a look at the eBay search. So you can see that this is not just any regular type of phone holder. It wraps around your neck, and it shows a POV, or a point of view from your point of view. So you kind of have the phone sitting right here, it's hanging over here, and it's looking forward. So whatever you can see, the phone can see, and that is pretty much what this product does. So that's what makes it unique, that's what stands out about it. And you can see price ranges here from $15.99 to $24, $20, $28. So we have a nice little range. It's not too high. This one here is selling it for $30. $25. They do differ a bit from one another. This one is $27.99, but they're all doing the same thing. They're all hanging off of your neck, and they're giving you a point of view way to record from your phone. This one here is $35.99, $23, $25, $32. So the average price point here is around $25. This one here sold for $46.33, which is a nice price point. Made some nice profit there. So you can see that this product is selling a lot. Of course, these are all sold listings, and many of them are just from the past couple of days or couple of weeks. So I can already pretty much validate this product by just seeing how many of this type of product is being sold on eBay, how recently it's being sold, and how there's a wide product range for this. So they're not all selling the same exact product, same exact variation, same exact colors, same exact everything. There's always a way to stand out, and you can make your profit on this product as well. A lot of it being sold. This one was also found through the AutoDS marketplace, as you can see right here, and I can just easily add it to my store by clicking on import draft. But we're going to save that for the next section because there are multiple ways to import products to your eBay store. The last product that I found is a mushroom nightlight. This is a little bit different than your regular nightlight. So the broad niche here is nightlight, and if you search for nightlights on eBay or on your suppliers, you're going to get lost. There's going to be millions of them. So what types of nightlights are selling well right now? I was able to find these mushroom-shaped nightlights, which makes it look nice and unique. So here is the eBay search link, all inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet, as you know. And you can see here these type of mushroom-shaped nightlights. This one sold a couple of days ago. So did this one here. This one sells for $30, while this one ranges from $10 to $13. So again, just because someone is selling it for $9 or $10 doesn't mean that you need to. You can easily mark up the prices, and you're going to see a lot more examples soon when I dive deeper into my eBay store, show you my analytics, show you my sold products, show you how I price, how I profit, how I market, how I do everything. But we are slowly building up to that. So as we scroll, this one also sold a few days ago, few days ago, few days ago, few days ago. All of this is from the last 30 days. This one as well, this one as well. So a lot of mushroom type nightlights are selling really well on eBay right now. So why not find some suppliers to source them from? And this one, of course, also came through the AutoDS marketplace. Easiest way to shortcut your road to finding winning products quickly, easily, and effectively. You can source this one for just $4, another $1.99 for shipping, and we still haven't touched the real sourcing opportunities that you have here, which you'll learn about in the next section of this video. So these are my top 3 products. I found them from just doing a few minutes of product research on AutoDS. It was easy to find, easy to validate, and now I want you to do your part. Use these methods that I just showed you, whichever one you like the most. I'm not only giving you one method to do everything, I'm giving you multiple methods, All of them work, and you need to go with the one that suits your needs the most. You've got the AutoDS marketplace, my number one recommendation, especially with the handpicked products, trending products, and also the marketplace itself. Doing your eBay reverse sales history hack, see exactly how many units other sellers are selling, and make sure the product is trending now and not from half a year or 1 year ago. And you've got the whole flow right here as we went over. So what you need to do step by step, where to start, where to move next, and how to do the whole product validation. And if you want to go with the old traditional manual methods that take a little bit longer, but if you prefer those methods, you also have them here. Go with your top favorite method. Formulate a list of winning products, just the products titles. Don't search for suppliers yet. You don't even need to add any links. All you have to do is simply create a list of winning products to sell on eBay. You don't need to save any links. You don't need to think about suppliers. Just go with the step-by-step strategy that I just showed you and formulate a list of at least 10 winning products. Now, the more the merrier. If you can make it to 100, that's also great. But your minimum should be 10 winning products before moving on to the next section of this video, where I show you how to source them from the best suppliers, what to look out for, how to connect with these suppliers, how everything works with them. And then we'll continue to adding these products to our stores, optimizing them, promoting them for free, getting our sales, fulfilling our orders, and continue to build and scale our online business. So go ahead and get started. If you have any questions at any time, let me know below this video. And once again, grab a copy of your cheat sheet so you will not miss any step that I'm showing you in this video. Once again, comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is that one thing that you learned from this video. What is your top takeaway? And I'll happily send you a copy of this cheat sheet. All right, before we start importing products to your store, we need to talk about suppliers. And I want to spend a little extra time here because this is where most beginners fail. They just Google dropshipping suppliers, grab the first one they find, and then they wonder why their store is struggling 3 months later. So we're going to do this the right way. First of all, what exactly is a supplier in dropshipping? When someone buys from your eBay store, you're not the one shipping out the product. The supplier is. They hold the inventory, they pack it, they ship it directly to your customer. You never touch the product. In other words, your supplier is your business in a lot of ways. Their shipping speed is your shipping speed. Their product quality is your product quality. And if your supplier messes up, you're the one dealing with angry customers at 11 p.m. Now, this is where I want to slow down a bit because not all suppliers are the same. There are 3 different types of suppliers, and most people have no idea how to tell them apart. The first type is retail suppliers. These are platforms you already know, like Amazon, Walmart, AliExpress, all the regular online stores that you can source products from and then resell them on eBay. AliExpress is a marketplace just like any other, filled with a bunch of sellers who are selling products to you, and many of them are dropshippers themselves, meaning they're actually dropshipping to you, fulfilling the order that you place on AliExpress through their Chinese retailers, and then they just dropship it to you because you don't have access to those Chinese retailers. So AliExpress is another dropshipping platform with a lot of sellers who are selling to you as dropshippers themselves, but they also know that many of you are also dropshippers, not the end consumer. So it's a dropshipping friendly platform that allows dropshippers to purchase from them and ship it directly to the end customer who bought from your eBay store. So AliExpress is a marketplace known as a retailer. Other retailers like Amazon and Walmart are a completely different story. They're still retailers, but if you start placing a bunch of orders to different addresses in a short period of time on a platform like Amazon or Walmart, their systems might notice and flag your buyer account, which means most likely you're not going to be able to place more orders on their platform. And no dropshipper wants to be locked out of making purchases from their supplier. But don't panic when I tell you this, because there's a way around to all of this, and it's called Fulfilled by AutoDS. It's one of the best order fulfillment options that we have today, completely automating the whole process without using your buyer accounts. But we're gonna jump to that when we get to the order processing section of this video, which we will get to soon in the right order. But I just want you to keep this in mind for now while you learn about the different types of suppliers that you're gonna be able to work with. So retail suppliers are one type of supplier that you can work with your dropshipping business. It's a decent starting point because they got a huge selection, it's easy to access them, though they do come with small but manageable risks, which we will cover later in this video. The second type of suppliers are wholesale suppliers. These are places like CJ Dropshipping, Alibaba, Wayfair, Costco, and so forth. The main appeal when working with wholesale suppliers is the actual pricing that you get for your products. You can get products cheaper than retailers, which means better profit margins at the end of the day. However, there is a catch. Some wholesale suppliers will require what's called a minimum order quantity, or an MOQ, meaning you will have to purchase more than one unit at a time. And that's a problem for dropshipping, where you're only ordering when a customer actually buys from your store. So you don't need to buy in quantities of 5 or 10, you just want to buy one each time. And while sometimes you can find wholesalers who can ship out a product quantity of one each time, you'll notice that they are charging extra for shipping, which will eat up from your profit margins. So wholesalers can work, but it's not always as beginner friendly or as flexible as it sounds. And the third type of supplier, and the one that I would recommend you to focus on, are private suppliers. These are suppliers built specifically for dropshippers. They're not a general marketplace. They exist for the dropshipping business model, and I'll show you exactly what this looks like in a second. But here's what makes private suppliers different. They're optimized for automation. For one, private suppliers know exactly what to sell. They know what products are trending in the market, they're in it all day and every day, and they're waiting to work with dropshippers such as yourself. And a second thing I love about private suppliers is that all your orders are going to be processed automatically. So that means every time you get an order, your private supplier will see it right away and they'll process it and send it to your end customer, even while you're traveling or sleeping or taking time off. Your customers are still going to get their packages quickly and efficiently. And another thing I love about private suppliers is that they will never lock you out of your buyer account. They work really great with dropshippers, and they also have great communication. Speaking of communication, another thing that you can do when working with private suppliers is message them directly through the AutoDS platform. So again, if you're using AutoDS, you're going to have access to these private suppliers, and I'm going to show you how that works. And if you're not working with AutoDS, or if you're still on the fence about it, I'm also going to show you how you can hook up and work with suppliers without using this automation platform. Now, of course, my recommendation is to use it because without automation, you won't really be able to scale your business. But I want to show you both ways so that you can really see the benefits of automation. And if you want to start manually and test things out before scaling to automation, this is your perfect chance to do so, because I'm going to show you that route as well. When I first started, there was no automation software and I was doing everything manually. But then once automation tools came out, once AutoDS went public, it really helped me scale my business and make more sales and profits. One last thing about private suppliers before I dive deep and show you all the suppliers that you can work with and how to work with them is that when working with private suppliers, you'll also have private customization branding options on your products. I'm going to show you how that works, but basically this means that every time you make a sale and your private supplier ships out the product, they can ship it out with your store logo next to the product. This will help the customer remember your brand and see you as a serious company they can come back to and purchase more. And of course, refer their friends and their family to also purchase from you, because you're a real business and a brand that they can remember. Now, most suppliers are not going to allow you to have branding customization options when sending out products one by one. And this kind of makes sense because no supplier is going to print your logo just because you're ordering one unit from them. That's not really going to be profitable for them if you're not purchasing a minimum order quantity of 50 units, 100 units, and so forth. But AutoDS was able to crack the code here, and working with AutoDS's private suppliers is also going to give you branding customization options even when shipping out your products one by one. I'm going to show you how all that works, but first I want you to understand the differences between retail, wholesale, and private suppliers before we dive into the products that you can get from them and how to source from them. So to recap really quickly, retail suppliers are easy to access, but comes with some risks. Wholesalers can improve your margins, but aren't always flexible. And private suppliers are where you actually build something stable. Now, with all these three types, there are still some good suppliers and some bad ones, and you do have to do your research and your due diligence. But let me break it down for you so you'll know exactly what to actually look out for before you decide on which supplier or which suppliers to work with. So the first thing you want to look out for in a dropshipping supplier is fast shipping times, and this is a non-negotiable. Customers today are not going to wait 3 weeks anymore, and not even 2 weeks. If your delivery window is slow compared to the next seller, then your buyers are going to buy from that next seller. Slow shipping leads to bad reviews, less orders, more cancellations and refunds, and at the end of the day, unhappy customers that nobody wants. So the first thing to look out for is suppliers that have fast shipping times. The second thing is tracking information. Every order needs to have tracking that both you and your customer can follow. Without providing tracking information, you're leaving your store completely exposed, because a customer can open an item not received case claiming that the item never showed up to their doorstep, and you won't be able to prove it because you don't have tracking information that shows that the product was actually delivered. So you're going to lose on those item not received cases because you don't have tracking information, which means you're going to have to send a refund to your buyer, and you're not getting a refund from your supplier as well. So you're just going to end up losing money if your supplier cannot provide trackable tracking information that you can then pass on to your buyer. But of course, don't worry, because I am going to show you the suppliers that you can work with that do provide good tracking info. But this is something that you have to look out for before deciding which suppliers you want to work with. Then there's the third thing that you want to look out for, and that is clear return policies. It's best to find suppliers that offer you free returns. Even paid returns is an option if there is no other way around it. But free returns, whether it's 14-day returns, 30-day, maybe even 60-day returns, the more the better, because whatever return window your supplier is giving you, that's the same return window that you're going to give your buyers. And the better the return policies, the higher chances that you're going to make that sale, because your customers can see what your return policies are before purchasing the product on eBay. And if they like what they see, if you give them that peace of mind, they are going to purchase from you and not from the seller next to you that's not offering free returns, or that offers paid returns, or even worse, doesn't offer any returns at all. So you want to look for suppliers that allow returns. Anywhere between 14 to 30 days is going to get the job done. And the fourth thing you want to look out for when looking for a dropshipping supplier to work with is clear and healthy communication. Because when something goes wrong, whether it's from the delivery process or the product quality or anything else in between, you'll want a supplier that actually responds fast. Because the longer a problem goes unsolved, the worse it is for your customer and ultimately your store feedback score. Nobody wants bad reviews, nobody wants bad communication, and the better communication your supplier has with you, the better your communication you're going to have with your customer. And you can test this by sending your supplier a message and seeing how fast they answer. And ultimately, when it comes down to it and your customer needs help from you, you will reach out to your supplier and see how fast and efficient they respond and help you take care of that case. The fifth thing to look out for, and don't worry if these lists are going too long because I've got it all down on the eBay cheat sheet, which I'll show you soon. Everything that I have set for you in the supplier section. But the fifth thing you want to look out for is product quality. Now this one may seem obvious, but I do see how a lot of people ignore it. A bad quality product with your store name on it is going to be a problem, because one wave of negative feedback can tank months of work on your store. This means we want to look for suppliers that have high quality products. We can test this in many ways, like ordering sample products from the supplier and testing out the products yourself, or simply looking up the supplier's reputation and seeing that they have a good history of selling high quality products. I'm going to show you how to do all of this vetting stuff soon, but at this point, just understand that having a supplier with high quality products is crucial to the long-term survivability, sales, and profitability of your business. Last but not least, and I say this to everyone, never rely on just one supplier. This is a huge mistake a lot of people make. Remember, suppliers, they go out of stock. Prices change. Shipping slows down during holidays. And if your entire store is running through a single source and that source has a problem, your store stops selling. Therefore, you need to work with multiple suppliers to keep your business moving and growing. All right, now that you understand what makes a good dropshipping supplier and the difference between the types of suppliers we can work with, I want to show you where to find and work with the best dropshipping suppliers that will save you months of trial and error. Once you see how everything comes together with sourcing, with automation, you'll notice how easy it is with the right tools, with the right knowledge, and the right structure that I'm passing on to you in this video. So let's jump in and get to know these suppliers and how to start working with them. So here under the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet, you can click on the left menu where it says eBay dropshipping suppliers with fast shipping. This is the supplier section. Now here it goes over the things that we talked about: fast shipping, good tracking information, return policies, good communication, product quality, multiple suppliers. Now we're going to see how all of that comes into play. And below that, you have a list of the best eBay dropshipping suppliers. Let me break this down for you easily. On this page right here, which you have a link to it also in the cheat sheet, you can see a list of all of the suppliers that you can work with, whether retail, wholesale, or private suppliers. This will give you an idea of the millions and millions of products that you can resell. Whether you're using AutoDS or not, here you have a list of the best suppliers to work with. So let me show you exactly how this works. Here you have a list of all of these places. You've got AutoDS private suppliers, which we'll jump into soon. You've got AliExpress, Amazon, Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, Walmart, Shopify, Etsy, Home Depot, and so forth. So all of these platforms have millions of products that you can resell on your eBay store. Now, some of these places are selling channels and they can also be used as suppliers. So for example, you can use Amazon as your supplier and sell these products that you have here on your eBay store. You simply import it from Amazon to eBay and you mark up the product price. Again, I'm going to show you how to do all these things, but first I want you to understand the concepts. You can also use eBay as your supplier, which we're not doing in this video, but just so you understand the flexibility that you have here, you can use eBay as your supplier and sell products that you find on eBay on your Shopify store. So you mark up the prices from eBay and sell it for a higher profit margin on Shopify. This is basically the mix between suppliers, selling channels, and how they can come together. So here you can go to any one of these websites, like let's say, for example, Target or Wayfair, right? So you'll go to Wayfair's website, and here you can get an idea or start doing your product research or seeing how their prices are, the shipping speeds, the returns, and vet them to see if they are a good supplier for your store. So here, for example, you've got these categories, let's say decor and pillows. And let's say, for example, we want to go with curtains and drapes. So you can click on that. And then you've got these products here. So let's say you've got this curtain right here. Let's say you did your product research. You want to sell it on your store as well. So you're going to have to list this product on your store, meaning Wayfair is going to be your supplier. And you're going to have to move the title and the description and all the images and all the variations to your selling channel, to your eBay store. So doing it manually obviously is going to take a lot of work. You saw what it was like to list an item manually on eBay, which I did earlier in this video, but this just shows you a quick example of what it's like to go to a supplier's website, go inside their categories, see what products they have, see their policies, and decide if this is a good supplier to start off with and start listing their products. I'm going to show you how to do all of that, but right now we're still in the thought process and understanding what our options and flexibilities are. So you've got a list of all of these suppliers. Now, some of them are retail suppliers like we talked about, like Amazon, AliExpress. Some of them are wholesale like Wayfair, Costco, and some of them are private suppliers, which I'm also going to jump to soon. But in any case, this will just give you an idea of what suppliers you can work with. So you can go, for example, to Amazon and once again, see what products they have. You can go to their best sellers. You can start niching down on categories that you want to sell on after you did some research and start to narrow down and find your products. Now, again, we're not importing them yet. That's in the next section of this video. I just want you to have a list of all the suppliers that you can work with. So here at autods.com/suppliers, you have a list of the best suppliers that you can work with for eBay. It's linked right here under the best eBay dropshipping suppliers on your eBay cheat sheet. Again, access to it simply by commenting right below this video, #eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that one thing that you learned? And I will happily send you this link to this cheat sheet, all for yours to have. So you've got the link right here to the suppliers page. And before I dive in and show you the private suppliers and also the product sourcing, which is one of the most important features that you have to find even better suppliers than the ones that you found. Again, I'm going to show you all of this soon, but I also want you to know that I broke down the suppliers by niche. So if, for example, you want to sell in the jewelry niche or in the pets niche, I have it all rounded up for you in this list right here. So you've got suppliers by niche and suppliers by location. So by niche, for example, you've got pet suppliers, jewelry, clothing, UK gift suppliers, UK clothes suppliers, candle suppliers, print on demand, medical supplies, and lingerie. So this is if you want to go by a specific niche. You simply click on that article and you'll have a full explanation of that type of supplier, why you should work with them, the pros and the cons, and the best products to source from those specific suppliers. So it'll help you get started with that niche under the supplier that specializes under that niche. So you've got your niche suppliers and you've got your location suppliers. So if, for example, you want to drop ship to the Australian audience, you want to find Australian suppliers to work with so that they can ship quickly domestically. So you've got Australian dropshipping suppliers, European, Florida, Canada, UK, and the best USA dropshipping suppliers. Click on any one of them and you can read the full article, and you'll also have videos embedded inside these articles if you're the type that likes to watch and not read. So you've got all of these suppliers right here broken down by niches and by locations. This will help you find, narrow down, and start working with the suppliers that fit your business model. But now let me show you my top recommendation for finding the best suppliers to work with quickly, easily, and efficiently, all within the AutoDS system. So with your AutoDS $1 trial, you're going to have access to the marketplace, which you should know by now, unless you didn't watch the video and you only skipped to this part right here. So the marketplace has all of the private suppliers, including also the retail and the wholesale. But how do we filter only the private suppliers and start working with them and also see what they have to sell and what their prices and conditions are? So here inside the AutoDS platform, you can see that I've got these filters right here, and under suppliers, I have the AutoDS suppliers option. I also have a bunch of other options like the retailers I talked about, like AliExpress and Amazon and DHgate and Kmart. So the retailers, the wholesalers, but I want to look only at the private suppliers. So we're going to click right here where it says AutoDS suppliers. And this way I'll only see products coming out from them. So here, if I don't filter down anything else like a specific category or my ships to, my ships from, in this case, I will do a ships from into the US because that is my target audience and I want to ship quickly to them. So I only want to see AutoDS private suppliers that ship from and to the United States. Everything else I'm going to leave as is. Also the category, since I'm doing a general store, I want to see what my niche is. I want to find my winner and then I can consider narrowing down. But right now I want to keep it broad. So I'm not going to select any category from here. And I'm going to scroll down and start seeing the products. So here, for example, we've got a kitchen wall cabinet. And here we've got a dresser. You can see the shipping time, 2 to 4 business days, 2 to 4 business days. The prices are kind of high ticket, so we want to look for something a little bit cheaper in the beginning. So you can filter the price range, but I do want to keep it open just to get an idea of what types of products I can sell. Now, in case we do want to go for a specific niche, let's see what that looks like. So let's say I want to sell under the pets niche. It's still a very broad niche. A lot of pet owners are out there looking for pet products to purchase every single day. So this is a good category to start off on and test it to see with which products you can penetrate the market. So here, for example, you've got this soft mesh dog harness leash. So you can click on it just to get more product information inside, mainly the supplier information. So what you can see here is the product, the title, the condition. Of course, it's a new product, and you can see it says AutoDS suppliers. So this tag means it is an AutoDS private supplier, and you've also got discounted prices because it's coming from a private supplier that wants to work with dropshippers. Then you've got more information, like if you've got more variations, you'll see them right here. And you've got your shipping info. Now this one, you can see it ships from the US, from China, and also from the UK. You can see what the shipping and price is to the United States and how long it takes to reach the US. So this product takes a few days, maybe a week. And you've got the product information down here and the policy. And you can see that this one, for example, this seller does not allow returns for this product. So I would think twice about working with this one because we do want to allow returns. You can also allow returns if your supplier doesn't, but if you actually do start getting returns, then you're going to have to either remove that product from your store or look for another supplier that sells that product that does have free returns. And so all of that comes after you actually tested the product and saw if it's a winner or not. But I'm going to skip through this supplier because I want to show you what it looks like to find a supplier that also has customizable branding. So how do you know that? By looking at the tab over here that says AutoDS suppliers discount, it'll also say customizable branding. Like, let me show you an example of what that might look like. Okay, so you've got this product right here. So this is a smart pet feeder. And if you click on it, even from the outside, you can see it says customizable branding. So let me show you what that actually means. Inside the product page, you see here on the right side, it says create your customizable branding. All you got to do is upload your logo right here. You can get one created for you for free using ChatGPT. You can use free online logo makers. You don't need me to show you how to do that. But the cool thing here is you can create your logo, upload it right here, and you'll only need to upload it once. You can also see here under settings, and then under store settings, you're going to add your logo right here. And then every time you sell a product from a supplier that has customizable branding, it's going to be sent out with the logo that you uploaded right here, printed right next to the product. So that's really cool. And that really does help with the branding effect, which is really important to help your customers remember you and to come back and purchase from you again, and also refer their friends and their family to buy from you. The branding effect goes a long way. And now for the first time, it's easy for a dropshipper to be able to brand products even if they're only buying and shipping them out one by one, which didn't exist until now. So once you add your logo to the customizable branding, you import this product to your store, it sells, you're gonna see it on the orders page. We're gonna go through all of the orders and all of that soon, and it will get sent out automatically to your buyer with your logo next to it. So when you find a private supplier with customizable branding, that is the extra edge that you're gonna get when working with AutoDS and private suppliers. Now, if you find a supplier that you like through the AutoDS platform, you can also see what other products they have for sale. So for example, let's say you added this pet feeder to your store and it sold a few times, and so you want to add more products from that source. So this supplier's name is Liang Wenyan. If I click on it, I can see other products that this supplier has on the AutoDS platform. And you can see that their shipping time is really fast, so 2 to 4 business days for all his products, and they are all around the pets niche. So this supplier is really good with pet products. They know exactly what sells well, and you can sell their products on your store quickly and easily. And in the next section in the video where I show you how to import products from your suppliers and sell them on your eBay store, I'm also going to show you how to really optimize the titles or descriptions so you can really make your listing stand out from other sellers, even if they're selling similar or the same products, and you're still going to be able to stand out from the competition and win. This is one of the things that I was able to accumulate with my 10 years of dropshipping on eBay that I want you to learn about as well. So one of my recommendations is when you sell a product from a supplier, open up that supplier line to see what other products they have for sale and add those to your eBay store as well. When you find a winner, you also learn how to multiply your success by adding more products similar to that one that can complement that product, or from the same niche, or from the supplier that has a strategy that knows how to find that product and others that will also sell on your store. So you're going to expand the supplier's line and add more products to your store once one of their products sells on your store. So this is how you can do that through AutoDS and see what other products that private supplier has. Another thing that you can do is get in touch with them. We talked about the importance of having great communication with your suppliers. And through AutoDS, inside the product page, you have this option right here where it says message this supplier. So you can click on it, and then here you can send them a message like, hello, what other products do you have? Do you offer any promotions? Okay, or anything that you want to ask them about returns or about shipping times or whatever it may be. It'll open a chat between you and the supplier, and then you guys can start to build and maintain your relationship all within the AutoDS platform directly between you and your private suppliers. So that's one of the biggest advantages that you'll have when working with the AutoDS private supplier system. Besides customizable branding, besides having fast shipping times, great prices, and I'm also going to show you how to take it one step further. Even when you find a supplier, even when you're selling products from a supplier, I'm going to show you how you can find even better suppliers than the ones that you already initially found. But first, learn about the best ones, start adding their products, start getting to know them and work with them, and work your way up from there. So get to know your suppliers. Vet them with what I showed you on what makes a good eBay dropshipping supplier. Go through their product line, see how fast they ship. Do they provide good tracking information? What are their shipping and return policies? Do they answer you quick when you reach out to them? Are their products in high quality? And most importantly, do not work with only one supplier. Of course, when you're starting off, you're only going to list products from one supplier. But as your store starts to grow, as you tap into new categories, as you optimize your shipping times and your return policies, as your store starts to grow, you will list products from multiple suppliers. And they can be any one of these suppliers that you have right here on AutoDS's suppliers page. This just gives you an idea of the suppliers that you can work with. Now, whether you're going to have automation or not, that is completely your choice. But when you're going to work with any one of these suppliers that you see right here, whether they're the retailers, wholesalers, or the private suppliers, you're going to have everything automated for you. Price monitoring, stock monitoring, automatic orders, price automations, and so much more, which I'm going to show you later in this video. But now that you understand what makes a good dropshipping supplier and who are the best dropshipping suppliers to work with on eBay with the 3 different supplier types, you can now dive in, do your research, see their product lines, and make an informed decision on who is the first supplier or the first top 3 suppliers that you want to start working with and start uploading their products to your store. Open them up, go through their policies, go through their product lines, and join me in the next section of this video where I'm going to show you how to grab the products that you did earlier in the product research section of this video. And now that you have a list of suppliers that you can source them from, you can add those products to your eBay store from those suppliers and then even source them from even better suppliers. Even if it sounds a bit too much, you're now going to see how it all comes into play. And what I mean by the sourcing from even better suppliers, let me show you a quick example of what I mean. Here on AutoDS, you have an option to make a sourcing request. So this means it doesn't matter if you added your product from Amazon to AutoDS or a product from AutoDS's marketplace internally by clicking on import draft and adding the product. Don't worry about import methods because it's the next part of this video. But after you added a product, whether from outside AutoDS or inside AutoDS, and you added it to your eBay store and you know who your supplier is and you got an order from that product. And now before you go to your supplier and purchase the product and send it to your customer, whether you're doing it manually or automatically, we'll go over that soon, but you got an order and you're supposed to fulfill it from your supplier. Before you do that, you can have the system find a better supplier with either faster shipping or a better price, or both of the above. And then you're gonna be able to source that product from the even better supplier that the system found for you. So let me show you how that works. You have the sourcing option right here on AutoDS. It's called sourcing request here on the left side. And then here you've got products in which you made a sourcing request off of. Now, this is kind of jumping ahead because you didn't make a sourcing request yet and you didn't add products yet. But I'm jumping ahead really quickly just to show you one of the things that we're gonna do. So let's say you have all these products on your store. Okay, you're going to have it here on the products page. You can see all the products you added to your store. We're going to get to all this stuff, so don't expect to know it right now, but I'm just doing a quick bonus jumping forward. So you have all these products that you added from Amazon or Walmart or AliExpress or Target or whatever other supplier, doesn't matter what type. And now you got an order, or even before you get an order, you have a request sourcing option here. You have it on the products page and also on the orders page. So you can make a sourcing request. And what that does is the system is going to quickly find another supplier for that product. And you're going to be able to compare that supplier to the original one that you found, that you added it from. Now, again, if this is all confusing, it's all going to make sense soon. I just like to kind of jump forward sometimes and show you where we're headed because it's all really interesting. It's going to help you save a lot of time, making a lot of money on the way when it's all structured with the right tools and knowledge, which is exactly what we're doing here. So just so you know, even when you're adding product from a supplier and you're not so sure about that supplier, do not worry about it, because if and when you make an order, I'm going to show you how to find even a better supplier to source it from. So a sourcing request on AutoDS is one of the easiest ways to find even better suppliers for your products. You make a sourcing request, then it'll move here to the ready sourcing status. That means that your sourcing status is now ready and you can see the sourcing details, see exactly who is the new supplier, what their product costs are, and compare it to the original supplier which you added it from. So for example, here it's a jellyfish aroma diffuser. I was able to source it through a faster supplier. So you choose the right variation, you choose the right specification, you choose the right shipping method and shipping time. So you're going to get a list of shipping methods with their prices, with the name of the shipping carrier, with how long it takes to ship to your target audience when you select your country from up here. So you save the one that you want, save it for all variations, and it's done. I'm not doing the how-to yet, so I don't expect you to understand exactly what I'm doing now. But again, I just want you to understand the basics right now. I just showed you the best suppliers that you can work with. I showed you what to look out for with these suppliers. I showed you the difference between retail, wholesale, and private suppliers and the one that I recommend working with. And even after you do all that and you find the products and you add them, you'll still be able to source them through better and faster suppliers. Now I'm going to show you how all these examples come into play as we move forward in this video. But again, I want you to understand what options you have, the flexibility, and what we're going to do as we progress in this video tutorial. So now that you have a solid understanding of eBay dropshipping suppliers, what makes a good supplier and how to start working with them, I want you to go back to your product research phase. get that list of winning products that you found, and select your top 3 suppliers that you would like to work with, following the cheat sheet, following my explanations. Choose your top 3 suppliers and look for the products that you found when you were doing your product research. Look for those winning products on your suppliers' websites, on their platforms, or through AutoDS, wherever it may be, and see if they have those products for sale that you can import to your store. And I want you to take notes of which suppliers actually have the products that you researched that you would like to start selling. Even if you don't find it, it's fine, but start doing your work now, because in the next section of this video, I'm going to show you how to take those products and import it to your eBay stores quickly, easily, effectively, so that you will rank high on eBay's search engine and have the highest chance of making your first sales as quickly as possible. So grab your winning products, find your top 3 dropshipping suppliers, even if they're not perfect, even if the products are not exactly the same, get as close as you can to finding those products from your top 3 favorite suppliers. And in the next section, we're going to put everything together. And don't try to look for the perfect supplier. Don't try to be a perfectionist. Just keep moving forward with me as you set your foundations to making your first few sales. You'll find better products, you'll find better suppliers, and your business will keep growing and getting better as you continue putting your time and effort into it. All right, it's finally time to start adding products to our store. And we're going to do that using a few different product import methods. I'm going to show you all of the methods that you have at your disposal, and you go with whichever one you think is best for you. So there are a few ways to add products to our eBay store. We can do it the automatic way, and we can do it, yes, you guessed it, the manual way. Now I'm going to start and state the obvious. The manual way is not my recommendation, and it's just because it's going to take you a long time to upload each listing one by one, and you won't have automation. So you can see, for example, my active listings right here on this eBay store. So you can see that I've got over 2,400 listings listed here. Now imagine if you would add all those listings one by one. And with a store that has a few thousand listings, even with mediocre product research, you're already making some great sales and profit. But to try to get to thousands of listings, when you're doing everything manually, you are going to get slowed down at some point. And if you want to try it out, go ahead. Just click right here where it says create listing. And you already saw me upload my first listing when I did the Insta X5 camera case. So you already know all the steps that are required here. So I'm not going to go over it again. But again, all you have to do is just type the product's name and it'll take you to the manual listing where you're going to have to take all the product's images from your supplier's website this time, because you're not the one taking the images. So let's say, for example, you're taking a product from Walmart. Okay, like let's take a quick product here, for example. And just going to scroll, and let's go with this mini portable electric sewing machine. So let's say you want to sell this on your eBay store. You're going to have to take all of these images and download them one by one. So here you're going to have to save the image and save the image and save the image. Then you're also going to copy the title and you're going to copy the description. And of course, you're going to want to optimize it when it's on eBay. So you're going to take everything from here. You're going to copy it like the title, write it right here, click on search. And now it's showing you some listing if you want to enter that buy box, which of course you're not, because you are going to create your own listing. So you're going to click right here where it says continue without a match. You're selling a new product, continue the listing. And again, here it's a copy and paste game from your supplier's website to your eBay store. And then you're simply going to mark up the price. So this is going to sell for around $60. And again, we're going to get to pricing soon. I know that you did product research. I know that we talked about suppliers, and we've only talked a little bit about pricing. Don't worry, we're going to get to all of that. Right now, you don't need to worry about it too much. But here you will have to also mark up the price because, of course, you want to be selling for a profit. And you're going to be downloading all the images and uploading them to this section right here. And as you move down these fields, you can fill in whatever you want in terms of the item specifications because it's not being automated for you. And you're going to have to copy and paste the description right here. So you've got the product description, we're going to copy, we're going to paste. Now, again, I'm not going to do it here because I don't work the manual way. I only did it when I was just starting off for my first 10 listings just to get my limits upgraded, as I showed you how to do earlier in this video. But when you're really ready to take it to the next level, we are going to work with automation. So if you want to do it manually, this is the way. You already know what you need to do, so you don't need me anymore here. But the automatic way is the way to go. Here, you're going to be able to add as many listings as you want really quickly and easily from your supplier's website to your store that's connected to AutoDS. Everything will be automated. You will have price monitoring, stock monitoring. I'll also hook you up to automatic orders later in this video. So everything is going to connect and sync with each other. But in order to understand how that works, here are the options that you have. So again, inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet, once again, hashtag eBay winners, write it in the comments below with what you learned from this video. And I'm going to send you this cheat sheet with everything that I have here. And right now we are on importing products to your eBay store. You've got the single and multiple product uploader from AutoDS. If you want to learn more about it, I'm going to show you right now in the video. I'm going to add some products to my eBay store and you're going to see how it's going to come out. But if you want to learn more about the AutoDS product importer, whether it's the single import or bulk importer, you can get more information here from the link in the cheat sheet. But let me actually show you how that works. So you already did your product research. You already have a list of, I hope, at least 10 products that you're ready to add to your new eBay store. So let's go ahead and do that now. The first thing that I want you to add is the AutoDS Chrome Helper extension. It's going to help you upload products really quickly to your eBay store. You can also work without it, but it's absolutely free to use and you already have an AutoDS account, so might as well add it. You have a link to it right here on our dropshipping cheat sheet. So it's called the AutoDS Chrome extension. We're going to click on it. Then you are going to go ahead and download the AutoDS helper. Once you download and install it, you're going to be able to select it right here from your extensions. Then you want to pin it up here just so that you'll have easy access to it. In the beginning, you'll be prompted to log in. So go ahead and use your AutoDS login credentials, the same one that you created your AutoDS account that you already have open. So you're going to connect with those credentials. Then you're going to select your store from the dropdown. So if you have multiple stores, you can also choose multiple stores. But in this stage, I'm pretty sure you only have one. So go ahead and choose your eBay store. And you can also do some other things here that are not related to importing products, so I'll go over that later. But right now, I just want you to have that here ready on the side because this is another way where you can easily add products to your store. So let's start with the basics. Before you even touch the extension, how do you add products to AutoDS, whether from inside or outside the platform? So inside the AutoDS platform, you have a few places where you can import products directly to your eBay store. And we've already been through that. So in case you skipped to this section of the video, or in case you forgot, inside the marketplace and handpicked products and trending products, you have the import draft button. So what this means is, let's say I want this dog car seat cover. I want to add it to my store. I found it here on the marketplace. I want to test it or already tested. It's selling well. I want to add more variations from this type of product. So here you're going to have the option to import on any product that you see. Now you already know the differences between marketplace and handpicked products and trending products in terms of where the products are coming from, the analysis that you get with it, and who the suppliers are. But basically, if you want to add any of these products, no matter where they're coming from, you will have the import draft button. So now let's move to handpicked products. You'll be able to see it here as well. And even from inside the product page, you'll also have that button. So if you want to add products from within the AutoDS platform, whether it's from retail suppliers or wholesale or private suppliers, all of which you know what it means by now, you can do all of that from within the platform if you find the products that you want to add to your store from here. And there are hundreds of thousands of products, so as long as you're doing your research, you really shouldn't have any problem to find everything in-house. Now, if you want to search external suppliers and add products from them, I'm going to show you how to do that as well. But right now, let's add one of these products to our stores just to show you the process of what it's like. We're also going to do product optimization right now. So while I'm going to add new products to my eBay store, we're also going to be rewriting the titles, descriptions, make it better than our competitors, so we'll have a much higher chance of selling. So here, for example, let's take this LED decorative time display fan. So it's kind of like a USB fan that also shows you an LED clock. So let's say I like this product. I want to test it out. I'm going to click here where it says import draft. Now you can see it says item is being added to drafts. The cheapest warehouse was selected for this product. Okay, now you can see that the draft upload process is finished. So if I click here where it says drafts, and so I can see the product right here in my drafts page. It's not published to my store yet. Drafts is where we can optimize our products and make them look really good, stand out from our competition before we actually make it go live on our stores so that other people will be able to buy it. So here we have an option to optimize the product. So you're just going to click on the arrow right here and you're going to start the optimization process. I'm going to show you this soon, but first I want to show you other ways to add products to your store. Once you have all of the methods, we're going to move to optimization so you can really make your product stand out. Okay, so this is one way from within the AutoDS platform, whether you're in the marketplace and whether you're choosing AutoDS suppliers, the private suppliers, the retail, wholesale, and so forth. No matter which method you are choosing here, marketplace, handpicked products, and trending products, you will have the option to import these products to your store within a click, and it can go live on your store within less than a minute. So this is my number one recommendation because all of the shortcuts are already done for you here. And all that's left is to do a quick optimization for each product so you can really stand out. So again, we're going to get to all of that. That is method number one of adding products to your store. The second method is going externally to your suppliers' websites and adding their products to your eBay store. Let me show you what that looks like. And yes, I will be adding products to my real eBay store, and I'll show you exactly what it looks like. And another thing is you're also going to have free templates. AutoDS has a bunch of free eBay templates that you can use. A template is what your product page is going to look like. It's the visual around the product, around the text. So it looks branded, it looks nice, and you can use any one of AutoDS's free templates to make your product pages look good. And I'm going to show you soon how you can get that. But for now, let's see how we can add more products to our eBay store from external suppliers and not from within the AutoDS platform. So if we head to autods.com/suppliers, you'll be able to see once again all of the suppliers that are supported within the AutoDS platform. And a supported supplier means you can have all of the automation that comes with it. Now, of course, you're going to see all of the automation examples on my store soon. We are slowly building up to it, taking it step by step. So if you go to autods.com/suppliers, you can see all of the suppliers that you can work with in full automation, including also the private suppliers within the AutoDS platform. But if right now we want to go to any one of these external suppliers, which by the way, many of them are also inside the AutoDS platform, but if you want to go outside, let's say Walmart or Amazon or Target or wherever. So let's say, for example, let's go to Walmart and add one of these products directly from the Walmart website. So once you have downloaded and installed the AutoDS Chrome extension, you'll see this little icon that you can kind of drag around the screen. And I'm going to show you how to use that soon. But right now you can just kind of put it on the side. You'll notice all of these plus icons next to products that you can easily import to your store within a click. And again, take notice right now I'm on Walmart's website because this is one of AutoDS's supported suppliers that you can find from autods.com/suppliers, also linked inside your cheat sheet. So I can grab any product. I can search for any product on any one of these websites. Let's go to Amazon, for example, and search for, we already talked about pool inflatables. So let's dive deeper into that. So if I search for pool inflatables, let's say I already added some of them and it started to sell well for me, and I know that we're moving into the summer pool inflatable season, so I want to add more of them to my store. Or maybe you're just in the beginning, in the testing phase, and you just want to test a few products. So here's how you're going to do it. When you have the AutoDS Chrome extension downloaded and installed on any one of AutoDS's supported supplier websites, you will notice that when you're searching for a product, you'll have this plus icon next to each and every product. This plus icon allows you to import this product to your eBay store quickly and easily because you have the AutoDS Chrome extension installed. So the selected store that you have here is the one that's going to get these commands when you're clicking on this plus. So every time I click on it, these products are going to be added as drafts to the eBay store that I have selected here inside my Chrome extension. Again, you can select multiple stores if you have that, but at this stage, I figure you only have one. So this is one way to do it. Simply click on the plus icon, like let's say this one right here. You can see that now it's being added to my store, and within a few seconds, I'll see it in the drafts page. So that's one way to add a single product. Of course, you can click on multiple pluses to add multiple products. And so that will add multiple products to your store without having to enter each product listing. And of course, copying and pasting all the information because we're not doing it manually. So this is another way to add products, whether one single product by clicking on one plus or multiple products by clicking on multiple pluses. It'll all go to the draft section where we can optimize the product before importing and having it go live, which I'll show you in a few minutes. Another way to add products to your eBay store through AutoDS is simply by copying the URL and pasting it inside the AutoDS platform. You don't have to have the AutoDS Chrome extension for this. So all you got to do is go to any one of your product pages. Then you're going to hover over the product's URL or the ASIN, which is the Amazon product ID. If you know how to select that from the URL, that's fine. I'm guessing that most of you won't know how to do it. So just grab the whole URL, copy it, head back to AutoDS and click right here where it says add products. you'll see that you have a few options here: single product, multiple products, handpicked products, and the AutoDS Finder. Let's focus only on the single product for now. So I'm going to click on single product, and here I'm going to paste the URL of the product page that I just copied from my supplier's website, in this case, Amazon. You can see that the supplier source was automatically selected as Amazon, and the ships from warehouse is the United States. So this is all correct. Now we're just going to click add as a draft or publish it directly to our store. Now I always add them as drafts because I like to optimize my products before having them go live. And like I said, I'll show you how to do that. But first, let's go over all of the quick product import methods. So we're going to click here where it says add as a draft. And that's another way to add products to your store. Now that one just took a few seconds. No cuts in the editing. And in those few seconds, all of the product's information from this Amazon product page was added to our AutoDS account, which will soon be imported to our eBay store. So here you've got the product's title, which again, we're going to optimize. Don't worry about it yet. You can see that the category was automatically selected for us. So floats and rafts. You can also add tags, but we're going to do all of the optimization soon. I just want you to see what it looks like for now. So add products, single product, put the URL right here and add it as a draft or publish it directly to your store. That is another way to do it. Another way to add products is once again to click on add products on AutoDS, but this time instead of single product, we're going to go with multiple products, which can also be published to multiple stores at the same time, which again, in this case, probably isn't the case, at least not yet. So you're going to click on multiple products, and you can do this once you already found a winner, or once you want to test the whole category, or again, just scale a winner that you already found. So you want to add more variations of it. So here, for example, you can open a few product listings. Like let's open this one and this one and this one and this one and this one. Okay, so I've got 5 products selected right here, all opened in new tabs. Now I'm going to copy the URL from each one. So this is one product. I copy the URL from inside the product page back to AutoDS, and I'll paste it right over here and make a couple of line breaks and move on to the next product. So this is the second one, copy the URL back to AutoDS, paste it right here and make another line break. So you'll make a line break for every product that you want to add, and it's that simple. The supplier source, make sure it's correct. In this case, it's selected automatically. It knows that it's Amazon, ships from warehouses in the United States. So you're going to click on add as a draft, and it'll add all of those products to the drafts page of your AutoDS account before optimizing and having it go live. So one way is to add a single product. The second way is to add multiple products. You've also got handpicked products. This will simply take you to the handpicked product section, which we've already been there, and you'll have the import option from here under each and every product. And the last option is the AutoDS Finder. This is if you really don't want to do product research and just let the system find the products for you and add it to your store automatically. So this, of course, uses AutoDS's rich database with all of the winning products inside, and it'll simply add them to your store. You will need to have credits in order to add these products, and you can go for products that had 3 sales in the last month, 5 sales in the last month, 8 sales, or a high chance for a coupon, which means you'll have a discount when you'll have a sale and you'll have to purchase the product from your supplier. So this is another way to get product research done for you. So it's not just adding products, it's adding winning products that you didn't even have to find. So you can go ahead and test out this strategy, but I wouldn't go all in on this. You can try a hybrid. So let AutoDS do some of the work for you, and you'll do the rest by doing your own product research with the methods that I showed you, and you'll be using the product importer that I showed you from here, whether the single or the multiple. So those are the options that you have from within the AutoDS system. You can use any of those internal methods, or once again, use the AutoDS Chrome extension, and then all you have to do is go to your supplier's websites and click on that plus button from the search pages that you see when you're searching for a product. Click on the pluses and it'll add those products to your store. And the final method that I want to show you before I actually show you how to optimize these products and really stand out and make yourself one step ahead of your competition is by using the little AutoDS logo that you can drag around your screen. So here's the best use case for that. Let's say you already tested these pool inflatables and you want to continue with them. You want to add as many pool inflatables as you can to your store because it's going really well for you, and you want to double down on your winner, which of course is a great idea, and you have a lot of eBay limits that allow you to do so. So you're going to click here on the extension, and you can see that it already added all of the product IDs that I have on this page. So now I can select which of these products I want to import to my store, and I won't even have to click on any plus icons over here. So like, let's say I can add this one right here and this one right here, or I can select all of them and it'll add all of the 60 plus products that I have on this page. You can move on to the next page and you can see that those products were added as well. So you can keep flipping through the pages and add all of these winners in a bulk fashion to your eBay store. So this is another way to grab not just one, not 5, not 10, but even hundreds of products at once. And this is great for scaling at a later advanced stage, which I really hope you will get to, because that is where the real money is at. So we already talked about the best ways to add products to your stores, whether you're going to use the single product importer, the multiple product importer, from the handpicked products hub, using the AutoDS finder, which does the product research and adds those products to your store for you, which, by the way, I didn't mention it, but you can also do this on a recurring basis. So the AutoDS finder on any given day, on any given time, will find and add products to your store without you having to tell it to do it every time. So from within the AutoDS system, that is how we add products and get them to the drafts page before we start the optimization process. And you can see that those pool inflatables that I added are already waiting for me right here in the drafts page, along with that LED decorative clock display that connects to the USB port of your computer. And this was just a quick example to show you how easy it is to get products in the draft section of your store before you optimize and have them go live, which is what I'm going to show you next. So the top methods of adding products to your eBay store quickly and easily, saving you weeks and months of time, especially to get to a few thousand listings where you can really start making some sales and profit, is using the single or multiple product importer from AutoDS. And of course, the second method, which I don't recommend as much because it's so time consuming and time is money, is doing it the manual way. So if you don't want to do it the automatic way, you've always got the manual method to fall back on. Don't recommend it, but it's still there for you and you can still use it. So single or multiple product importer, either from within the AutoDS system or using the AutoDS Chrome extension, going to your supplier's websites and adding all of the products that you need to add by copying the URLs or simply by clicking the plus button or using the bulk importer from within the AutoDS icon, which is the actual extension itself. Okay, now that you have all of the best methods to add products to your store, let's move on to the drafts and start the optimization process. Then I'm going to actually add them to my eBay store so you can see what the final product will look like. All right, so let's start the product optimization process. You already added products to your store using any one of the methods that I just showed you, so it's quickly and easily in the draft section of your store. Now in the drafts page, this is where we start to optimize the products. I'm just going to add a few more because these aren't the products that I actually want to sell. I just grabbed them for the example purpose, but I don't really want to sell them on my store because I didn't really do any research off of them. I will go with the products that I actually found when I was doing product research to show you in this video how to do it. So those are the products that I want to sell. It was the LED inflatable floating pool balls, the magnetic POV neck phone holder, and the mushroom nightlight. Now I did save the eBay search link for that, and most importantly, the supplier link. And now the thing is, the supplier links for those three products are coming from China. So I have them all saved right here, but I don't want to work with a Chinese supplier for this case because I want to do a US to US eBay dropshipping store. So this means that I need to find a US supplier for these products. So let's say this is the product that I want to go with right here. I can click right here where it says search on. I can click on Amazon or Facebook or AliExpress. I'm going to go with Amazon because that's where I'm going to get my US to US suppliers. So if I click on that, it's going to search for that product on Amazon. Another way to do it is through the AutoDS Chrome Helper extension. I can just click on the extension right here. Under suppliers, I'm going to choose any one of AutoDS's supported suppliers. In this case, I can go with Amazon, and I'm also going to add, let's say, CJ Dropshipping and also Wayfair. And then here under regions, I'm going to select the United States because I only want to see products that are based in the US. And I'm going to search for LED inflatable pool balls. Okay, then we're going to click on search now, and it's going to open new tabs on my browser. So 3 tabs were just opened, one on Wayfair, as you can see, one on CJ Dropshipping, and one on Amazon. And then I can get a whole list of those products and see which ones I want to add to my store. If I want to test a whole bunch, which you should, then you want to add multiple variations from multiple sellers. And this is the way to do so. You already know how to add them in a bulk fashion to your store, either by clicking on these pluses or by clicking on this extension right over here, selecting the products that you want and clicking on import. It'll import once again to the store that you have selected right here. So whichever method you choose, as long as you have automation, you're good. So what I'm going to do right here is add some of them to my draft section and start the optimization process. So I'm going to go ahead and click the plus right here and this one right here. Okay, so you are doing some skimming around, but basically you're testing a category. So you're not sure what might sell yet. Could it be a specific color? Could it be how long the battery, the solar battery actually lasts? The size of the ball? You're not sure yet. So in order to test the market, you need to penetrate in some way. And the easiest way is simply by selecting multiple variations from different sellers. So I just selected from a few of them. And if I go now to the drafts page of my store, I can see that they're slowly starting to be added as I speak. Okay, so you can see the drafts creation process right here and everything was done. You can click up here, view details, to see all of the history that you did, products that you added, and how the import process went. So you can always click on create drafts up here to see your product adding history, if there were any errors, or if everything went smoothly. Okay, but that's just a quick FYI. All right, so how do we optimize these product pages and make them look better? Because I already have the product on the draft section of my store, but I don't want the same title. Like you see the titles here on Amazon, they're not the most optimized titles. And the thing on Amazon is you have a lot of Chinese sellers here too. Just like you have them on AliExpress, a lot of them ship their winning products to Amazon's warehouses, and then they use Amazon's FBA service fulfilled by Amazon so that they can ship from US warehouses. But they're still not very good at titles and descriptions. And this is exactly where you can come in as the professional dropshipper who can do a better job selling this product. Even if you mark up the price, it doesn't matter. And you'll notice that all the customers on eBay, if they're purchasing from your eBay store and they get their package from Amazon because that's where you ordered it and shipped it directly to the customer, or from Walmart, if they're getting packages from other brands, from other companies, they really won't care. And that's one of the things that I love about eBay. eBay's customer base doesn't care where the package is coming from. And if you already have experience in the dropshipping field, you already know how this works. As long as they're getting what they ordered and they get it on time, nothing else matters. Not the logos on the package and not how much they paid for the product. As long as they got what they ordered as expected. So you can dropship from anywhere to eBay, and that's one of the things that I love about it. Okay, back to the optimization. So we've got a really long title right here. And you can see right here, AutoDS shows you that you can only have up to 80 characters, including spaces. And right now the title is taking 200 characters. That's a lot. And there's a lot of things here that I can already tell you that you don't really need. Like you'll never want to have a year, so no 2026, 2025, 2027. Never add any of those to your titles. And of course, you want to have space in between the right places, but we're not doing that. I just want to show you how unoptimized the titles come from your suppliers and how you can do a better job. Your title really, really matters on eBay. If your product title has the keywords that the eBay buyer is searching for, they're going to see your listing, and that's how you're going to get free organic traffic to your eBay store. So you want to have a really good title. And one of the best ways for creating optimized titles and descriptions for all of your eBay listings is by using the optimized title with AI. Guys, AI is here to help, and it's really good at this. So of course, this is the optimized automated way to do it. I'm also going to show you how to manually create good titles. Of course, it's going to be more time consuming, but you'll also know about all of the important things that you need to have in a title. But right now, let's keep things super simple and easy because this is very effective. You're going to click where it says optimize title with AI. And here you can optimize the title, the description, or the title and description. I recommend doing both because it's just going to save you time, two birds with one stone. You can choose a tone for the title, so more professional, more sellable, more funny, optimized for social networks. I'm going to keep everything on professional, same for the tone of the description. The temperature you can go with balanced, more creative, or more precise. I'm going to keep it on balanced. And so that's it. I'm doing the title and description for this product. I'm going to click right here where it says AI write, and you can see that the estimated amount costs 10 credits to do this AI rewrite. You can always buy more credits over here. When you created your AutoDS account, you already have some bonus credits that you can already mess around with. So this is what I recommend doing with it. So you can see that the title is being rewritten here as we speak, and you can already kind of see how it's going to come out. So soon we're going to compare this with the original description and title from our supplier's website. But you can already see that here it says solar powered floating lights, 15-inch color changing LED glow ball. And you've got the whole description down here. So let's go ahead and save this and then compare it to what we originally had. Okay, so you can see that right here it's been updated. So this is the current title. Now let's see what it looks like on our supplier's website. So here I've got a link to view the source product. So it's going to take me to the Amazon listing or wherever I grab the product from. And so you can see the previous title. It was 2026 floating pool lights, solar powered, 15-inch inflatable waterproof LED glow ball solar lights. Just look at this keyword overuse. You have a lot of words that are being repeated twice, which has no extra effect on your store whatsoever. So if you already have pool lights, there's no reason to have pool lights once again. And then you've got pool again and pool again. Look how many times the same keywords are being repeated. You do not need this on eBay. You need to be very selective of the keywords that you're using. It needs to be relevant to the product, not abused, not overused. And of course, it needs to be keywords that people are actually typing when they search for such a product. So here our optimized title is solar powered floating pool lights, 15-inch color changing LED glow ball, as opposed to this really long title that we had before. Okay, now you can see that it took up 70 out of 80 spaces. So we actually have a little bit more room to add a few more good keywords. Now there's a few ways to do this. One is to see what other sellers are doing on eBay. Sellers that have already sold this listing or a similar listing to this. They're already doing something right if somebody is buying their listing. So we're going to go to their listings and hijack some really nice keywords to add to our title as well. So we're not copying and pasting the same exact title because they're already using that one. You are going to use different keywords, but also take the best ones from them. This is going to give you a better variety and a much higher chance to sell the product. So I'm just going to go to ebay.com. And I'm going to search for solar powered floating pool lights. I don't need the whole title. I don't need the 15-inch. I don't need color changing. I only need the main keywords, which is solar powered floating pool lights. Okay, so I searched for it and these are all the listings that I'm getting on eBay. But I only want the successful listings. I only want to take keywords and only a few keywords. So I really want to narrow down and grab the best ones. So of course I'm going to go with listings that have actually sold in the past. So I'm going to click here where it says sold items. And then here you can see that all of these have been sold recently. So I can see what keywords they're using. Floating pool light, solar powered. We already have that. Inflatable, waterproof. Let's see if we've got waterproof over here. We don't have waterproof. Now it might be very obvious, but because it's a light, some people might think it's like an electronic device and maybe it's not that waterproof. So they might search for that word as well. So I already went ahead and added it and you can see that that pretty much filled it up for me. So now I've got 80 out of 80 characters. So this is a perfect title for this product. You want to go ahead and review other listings just to make sure that you didn't miss out on any really good word. So we've got inflatable pool floats with lights, solar powered floating pool lights, LED solar powered. So we've already got all the good keywords here. This is already an optimized title. So I used the optimized title with AI. I saw that I had some more room. I went ahead and filled that in by seeing what other successful sellers who have sold a similar product are using in their titles. And I took a relevant keyword and added it to mine. This is a great formula and it's been working great for me for years. Another way to do it is if you don't want to optimize title from within the AutoDS platform, if you don't want to do it with credits, if you want to do it in a different way, you can also do it using ChatGPT. Yes, it's going to consume a little more time because you're going externally to another tool and then you're going to come back here, but it's still better than doing everything manually if you don't want to do it with automation. So we're going to go to ChatGPT. I'm not even going to use a registered paid pro account. I'm going to open an incognito window and go to ChatGPT just to show you how this can get done for free. So you can see I'm not even logged in. Now I've already got a prompt that you can use inside your eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. If you forgot, all you gotta do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that #1 thing that you learned? And I will happily send you a copy of this cheat sheet directly under your comment. And this may go without saying, I don't say it a lot, but don't forget to like and subscribe if you like these types of videos. So I'll keep pushing up more tutorials and help you make money online. So back to the cheat sheet, right under importing products to your eBay store, you'll have a ChatGPT prompt under tools and resources. It says, generate an eBay title for the product's name, make the title optimized to sell. It needs to hold up to 80 characters, including spacing. So you're just going to copy that prompt, head over to ChatGPT, paste it right here, and just change the product's name inside the bracket to the product's name. So in this case, again, you don't need the whole title. You only need exactly what it is, as short as possible. So solar powered floating pool lights right here. Make the title optimized to sell. It needs to hold up to 80 characters, including spacing. Now, you can give it more product information inside, so you can copy the whole description, and it will take what keywords it sees the best to see fit for this title. So you can also add, again, it's not a must, but I always like to optimize as much as possible. Here's the product description, and paste it right down here, and go ahead and click enter. Shouldn't take that long. That took less than 2 seconds. That was actually a little bit suspicious. Solar powered floating pool lights, 15-inch jumbo, auto on off, waterproof, and wind resistant. This isn't bad. Notice what it did here. So it already used these keywords right up to the 15-inch. From solar powered up to 15-inch, it kept all of that. I'm not sure what I think about jumbo, auto on off. I really think that the AI title rewriter inside AutoDS did a much better job, because it's just a much richer and smarter database. But if you want to do it the free way, you can go ahead and use ChatGPT for that. So you've got the title right here. Again, not a lot of people search for words like jumbo and auto on off, but waterproof is something that we took. This was actually a good keyword. You can also use wind resistant, but you'll have a lot more searches for waterproof rather than wind resistant. So you can see that it did do a good job, at least for that. So you can use that if you want to add the whole title or just some keywords from the title. We already did it by optimizing the title right here and searching eBay, other eBay sellers who sold a similar product with the keywords that they used, because they already got sales. So they already know what keywords to use. Okay, so now we have a unique title. And how can you tell if it's unique? Search for the same title on eBay. I copied it right here. Go to eBay, search for it, and you'll see that nobody else has a one-on-one same copy and paste title. This is already going to give you the edge. Look, no exact matches found, but you are going to find other people with other titles. So this is your way to stand out and be unique from your competition, having great eBay titles. This is my #1 method for optimizing your titles. Now you have additional methods like using AutoDS's free eBay title builder. I got a link to it right here in the cheat sheet. It's called eBay Title Builder, free tool by AutoDS. Remember guys, there's more than one way to do everything. And what's good for one person might not be good for another. So at the end, I'm giving you all of the best ways to get these actions done so that you can actually make sales on your store from someone with actual experience, more than 10 years making sales on eBay. And I promise you that with enough work and effort, you will get to the point after doing this for a couple of years, you will not need to use any tools, because you'll know exactly what are the best keywords to use on eBay on a product line that you're already familiar with. If you're testing out a new niche, new category, doesn't matter how much experience you have to go back and see what other sellers are doing. You have to get help from AI until you start to find your winners and then narrow down on those keywords. But this is the best way to get it right from the start. So AutoDS also has this free tool called the eBay Title Builder. You can scroll down right here, add your product title right here, click on search, and it'll show you a whole bunch of keywords that you can use for that title. I'm not going to demonstrate it now. It's free to use. You got a link to it in the cheat sheet. But these are the best ways to generate a title. We already have a really good title for this product. So now that my title is done, I'm going to go ahead and click on save. It's not being added to my store yet. That'll only happen once we click on import over here. But right now it's just saving the changes that I'm making so far. Okay, so we've got a perfect 80 out of 80 title. And again, you don't have to have 80 out of 80. You can do 75, 76, whatever. As long as you're close to it. Don't do 60 out of 80 and don't even do 70 out of 80, because you have more keywords that you can add, and it doesn't really cost you anything to add those keywords and get more organic traffic to your website. I'm going to show you organic traffic soon, promotions, free promotion methods for your products. All of that is coming up soon. We're taking everything step by step, as you obviously know by now. So we've got the eBay title right here. Then you've got the category, which was automatically selected for me. Then you've got product tags. So here you can select a tag from the drop-down menu and select a tag that fits the product the most, so that every time you add more products that are similar to this one, you add it to the same tag. And then when you want to analyze your products later to see what sold well, what's getting a lot of views, what's making a lot of views but doesn't have enough sales, or what's been out of stock for a while. So I'm going to show you how you can do all of this inventory management and then use tags to help you narrow down on products. And this is going to be especially helpful once you have thousands of products on your eBay store. But for now, go ahead and select a tag that describes this product. and you'll be able to analyze that tag later. You've then got shipping methods. So here you can either go with the cheapest shipping method, cheapest with tracking, or fastest with tracking. What this means is when AutoDS is going to add this product to your eBay store, and it has a few different shipping methods available from your supplier's website, it's going to choose whatever shipping method you went with here. And in this example, Amazon does have multiple shipping methods. My recommendation is to go with cheapest with tracking. I wouldn't go with cheapest because that might not have tracking information, and I don't want to work with suppliers that don't supply me with tracking info. By now, you should know why it's really important to have readable tracking information on your eBay store. Then you've got cheapest with tracking. So the cheapest shipping method, as long as it has tracking. This is my recommendation, by the way. Then you've got fastest with tracking. This may sound good on paper, but a fastest shipping method may have an additional shipping charge included, and I don't want to be charged more for shipping. So I'm just going to go with cheapest with tracking. Next, you've got dynamic policies. So this is if you want AutoDS to choose what your policies are for this product. Remember, we went over eBay business policies. So your shipping policy, return policy, payment policy. So here it creates a dynamic policy for every one of your listings that you add with this method toggled on. But I usually don't use that because I have my policy set, as should you by now, and you should be able to choose it right here. So this is a policy on my eBay store. It's called Manage Payments for the Payments policy. I'm sure you remember when we went over this, so I can choose it right here inside AutoDS. Then you've got the shipping policy, so go ahead and select it from here, and the returns policy. So you've already got these policies created. You should have the option to select them right here. Next, you've got the country location. So which country is this product being shipped from? And of course here, we want to be truthful. If it's coming from the US, we're going to select US. If it's coming from China, we're not going to select US, we're going to select China. So whatever the item's location is what we're going to select right here. And you've got your default zip code. So this is what zip code the product is being shipped from. And you won't have this information as a dropshipper that's dropshipping from multiple warehouses that could come from multiple zip code locations. So here, go ahead and choose any zip code inside the country that you have selected. It'll work and you don't need to do anything more than this. Next, you've got brand. Now, I never write the brand names, even if I'm selling from small brands that nobody knows of because you cannot really resell big brands. I still don't want my buyer to know the name of the brand that I purchased it from. So I'm just going to leave this blank. Then you've got monitoring. So stock monitoring, price monitoring, and automatic orders. I want to have all of these toggled on. I don't see any reason to have it ever toggled off. If you don't want to work with automation, you can go ahead and toggle them off. So stock and price monitoring means that if the prices or the stock status changes on my supplier's website, it'll also change in my store as well. And automatic orders means just exactly that. The order will be automated. It will be sent out to my buyer as soon as it comes in. I'm going to show you how order automation works after the marketing section in this video, because after marketing, you will start getting sales even without marketing. We'll go over that soon. So I'm going to show you how automatic orders works, how to opt in, and how to do it step by step. So that is how to optimize the first column in our drafts page. So after the product column, we've got description. Now, as you know, the description has already been optimized as well. This is the original description. So it looked like this: solar powered floating pool lights, mesmerized by our bottom projection system with a space here that's missing, scattering thousands of shimmering dots across your pool floor. It's not just lighting, it's an enchanted aquatic galaxy, blah, blah, blah. Now you already have a better title, more professional. You're not writing a whole book, but it is a much more sellable description. Just check it out. Transform your pool into a stunning visual spectacle with our, I'll remove the year, floating pool lights designed to float gracefully on the water's surface. These solar powered, blah, blah, blah. But you can see that it's 2-3 quick sentences, another paragraph after that. Then you've got the product features. So you've got everything in place. Whereas here, you pretty much have to read a whole book, and no customer really wants to read this much just to purchase this product. As we scroll down, we can see that there is no additional description. So there's just everything that we see up here. Whereas here on our store, it's going to look nicer. So we've got 2 quick paragraphs. Then we've got product features laid out nicely in a bulleted list. We don't have an information overkill here, just exactly what the buyer needs to know to have the confidence to go ahead and purchase from your store. So really nice, specific, and optimized to sell. I'm not going to touch anything else here. Go ahead and move over to the variants section. Now, if you have multiple variants to this product, and you have multiple variants selected, which I don't, it's in the settings. I'm going to go over the settings too, but just so you understand why the extra variations weren't added, because in my importer settings on AutoDS, I need to activate adding variations to each product that I add. But in any case, whether you have extra variations here or not, you can manage all your variations from the variations tab. So this means that you can add multiple variations. Now, the cool thing here is that you can add variations from other suppliers and other sellers. It doesn't even have to come from Amazon, and it definitely doesn't need to come from the same seller here. I could even go to Walmart or Target or any one of AutoDS's supported suppliers and see their floating pool balls. And let's say I found a variation that I really liked, I can go ahead and add that as an extra variation to the original product page that I have on eBay. And this way you can create a product page that no other dropshipper has, because nobody's selling the same exact variations that you have on your product page. And this is another great way to stand out from the competition. So like, let's say I like this product right here. I want to add this one to my store. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the URL for the product page and head back to AutoDS. Under the variant section, I'm going to click on add variant. I'm going to paste the URL right here. And you can see that the supplier was automatically selected for me. So Walmart, region, United States. Go ahead and click add variant. And in a couple of minutes, you will see it here as well. Another thing that you can do here in the variants is click on edit here on the right side. And here you can optimize things like the pricing, the profitability. If you want to include the shipping price, which you should always include shipping price, this means that if your supplier is charging you for shipping, AutoDS will include it inside your buy price so that you can maintain your same fees, your same desired profit margin. It'll automatically calculate the price and give free shipping to your buyer, even though you're paying for shipping, and you're still going to make your desired profit margin. So always have include shipping price. I would not tick and allow marketplace sellers, because this will allow, in this case, when I'm adding products from Amazon and I want to use the Amazon Prime service so that my orders get delivered within a day or two, if I allow marketplace sellers, it could target non-Prime sellers on Amazon who have slower shipping times and even charge me for shipping. And I don't really want that. So I'm not going to allow marketplace sellers. And last but not least, we've got round cents to 99 or 0.97 or whatever you want to see there. So this way, if the selling price calculates to, let's say, $51.41, it'll move it up to 0.97 or 0.99 just to keep everything consistent on your store. So this is just a psychological pricing effect. So after pricing, you have general. Here you can change things like the item package quantity. So here, if you have it on 1, this means that if the product sells on your store, then on eBay, your quantity will move from 1 to 0. And in a couple of minutes, it'll move from 0 back up to your default quantity of 1 again. That's what the AutoDS system does for you. So it keeps it in stock with the quantity that you have here. Now, if it's a small, cheap product, I always recommend to have more than 1 item package quantity, because there's a high chance that that customer will buy more than 1 unit. So here's where you can change the default item quantity for your products. Everything else here is pretty much automated. The weight, the dimensions, you don't really need to touch anything here unless you want to change it. There's no reason to do it, especially not at the beginning. So that is the variants section. You can also remove variants. Next, you've got the images section. Now here you can edit the images, like set a new main image. In this case, this is the main image that we have right now, and actually it's the best one, so I wouldn't change it. You can also rearrange the order in which you want the buyers to see the images on your store. And you can do other things like remove the images, copy, duplicate, rotate, flip. You can even add your watermark to this image. So add your logo so that if any other dropshipper copies the product from your store, they're going to copy your watermark logo as well. And you've also got the editor right here. So here you can do additional things like cropping the image, drawing, adding text, icons, and so forth. So you have a nice advanced image editor inside the AutoDS product editor. Then you've got the item specifications. So here, most of the time it's going to be automated. Sometimes you'll see it does not apply, so you can go ahead and add it yourself. So what is the product type here? And I can go ahead and choose swimming pool light. Again, in most cases, it's going to be automated. Sometimes you'll have to fill it in yourself. It's no big deal. And here you can always add more specifications, like let's say ball quantity. So not item package quantity, which means you'll get 1 package, but how many balls you have inside the package. And then here it's going to be 3. Okay, so you can add, edit, remove item specifications as you see fit. And that is almost all there is to it when it comes to optimizing your products on eBay. Remember how I mentioned that there are a lot of free templates that you can use for your eBay store within AutoDS. So here's how you can do that. Inside the product editor, we talked about all of the columns. Go back to the description column right here. And then here you can see it says selected template. So here I can click on the drop down and select any one of these templates, but you cannot visualize them from here. So what you're going to do is you're going to click here where it says edit templates, and it'll take you to the template editor page right here. So you can see what these pages look like. And this is kind of the wrapper around the product on your product pages. Now you can pay freelancers a lot of money to get your own unique templates, but honestly, there's no reason to when you have this much of a selection. So you can see, for example, right here, you've got a Merry Christmas sale. So you can change all the templates to all the products on your store in a bulk fashion, which I will show you how to do soon. But let's say there is a certain season coming up like Christmas. You can change all of the templates on your store for all of the product pages to a certain template and change it all back when the season is over. So here, for example, you've got Christmas templates, you've got a general consumer store template, so everything for your home improvement in one place, Valentine's Day, great sales, Black Friday, more Christmas, art drives passion. So you see all of these examples right here. This is what your product pages are going to look like, and it makes it look that much better. So here, for example, let's say you go with this fun and play one. So let's say you have a niche video game store. You can click here where it says preview, and then you can see what your product page is going to look like with this template. So if I scroll down, you have this nice banner. Then this is the product, which obviously you're not selling this product, but you'll have a nice big image of it right here. And you'll have the title right here. And this is the product description. So obviously the one that you're seeing here is a really bad description. This is not what your description is going to look like. This is before optimization, before you actually make the product page sellable. But right now it's just for the visuals. So you'll see what templates look like on your eBay store. So it makes it look like a nice branded store, and you can choose any one of these free templates. And you have a nice long list on AutoDS. So choose your template for any one of your products, and it'll make your product page look that much better. Okay, so we've got a really good title. We've got a good description. Everything else is configured. This product is ready to be sold. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click right here where it says save and import. Now it's moving it from the draft section to the product section on AutoDS. And this simply means that the product is now live on my store, and anyone can enter my store right now and purchase this product. So let's see what it looks like now that I've imported to my store in less than 1 minute. You can see here that the import process is complete. So I'm going to move from drafts to products. Okay, and you can see it right here. So solar powered floating pool lights on my products page, uploaded on April 13th, which just happens to be my birthday. Happy birthday to me. And you can see more details here. I'm going to go through the products page soon, but right now I just want you to see what the product looks like. So we can make a sourcing request right here. And sourcing requests, I already gave you a quick preview of how to do it, but it should only be done on products that are being sourced from China. So for this example, I'm sourcing the product from US, so I won't make a sourcing request for it anyway, but just an FYI. Then you have your variations, your total, your pricing. So this one cost me $26.85. And with my calculations already preset in AutoDS, I'm going to sell it for $52 and make $17 in profit before taxes. Here is the item ID and the selling ID. So if I click on the item ID, it'll take me to my supplier's website, which in this case is Amazon. And if I click on the selling ID, it'll take me to my page on eBay where I'm actually selling this product. And here is what it looks like. So we can see right here, it says your item is for sale. I have more options like revising the listing, which I'm not going to do through eBay because I can do everything through AutoDS. Sell a similar item, create shipping discounts. None of those are relevant. We're doing everything through automation. Listing info, so you can see the buy it now price is $51.99, which is exactly what we have set from AutoDS right here, $51.99. Okay, so you can see the optimized title right here that we created with the AI title optimizer and the extra keyword that we got when we scanned sellers who sold similar products and what keywords they used in their product titles. And you can see here that on this store, I've got over 3,600 positive feedback, over 99% positive. So this is a really good and healthy account, which I'm showing you how to do for yourself as well. We're going to also go over seller metrics and how to have a good and healthy seller account. But I just want you to see what the listing looks like once you added it from AutoDS to your store. Shipping, so we're using free expedited shipping, which, as you know, I chose from my shipping policy. The item location, the delivery time, so this one arrives within a couple of days. I give 30 days free returns for all of my products. because that is what my supplier gives me as well. And as I scroll down, we've got the item specifications right here and the template that I chose. Now, this is a custom template that I did have made for me, and you can do that for you as well. You can hire, for example, a freelancer on Fiverr, and it costs anywhere between $5 to $10 to have a custom template made for you. So I know it's being blurred out so you can't really see it, but I just want you to know exactly what I did here. So if you want to choose any one of the free templates in AutoDS, you can. And if you want to put a budget of around $10, you can have a custom template made for you. So I'm just going to scroll past that. I've got the main image added right here. Then the product info. So of course, this is the optimized text that we got from the AI title and description optimizer, and the rest of my template that is repeated throughout all of my products. So it took me less than a couple of minutes to work on this product, and it's coming out super optimized on my store. Great title, which is the most important thing here, a great description, good images, everything is right, everything is in place, and most importantly, everything is automated. So now that you see how easy it is to add products to your stores, let me add one right now. I'm going to do it really quickly this time, and you can just follow along and see that you actually understand what I'm doing here, and I'm not just speaking Chinese anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and add the magnetic POV neck phone holder. And my supplier link from the AutoDS marketplace was using a Chinese supplier. So I do want to search from a US supplier. And let's go ahead and search it on Amazon. You can use, again, any of AutoDS's supported suppliers. But I already started here, so we're just going to stay here for this purpose. And I'm going to upload at least 3 of them so that I can test different variations. So I can go with this one and this one right here. Okay, I'm going to go to my drafts, see them being created really, really quickly to the draft section of my store. Okay, go ahead and choose the top one, optimize title with AI, title and description, perfect as is. Go ahead and start the AI rewrite. We're going to go ahead and save it. So now we got a better title, we got a better description, and everything else is in place. So I'm going to go ahead and click on save and import, and it's going to be on my store in less than a minute. So this is one way to do it one by one. Now, let's say you added a whole row of products and you want to do the rewrites in bulk. So a way to do that is, let's take all of these LED balls. We're going to select it right here. Okay, so we've got a multiple selection right here. Then we're going to scroll up all the way. And here you can see a few options: bulk edit, remove them from the list, import all of them to our store, bulk AI rewrite, which is what I want to do, and schedule listings if you just want to import them to your store, but schedule it to happen at a later time and date. So I'm going to go ahead and choose bulk AI rewrite. And now it's going to bulk rewrite all of the products that I have selected, the title and description, which I always love to do. Go ahead and click AI rewrite. And this is how you're going to do it in bulk. So you don't need to do it one by one. Even if it's on automation, you can do multiple products at once and save even more time this way. So hopefully now you're starting to understand even more the power of automation, and just wait till I show you how you can automate your orders as soon as they come in, even while you travel, even while you sleep, with automatic tracking updates and everything else. So that is how you can optimize your products using the power of automation, using the power of artificial intelligence, and save you months of work of having to do everything by yourself. Now, one more thing that I want to get straight before we move on to the next section, where I show you how to market these products. And don't worry, you don't have to spend any money on marketing. It's one of the things that I love about eBay, and you can even make sales without marketing. But with marketing, you will have an extra boost. So before I get to that, I just want to go over one more thing, because this update came recently from eBay. So if you created a new account and you're trying to add new listings and you have the item location section, you might notice that you don't have the option to choose another warehouse location that's different from where you reside. So if, for example, you're from Germany and you want to select a US warehouse location for the product that you're adding, you might only have Germany as the item location. This is a new update from eBay's warehouse inventory location policy. This may change by the time you watch this video. So if this is happening on your store, you don't really need to worry about it. Continue listing the product and you can ship it out from the US, even though your item location is shown as Germany or wherever you're from. As long as the product is being shipped out on time according to your handling time and is being delivered on time according to your shipping and delivery time, you won't run into any issues. So I don't want you to worry about this too much. Just continue working as normal. You have a full explanation here on the cheat sheet. As long as you're doing what it says right here, avoid shady business practices. Don't try sending eBay fake warehouse agreements, fake inventory invoices showing that you're actually buying the stock before you're selling it. Don't try sending eBay fake warehouse agreements or fake inventory invoices or of course, not being truthful about your handling time. We are here to protect our seller metrics, and I'm going to show you step by step on how to do that for someone who survived in this market for over a decade. So once again, if you have the warehouse inventory location policy, don't worry about it, continue as normal. And now that you know how to add products to your eBay store quickly and easily, whether you're doing single product imports, multiple product imports, along with the next most important thing of optimizing your product title, optimizing your description really well before importing the product to your store, we're now going to move on to the next section where I show you how to market these products and get even more traffic and sales coming out of it. Now, keep one more thing in mind. When you add a new product on eBay, your listing is going to be promoted for a couple of days. So eBay is going to give you a nice little boost on the product for the first few days. If you don't make any sales for the first day or the first couple of days, don't worry about it. Keep listing new products. Go to your listings page on AutoDS and see how the views are going to start going up. And the more views you're getting, the more sales you're going to eventually make on those listings, and the profits will naturally follow. And when it comes to pricing your products, I'm going to show you pricing strategies soon. But as a general rule of thumb, don't work anywhere below 60% profit margin because one, it's easy to make that on eBay, and two, you're already researching for products that's hard to guess their price. It was one of our validation metrics on what makes a good dropshipping product. So don't worry about marking up your products even 2 times and 2.5 times the source price. This is what dropshippers do. This is how dropshippers make their profits. Don't forget that you're also testing multiple product variations from every product. So you're not just testing one product from every line. So if it doesn't sell, you won't think the whole niche is dead. Because if you upload 10 products from one product line and one of them sells, you can see what stands out on that product, and most likely it's not going to be the pricing. It's not going to be because that product was the cheapest one from the whole package. Many times you'll see that it's not the most cheapest one, and you'll have a lot of competitors out there that are selling it for even much cheaper than you. It could be the same product and it could be a different one, because eBay is not going to show the same sellers all the time when someone is searching for something, especially if you have better keywords or different keywords than what the rest of the sellers have. eBay is going to favor different sellers according to your metrics, according to how accurate your title was, and according to other things in its algorithm. Sometimes it's going to show you, sometimes it's going to show others first. So it's always changing, it's never static, it's always dynamic. So you do not have to be the cheapest one on the market, and you don't have to work with profit percentages anywhere below 60% profit margin range, and you're going to see that sales and profits will come in. So again, more pricing strategies soon, as well as pricing automation, but I just want you to have that down. So now that you know the best ways to add products to your stores, go ahead and select the one that fits you the best. You have all the information inside the cheat sheet. And if you missed out and you need access to this cheat sheet, all you got to do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that number one thing that I helped you learn? And I will happily send you this cheat sheet with all 50 pages inside. Good luck adding products to your stores. And don't forget, if you have any questions, you can let me know in the comments down below. I always go through all of the comments and reply to them. So let me know if you have any questions. Good luck importing and optimizing products on your eBay store. And I'll see you in the next section where I show you the best ways to promote your product listings from within eBay without spending any money and getting way more traffic to your product pages. Marketing your products on eBay is not a big must. You're still going to make sales without it, but it will give you a bigger boost to the listings that you have on your eBay store. And I'm going to show you the best methods to promote your products on eBay without having to spend a dime. So this is going to sum up to even more free organic traffic to your store. I'm going to go over the best methods to market your products on eBay, and it's all going to be done from within the eBay platform. But keep in mind, once again, as long as you have relevant keywords in your product title and you have that super optimized, from when we previously went over adding and optimizing your product pages on eBay, you're going to make sales with and without these marketing methods that I'm going to show you. But it's always nice to have an extra bonus, and this will make you extra sales. So let me show you all of the methods that you have at your disposal, and then I'm going to show you what I personally use on my stores, so you're going to be able to see exactly how I'm marketing my products on eBay and how many sales I'm getting from that. So here are the best marketing and promotion methods that we have on eBay and what I personally use. I'm going to start with my top recommendation. It's called eBay Promoted Listing Standard. I'm going to give eBay a certain percentage, and the higher the percentage, the more they're going to promote our listings. And then when you use it, your listing is going to get promoted, like what you can see over here. And that's simply going to give you more sales. Now, the higher percentage you give eBay on Promoted Listing Standard, the more they're going to promote it. So the higher they're going to promote it, the more they're going to promote your listing rather than other competitors who are promoting similar products. But on the other hand, you're also going to pay eBay that percentage off of the transaction fee if and when you make a sale off of that listing. I'm going to show you exactly what that looks like, but first let's go over the list. So there's promoted listing standard, there's promoted listings advanced, which is kind of like standard. They're going to promote your listings, only here you are going to do it on a pay-per-click matter, which means you are going to pay for every click even if you don't make sales. I don't really recommend this one unless you really know what you're doing. I'm going to show you a campaign that I also ran using pay-per-click, so promoted listings advanced, and I'm going to show you the rest of the methods, especially the ones that work for me. So you've got things like coupons, volume pricing, running sales events, and other methods like social media marketing that you can do directly from within the eBay platform, and also having a store newsletter. Now, the bottom two, social media marketing and store newsletter, I don't use it that much on my store because it is an automated eBay dropshipping store, and it's just so much easier to do the other marketing methods that are actually proven to be useful. So let me show you how everything works, and of course, my process with my top recommendation of how to do this, and I also wrote it down for you step by step inside the eBay cheat sheet. So let's take it from the top. We're going to go to our selling hub on eBay. So of course, we're going to hover over my eBay. We're going to click on selling. And then here you've got advertising. And then here we can see in the past 31 days, the campaign performance. This is of course an eBay promoted listing standard, meaning I'm not paying anything only after I make a sale, and that is depending on the set percentage that I gave eBay. I'm going to show you how that campaign works, but right now you can see in a general overview on this store, in the last 31 days, you can see that I got 624 clicks. So these clicks were absolutely free. I didn't have to pay anything for them. So you're also going to get the organic traffic to your website, and then you're also going to get paid traffic that you didn't really pay for yet because this is promoted listing standard. So you only pay if and after you make a sale. So these clicks, these promotional clicks were absolutely free. So I got 624 clicks in the last 31 days, and I got 61 items sold from this promoted listing standard campaign. So what this means is I got 61 sales. So that's an average of just a little bit over 2 sales a day on average, just from this promoted listing standard that I only give eBay 5%. Again, I'm going to show you how I dissect it soon, how I create this campaign, what it looks like from the inside, but this is just a really general overview. Sales from the last 31 days, just from promoted listing standard, is about $3,700. And you can just see the nice little growth here that we have from the previous time period. So promoted listing standard is working and also helping my store to grow. Then I've got the ad fees. So this is what I had to pay only after I make a sale. And of course, I factor this into my profit margin. So if, for example, I paid $184.30 in fees, I made a lot more profit than that to be able to justify paying these ad fees, making my sale, and still making some nice profit on top of that. We already went through pricing, but I'm going to show you how to price in a much better way when we get to that section later in this video where I show you advanced automation settings. But right now you can just see, so in the last 31 days, these are the ad fees that I had to pay. My click-through rate is 1.3%. So click-through rate is from the amount of people who saw your listing, how many of them went ahead and clicked to go inside your product page. Then you've got your sales conversion rate. So this is actually a pretty high sales conversion rate. So out of the 1.3% of the people who saw my listing and clicked on it, almost 10% of them actually went ahead and purchased the product. That just shows you that these buyers have a high intent to purchase. They entered the listing because they already wanted to buy it. So they're not going to go again and see 1,000 competitors, and they're not going to go to Amazon and see if it's cheaper there, and then go to AliExpress, and then go to 1,000 other websites. If they see the listing, they see what they want to buy, and you have that listing, you're the one who uploaded it, you're going to make that sell. And that is just how simple it is when you're selling on eBay. So the sales conversion rate is almost 10%, and I've got my return on ad spend, so that's a 20. I don't really look at that as much as I look at the first things. How much did I sell? How much revenue did it make me? And the ad fees that I had to spend in total. All of which, of course, is factored into my profit margin. Now I can play with the filters here to see other options. Now I'll only have promoted listings, so if I click on that, I'm going to see the same exact thing that I saw in all campaigns. I don't run promoted stores, and I also don't do promoted offsite. I'm going to go over those options soon and also why I'm not utilizing them. But I just want to show you other options that we have here. So if you want to see the last 90 days, you can also do that by clicking here. And then I'm going to see, of course, how my sales were, how the campaign was running in the last 90 days. So you can see here almost 1,500 clicks, 112 quantity sold. almost $6,000 in sales revenue just from the promoted listings, which I only pay after I make a sale, almost $300 in ad fees, click-through rate 1.3%, sales conversion rate almost 8%. So you can see that in the last 30 days, the performance has been much better, and I'm continuing to grow this store. So that's just a quick rundown on the stats on my dashboard of running promoted listings and why I love it so much. It's helping me make a lot more sales, and you can get a much better visualization representation right here. So here you can see the impact of these ads, which once again, I only pay if I make a sale. So here you can see promoted listings general. So this is the regular promoted listings that I'm running. And you can see here on the right side is the impressions. So every day, how many people see my sponsored listings? So you can see that every single day, I'm getting thousands of impressions just from running these ads. So that's impressions. I can also see how many clicks I'm getting. So clicking on that, again, we're just seeing the past 31 days. You can do past 14, past 7, past 90 days. This month, you can also do a customized view where you can edit the dates and see what happened under that time range. So now we're looking at clicks. And here you can see, for example, March 20th, 33 clicks, and then 45, then 36, 32, 43. So anywhere between 30 to 40 is the average that I was getting during the month of March. And besides clicks, we also have sales. This is the most important thing at the end of the day. Am I making sales from promoted listings or not? And you can just see from the chart right here that sales are coming in, and actually coming in not so bad. So some days end small, like March 20th, where I only made about $45 in sales from promoted listing standard, but you can see that every single day it's consistent that I'm making extra sales that are only coming from promoted listing standard. That's why I love this method so much, and it's the one that's been most proven to work on my stores. Here you can see a nice example where just on one day, in this example, it was on April 15th, I made $657 in sales only from promoted listings. Now, once again, you can imagine that I'm also getting organic sales that don't have to do with marketing. So you can add that on top of marketing and see how much you can make together. But promoted listing standard is definitely something I recommend because you're not paying any money in advance. And I always want to show you the best ways to make money before you have to spend any money, or spend the minimal amount that you have to, just so that you can make some sales, to be able to feel and smell those profits coming in, and then you'll be more willing and ready to start scaling your store. So that is just a little bit about what I've been getting from promoted listing standard. How does this actually work? How do we create a campaign? So here I've got the option to create a new campaign. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And here I've got three options. So either promote your listings, promote your store, or promote offsite. So promoted listings is what we're going for. But you also have promote your store. So this means that eBay is going to promote your storefront, which I wouldn't recommend because right now you're testing products. You're not sure exactly what's going to sell. You've got a whole bunch of different niches and categories. Your storefront is not the sexiest thing that you want to promote at the moment. You do want to promote products that people are looking for. So if someone searches for a product within your niche, they're going to see your listing sponsored there on top. And that's going to give you a lot of clicks and sales like I just showed you from my campaign dashboard. So I'm not going to do promote my store, and I also don't promote offsite. Promote offsite means that eBay is going to promote your listing on external search engines like Google. Now that may sound good, but they're also going to take money in advance before you even make any sales. And I don't want you to invest in anything like that until you start making your own sales and profit first with the minimal investment required or no money at all. And the most effective way to do that is through promoted listing standard. So I created a new campaign. I'm going to click on promote your listings. Then I'm going to scroll down to choose your campaign strategy. So general is the free way, the one that I'm talking about, promoted listing standard, where you're only going to pay if and when you make a sale. And priority, which they make it sound a lot better. They're saying, hey, you're going to get 170% more visibility rather than just 90%. And you're going to get exclusive access to the top of the search and blah, blah, blah. But here they're going to take your money whether you're making sales or not. So you're going to find yourself spending a lot more than you initially have to before you make any sales, before you make any profits, before you see what is actually selling well. So I'm just going to keep it on general. These are the campaigns that I'm running, and this is making me the most amount of sales with the minimal investment required because I'm not paying for any clicks, only if and after I make a sale. Okay, so I continued with that option. Now we can create an automation rule. So create a rule to automate listing selection. This means that you can just say, you know what? take all the listings in my store, which by the way, right now you see that I don't have any listings because they're already in a campaign, and you cannot put the same listings under similar campaigns. So that's why I'm not seeing any listings right here. But on your end, you should see all of the listings that you have on your store right here, and you'll be able to select them. And after I show you how to create this campaign, I'm going to show you my current campaign so you'll see all the settings inside. But basically, you're going to select your listings here, or you're going to have an automation rule that just says, you know what, select all my listings, or select all the listings in a certain category. But in this case, because you're in the testing phase and you don't know what's going to sell yet, and you don't have to pay anything until after you make a sale, I recommend testing on all of your products. So you're going to add an automation setting for all of the products to get under this campaign, where we're going to give eBay 5% if they're able to make a sale and promote these listings using that 5%. Okay, so right here, you're going to leave it open. You're going to select all your listings, and you're going to go ahead and create new rule. Now, this also means that every time you create a new product, every time you add a new product to your store, and it's under this category, which in this case is all, because we're keeping it broad, we want to test all our products, you won't have to come back to this campaign and manually insert new listings inside. Every time you add a new listing to your store and it falls under the category that you have here set on automation for this campaign, it's going to be automatically added into this campaign. So that's great, and it's going to save us a lot of time in the future. So I'm going to click here where it says create new rule. And again, on my end, it's showing 0 listings added because I already have all my listings inside a promoted listing campaign, and you cannot use the same listings on another promoted listing campaign. But again, I'm going to show you my campaign soon. In your case, you're going to see the listings that you have selected here, and then we're going to scroll down, select ad rate strategy. So here you can either go with a dynamic ad rate or a fixed ad rate. Now, my recommendation is to go with a fixed ad rate, and don't go with eBay's recommendation. You see, they want to start me off on a default 9%. That's actually a lot. So that means that if I sell a product for $100 and it's sold through this promoted listings campaign, then I'm going to pay eBay $9 just for that ad, just for getting me that sell. Which on the one hand isn't bad, because on products that we sell for $100, we're going to make around $40 in profit, maybe $35 after taxes. And that's a good profit margin to work off of. So if we're going to make $35 and then we're going to pay eBay another $9 because they promoted that listing and they took 9% out of that $100 transaction, then I'm only going to make around $26. That's still not bad for selling a $100 product. But I want you to test, and I want you to start low. So you're going to start with 5% and see how that works for you. Test it out for 1 to 2 weeks. Make sure that you're adding a lot of listings to your store so that it can really test a broad niche range of products and not just a few or several products. Start with 5%, give it a couple of weeks, see how that works. Now, if you want to raise it up, you can move it up to 6%, 7%, bump it up slowly and gradually. But make sure that your profit margin is also taking this into consideration. So my recommendation is to always work at 15% break even on eBay, plus another 60% profit margin on top of that. That's going to allow you to easily cover your fees, even when you're paying taxes, and even if you have an ad rate of 5% transaction fee to pay eBay for that promoted sale. Okay, so my recommendation is to start at 5%. Now you're seeing eBay's like, hey, come on, bump it up. Pay us more, we'll promote it more. You'll make sales with 5%. I showed you my dashboard with 5%, and I'm happy with that. I don't want to give eBay any more. I'm happy with the sales that I'm getting from it. And personally, I didn't notice any difference when I bumped it up to 6 or 7%. You may notice a difference at 10% and above, but then again, that means that you're also going to have to bump up your prices because you're going to pay eBay quite a hefty fee. So my sweet spot is 5%, and I'm definitely not going to go dynamic, which means, hey, eBay, do whatever you want. And just make sure I'm making sales. This is eBay's smartest way to make as much as they can off of you. They're still going to get you a nice amount of sales, but you're not going to be making that much because they're going to play with this number as much as they want. So you see where I'm going with this. Fixed ad rate, 5% is your sweet spot. All right, let's scroll down. Give this campaign a name. So you can name it something like Promoted Standard 5% All Listings. You have your start date, so you can set it for today or any other scheduled time if you don't want to start it today. And the end date. Now, I would definitely keep this on a continuous basis because it's not costing you anything. Only after you make sales, and if you're making sales, you're making profit. So there's no reason to not have this on a continuous basis. And one of the mistakes that I see people do is they test these promoted ads for 1 or 2 weeks, so they don't keep it continuous. And then after 1 or 2 weeks, their campaign is working well, and they forget that it's about to turn off any minute now. And then it just turns off one day. And then sales stop coming in from the promoted listings. So sales start to slow down. What's going on? Why did my store start selling? Oh, right. I forgot that my promoted listings are turned off because I didn't have it on a continuous basis. And then you got to get the whole algorithm to start working in your favor again. You got to go back to the campaign, turn it on again, wait for the listings to start showing up on eBay's search engine on the promoted listings again. These things take time. It doesn't happen on the same minute that you turn on the campaign. So leave it on continuously and check back every couple of days to see how it's going. Once you're done, go ahead and click on launch. And that is how easy it is to set up your first automated promoted listings campaign with the sweet spot of giving eBay 5% only if and after they help you make sales. This is my #1 strategy for promoting your listings, all of your listings automatically in every time you add new ones as well. And you're going to make a lot of sales and profit this way, the same way that you see me doing here. All right, so let me go inside that campaign and show you what it's like. This is my campaign dashboard where you can see the campaigns that I'm running. So basically, I've had older campaigns like the PPC campaign, so Promoted Listings Advanced, which I'm not using because it just swallowed up a whole bunch of my money. So I was paying eBay $3 per day, which isn't a lot of money. So at the end of the month, I'd get about a $100 bill and I would pay that to eBay. But on the other hand, I wasn't making enough sales to cover that $100 profit from the pay-per-click campaign. Maybe if I would keep it running for another month or two, it probably would have broken even at some point and put me in the profit zone. But this requires a lot more effort on your side because you always have to enter the campaign on a daily basis, see what's going on, how much did they take, how much did you make, and you won't be able to focus on things that really matter in your store, which is product research, increasing your listings, and adding thousands of products to your store because this is a numbers game. The more listings you have, the more sales you're going to make. And the more you've been in this game, the better your product research, the more listings are going to sell out of the thousands of listings that you have. And I don't want you to spend all day doing tedious tasks like checking out your campaign performance because you're paying a lot of money before you even see any sales. So PPC is not the way to do it, but let me kind of show you what the campaign looked like from the inside. So let me click on it. So let's analyze the only campaign that I do have running, which of course is Promoted Listing Standard. So if I click on that, I can get more campaign metrics inside. So we can see right here, just going to scroll down a bit. You can see here that I have an ad rate fix, which is exactly what I told you to do, and an ad range of 5%. So you can see that I always put my money where my mouth is, and I tell you to do exactly what I'm doing on my eBay store. And I've had this campaign running on this store for a long time now. So we can see right here, so the campaign performance in the last 31 days, you already saw this on another screen, but I have a nice little growth spurt over here, making some decent sales and profit from this campaign that's always running automatically in the background. So you can see right here, the clicks is the blue line. So you can see that I'm getting a lot of clicks. Then you've got the sales, which is the dark blue line in between this one up here, in between the clicks and this flat liner down here. And the flat liner is the ad fees. So you can see that I'm paying minimal ad fees, right? You can see the ad fees right here as I scroll through them. And then you've got the sales, and then you've got the clicks. So this is a nice balance. You're always going to have more clicks than sales. And if you have clicks but no sales, obviously something is wrong. And if it looks like this, you know that you have a healthy balance. You're getting a lot of clicks. You're making sales, which is in between, which is really important. And then you've got the ad fees, which you want as low as possible, because I wouldn't be making these sales if I wouldn't have the ad fees. And if I would be giving eBay 10%, 15%, or letting eBay decide on a dynamic rate, then these ad fees right here, it's not going to be a very flat line. It's going to be right up here with the sales and hopefully not higher than the sales, which means I'm losing money. I don't want to break even. I'm here to make a profit. And this is the kind of chart that you want to see on your promoted listings dashboard to know that everything is healthy. Lots of clicks, good amount of sales, and very low amount of ad fees. Okay, so this is the main campaign metrics, and this is how well the campaign has been running on my end. So again, promoted listing standard, you're only going to pay after you make a sell. The amount you pay is the percentage that you have set here. And the higher the percentage, the more they're going to promote it, but the more you're also going to pay every time you make a sell. So again, 5% is my sweet spot, fixed ad rate, and this is my top #1 recommendation for running free marketing methods on eBay that's actually effective, that will make you sales and profit. Next, we've got the send and receive offers option. Now, again, I've got a link to everything if you guys want to do a deeper nosedive into these topics, but I'm giving you what's practical and relevant, what I'm doing on my store to make it even easier for you. So sending and receiving offers does exactly that. When you have listings on eBay, you'll notice that people are going to start watching your listings. So when a buyer watches your listing, that means that they kind of put it in their favorites. They're not going to buy it yet. But if someone's watching your product, then every time you make a price change, they're going to get a notification. And you can also send them offers. And this is one of the biggest things that you can do because I make a lot of sales just from sending offers. Let me show you what that looks like. So again, you're going to hover over my eBay, click on selling to get to your seller dashboard. And then here you can see a message where it says eligible to send offers. You can see that I have 42 offers that I can send. So the more people are watching your listings, the more offers you can send them. And this can be automated through eBay. Another way to see it is if you click on listings inside your eBay dashboard, you'll also be able to see the message right up here. So you can see it says send offers on 41 of your listings. And so I can just click here where it says send offers. Here under discount type, you can go with % off or amount off. And I'm always going to go with % off because we're working with profit margins. And I know exactly how much percentage I can offer from my profits. Now I've got this section here where it says send automated offer. This allows eBay to automatically send offers to interested buyers. So if anyone is watching any one of these listings in the future, eBay is going to automatically send them an offer. And I'm going to put the duration here on 1 year. And I'm also going to allow counter offers. So what this means is for the next year, if anyone is going to watch this listing, I want you to send them this offer that I'm creating right here as well. So right now it's going to send it to all of those 40 something buyers and any future buyer or interested shopper who's going to show interest in this product. Now I can also click right here where it says send offers eligible just to be able to see the listings right down here. And you can see that I have results 1 of 42. So this is just another way of doing the same thing. I can click on this checkbox right here and it's going to select all of the 42 products that I can send offers for. So it doesn't matter if you're going to do it from this screen or from the previous one. I just wanted you to see all the options that you have at your disposal. So I'm going to click right here under actions and then I've got send offers. So this again is taking me to the same screen just from a different way of getting there. So again, you're going to give them a % off. I usually go with 5% off. Again, you're going to have to find your sweet spot and make sure that you have that also factored up inside your profit margin. And you can also send a message right here. So I'm going to keep it at, here's your chance to get this item at a great price. I usually leave this as a default, it works. And I'm going to send it right here. Okay, so you can see it says you just enabled automated offers for 42 items. This means that all of those 40 something buyers just got a notification for an offer. And of course, any future buyer who's going to watch these products. And now you can see that I cannot make any more offers because my offer was just sent. And that is how easy it is to send offers to your buyers. Now remember to also allow counter offers. I showed you the option when you're sending offers to also allow counter offers. So what happened here is 40 something buyers just got an offer from me, right? 5% below the regular purchase price. Now, some buyers are going to buy it just like that. They got a notification. Oh, right. It's that thing that I saw the other day. I forgot to purchase it. Now there's a nice little discount going on. I'm going to go ahead and purchase it. So I have sales that are coming in like that. And then other customers are going to try to bargain a deal. So they're going to send you a counter offer. Now you're going to see the counter offer and see how much profit you have left. And then you're going to decide if you're going to either accept that offer or send a counter offer to their counter offer. Let me show you how that works because this is another method that's making me a nice amount of sales. So here you can see I got an email. Buyer made a counter offer, $40 for this blurred product, which again, sorry guys, I have to blur some things because I want you to use your own creativity to find these products with all the methods that I'm showing you. But again, you're getting the blueprint, you're getting the foundations, you're getting the frameworks to my success. So here I can see that a buyer sent me a counter offer of $40. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the item ID so I can see exactly how much profit I have here. Now I'm going to go back to AutoDS. I'm going to paste it up here in the search. And here you can see that it found it under my products. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it to see exactly how much I'm profiting here. So this is the product and here's the pricing. I can see that the source price is about $24. So I'm going to click on the item editor right here to open up the editor for this product. Then I'm going to click on the variance tab. And then here on the right side, I'm going to click on edit. This shows me the actual profitability. So I can see that my buy price is $23.99. If I click on the supplier's item ID, I can also see it on my supplier's website. So in this case, it's Amazon, and you can see that the buy price is actually $23.99. So that is my buy price. If I let the buyer get this for $40, how much profit will I have? So I'm going to update the sell price right here to $40 instead of $46.99. And you can see that I'm still making about 42% profit, which is about $10 in profit. So that's still not bad. I'm still making profit here. I'm not making my usual 60%, but 40% is not bad. I'll take $10 instead of sending a counter offer to this buyer. He might accept it, he might not. So what's another dollar or two? I might as well make that $10 in profit right now. So I can also click here on offer from buyers to see what offers or what counter offers my buyers are sending me. So I showed you how I got it from an email on eBay, but if you want to see it on eBay, this is the way to do it. Okay, so here, back to the offer page. For $46.99, I can send a counter offer, but then again, the buyer could accept it and he could not. I don't want to pass up on a $10 profit sell. So I'm not going to send a counter offer. Okay, I'm going to cancel it. Now, if I did want to send a counter offer, I could do that right here. Okay, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go back to the $40 offer and I'm just going to accept it and make my sale. Okay, so I'm going to click right here, accept offer, and boom, you just made a new sale. This buyer is the winner and he's going to get the listing for $40 instead of $47. Now, because we're making a decent amount of profit, you're able to shave off $7 and still make a nice profit off of your listings. And this is another free way to make sales on your store. Your buyers are watching your products. Then you're going to send them offers to anyone watching your products. They're either going to accept it right away or they're going to send you a counter offer. Then you can have a little counter offer war until you guys find that sweet spot where the buyer is ready to pay that price and you're still making your profit. Or you can just go ahead and accept their first counter offer if you're still making a nice, decent profit margin there. So that is the example that I had right here. And I just made an easy sale from sending an offer and getting a counter offer from my buyer. Again, these methods are free. You don't have to pay anything to send offers to your buyers. All they got to do is watch your listings, which they'll do naturally when you're selling products that people are looking to buy. Additional marketing methods that you have at your disposal is volume pricing, coupons, and sales events. Let me show you what that is and how it works. So you can click on the links in the cheat sheet. Once again, guys, access this. Everything that I'm showing you in this video, all jam-packed in a step-by-step tutorial to make your life even easier after watching this video or doing it along with me while you're watching. All you gotta do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that number one thing that you learned? And I will happily send you this cheat sheet with everything inside. So volume pricing allows you to do exactly that. You're going to be able to send a discount to anyone who purchases more than the quantity of one. So you can click here where it says create volume pricing. And here you can decide, okay, if you buy one item, it's not a volume. So of course there's no discount. And if you buy two items, then you can get, let's say, 4% off. I wouldn't give them too much in the beginning. eBay always wants you on a default level to give maximum discounts. And they're kind of hoping that you probably won't pay too much attention to your profit margin. So they'll take your money and you're going to have to figure out why you're not making enough money. So of course, we're not going to go with eBay's default options. So buy two, I would give them around 4%. And if they buy three, you can give them 6 or 7%. And if they buy four, most of your listings are not going to have a quantity of 4, especially not at the beginning where you don't have a lot of selling limits. But if and when you get to that scaling range, you can give them a nice little, let's say 10% for 4 or more. But you have to make sure that you're profiting really nicely here. Now, here's the thing. Remember how we talked about most of your listings are going to have the quantity of 1 because you don't have a lot of selling limits in the beginning. So you don't want to upload a quantity of 10 or 20 for one product because it's going to take up that much in your selling limits. And you want to be able to test more products broadly. So the way to do that is to have a quantity of 1. And that way they're also going to see, hey, hurry up, there's only 1 left in stock, especially after you sold the item. And it's going to give the buyers the rush effects. So I'm sure you remember we talked about all of that. So most likely you won't have volume pricing in the beginning. But if you do have a cheap item that's selling well, we talked about that also, you can have a quantity of 2 or 3 because people will buy quantity of 2 and 3 on specific products that are very cheap that they might want more than 1 unit. So on that, you can have these volume pricing rules. Okay, so this is how much you're going to give them depending on how much they buy. You can give the discount only one time or multiple times. And duration, what is the start and end time for this campaign? And your selected rule. So either select manually what listings you want to have volume pricing or on a rule based. So all of your inventory or a specific price range. Now here you can see that I can add more than 2,400 items to this rule, as opposed to the promoted listing standard, which gave me 0. And the reason for that is because, as you know, I'm already running promoted listing standard for all my listings, but I'm not running any volume pricing events. I haven't seen too many sales coming in from here, so it's letting me select all of my 2,400 plus listings to add to volume pricing. But again, this is not a method that I use. That's why I put it under additional marketing methods, because I don't have huge quantities on my listings. Then you've also got coupons and sales events. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to click here on coupons. And then here you can create a coupon. So here you can either create a public or a private coupon. So if, for example, you have a little chat going on with one of your buyers. Let's say they're not happy about some product that you haven't tested, and you want to give them a little discount if they purchase from your store again, instead of dealing with returns and stuff like that. So let's say you have a case like this, and you want to give a customer a coupon to purchase from your store again. Or if you simply have a happy customer who wants to buy from you again, they reached out asking you if you have any kind of special discounts going on. And then you can say, hey, okay, you purchased before. I do want you to come back and purchase again. Here's a nice little discount for you. So you can do it for returning customers or for any other reason. So you're going to create a private coupon for that example. Or you can also create a public coupon. So in public coupons, your buyers are actually going to be able to see that coupon and you won't have to send it to them privately. So let me show you how that works. Let's say we're going for a public coupon, and you can give any type of discount that you want. So it can be extra fixed amount if they purchase a certain amount of items, or a simple percentage off. Let's just keep it simple. So go with extra percentage off, and let's give them an extra 6% off. Okay, let's keep this continuous. And here, let's give them a coupon code. So let's say eBay winners 99. Okay, so that's the code for the coupon. Then you've got your details and coupon limits. So you can see right here, extra 6% off, ending at a certain date, or keep it going continuously. So you can run a certain event up to a certain date. And then you've got maximum savings. So if a customer passed this amount of maximum savings that they got from this coupon, they won't be able to redeem it anymore. And a certain limit, maximum redemptions per buyer. So 1, 10, or no limit. And you can also set a certain budget. So after you gave a certain amount of discount collectively to all your buyers, it will stop running this campaign. Okay, next you've got your items. So what items do you want this discount to apply to? So all your inventory, some of your inventory, you can see that I can select over 2,400 items because I'm not running this coupon at the moment. And once again, you can also do a private coupon. Okay, so once you do that, go ahead and click on launch. If it's a public coupon, then now anyone who goes into any one of these listings that I added to this campaign is going to be able to see that I have a coupon inside the product page. So they'll be able to use it automatically. And if it's private, you're going to have to send it private to your buyers. So coupons is another nice way to make sales. Personally, I don't use it because Promoted Listing Standard does really, really well. But if you put time into it, and especially use the private ones to send your repeat buyers a private discount, they're going to really appreciate that and come back to purchase from you again and again. Then you can also run sales events. So again, we're going to click on that. We've got the 3 options down here. This time I'm going to go with a sell event. Okay, so this time I'm giving them a certain discount. So it's kind of like coupons, only here they don't need to redeem any coupon code. They're just going to get the discount automatically because you're running a sales event on your store. So here's how that works. You can give a certain percentage off or a fixed amount. So I'm just going to go with 5% off just for the example. Okay, then we're going to scroll down, the duration, so start date, end date, and the details. So the offer name that buyers are going to be able to read. So special sales event, starting now, ending here, name it whatever you want, make it sound nice for your customers. Then you can select your items. Now, eBay does cap this at 2,000 items per sales event. So take that into consideration. If you got more than 2,000 items, you can segment your items and run multiple campaigns, multiple sales events. Again, these events do not cost any money. Neither does creating coupons or volume pricing. So it's all free marketing methods to get more sales from your store. Just take into consideration how much percentages you're giving, and once again, making sure that you have that factored into your initial profit margin. Okay, so that's creating a sales event. You're going to launch it, and any buyer will be able to see that once they enter your product listings. Okay, so sales event, similar to coupons, only here they don't need to redeem any type of coupon code. Then you've got Promoted Listings Advanced. So again, this is the pay-per-click campaign. If you want to see a full rundown of what happened in my pay-per-click campaign, I've got the article right here. I've also got a video embedded inside. I'm not going to go through it now because this is not one of the methods that I'm recommending to you in this video. But if you want to go for pay-per-click campaigns, this is the way to do it. This is going to show you step by step on how I did mine, what happened in the end, how many clicks, how much I spent, how much orders came in. So all the information, as you can see, is right here. You can read through it, you can watch the embedded video, and that's going to take you step by step into the advanced pay-per-click campaigns. And last but not least, you've also got social media marketing and a store newsletter. I'm not using these on my stores, but the options exist, and I want you to know all of the tools that you have at your disposal. So here, what you can do is connect your social media accounts. So in this case, you're going to have a Facebook account, Instagram, Pinterest, TikTok, and YouTube. You can create any one of these social media accounts, around your store. So your store's niche, your business name, whatever it may be. And then you're going to be able to create promotional posts directly from eBay that will link to a certain product page or to your storefront, wherever you want. And you'll also be able to see the analytics. So how many people saw your post, how many clicked, how many engaged with it. You're going to be able to see all of that right here. But of course, this is going to take an effort that usually dropshippers do not do, because we're not creating huge brands, at least not right from the start. We just want to make quick and easy and automated sales. And going through social media marketing has a lot of manual work that comes with it. So I skip it for my stores, but of course you can do it for yours if that is something that you also enjoy doing. But most importantly, see if it has any positive effect on your store. And then you've got the store newsletter. So in time, people are going to click on your storefront. Not a lot. Most of them are going to go to your product pages, but some are going to go to your storefront and they are going to subscribe to your store. So they're going to follow your store. Now, I'm not putting a lot of effort into this, but if I click on my store, you can see how many people have subscribed to it automatically. I didn't send them any messages or ask them to do so. But if I scroll down here on my store, you can see that I've got a very, very high positive feedback because I know how to keep my customers satisfied, which is what I'm teaching you to do as well. You can see that I've also sold over 10,000 items on this store. But here you can see that I've got 307 followers. So it's not a lot. I didn't ask anyone to follow me. These buyers did that automatically. So that means that I already have 300 people in my store newsletter. I can send them a newsletter and start to promote my products and get them to come to my store and purchase the products that I have. But this will be much more effective when you have thousands of people in your newsletter. And you're going to have to work on that because you're going to have to send your buyers messages and ask them to sign up. And all of that creates, again, a tedious amount of manual work that I don't really like to do on eBay, because I like to separate the things that I can do manually and the things that I can automate, because that's where scaling and the big numbers actually come from. So these are more marketing methods that you have available. And the ones that I personally use is eBay Promoted Listing Standard with the 5%, running continuously, and sending offers to my buyers every few days when it refreshes, and I can send it to 30, 40, 50 buyers all at once. Sales are always coming in from these top two methods that don't cost us any money and give us a lot of extra sales and profits that we need, aside from the free organic traffic that we're getting from within eBay. Now, again, you've got the whole step-by-step on how I run my marketing. So you're going to click on promoted listings and you got 5% on all listings and enable offers. And remember that you've got my step-by-step recommendations here inside the cheat sheet, going over one more thing that I haven't showed you, which is creating a buyer group. So again, promoted listing standard, you're going to run 5% on all listings. You're going to enable offers so that you can send and receive offers to your buyers and allow counter offers from anyone who's watching your listings. You're going to get more and more of those organically as you add more listings to your store. And we're also going to create buyer groups and send customized retargeting coupons. This is another nice method that's getting me free sales. So in order to activate that, once again, you're going to go to your eBay dashboard. You're going to hover over marketing. And then here you've got buyer groups. So here you can see that under this time frame, I had 762 total buyers. 12 out of them were repeat buyers, so people who came back to purchase from my store again, while 750 were, of course, one-time buyers. Now, you also saw that I have 307 followers. We can also see that from the buyer group section on your eBay dashboard. And here what you can do is send automated offers to interested buyers. So I already have a campaign running for this, as you know. This is the same thing as creating an offer. So you're creating an offer for 40-something buyers. And there I also set up the automated offer for anyone else who's going to watch those listings. So you can set that up here as well. And you can also send offers to your previous customers. This is one way of getting people who actually purchase from your store and telling them, hey, come back to purchase again because right now I have a certain thing running. So here you can send offers to people who are not just watching your items and haven't purchased before, but people who have actually purchased from your store. And you can also send an offer to your followers. So to the 307 followers that I have on my store, or however much you have on yours. So this is going to segment your users and you'll be able to send them a certain offer. And then here, if I scroll down to manage groups, you can see all the segmentations that I've created. So people who are interested in all my inventory, send them automated offers. Then I've got this group one right here. So this is a segmentation of anyone who purchased more than 31 days ago. I send them automatic coupons. So here you can see that 4,000 people were already reached out to here. Anyone who purchased more than 31 days ago, I send them an automated coupon. And you can create more and more segmentation. So let me show you what this looks like. I'm going to click here where it says engage buyers. And then here you can go for previous customers like you just saw, followers, so people who are following your store like the 300 that I've got here, or interested buyers. In other words, people who are watching my listings, like the 43 who I just sent an offer to. Now I've already got automation set for all 3 segmentation types. Let me show you what it looks like on the inside. Okay, so let's do one example. I want to engage buyers who are previous customers. Okay, so people who have already bought from my store, because I'm already sending offers to those who are interested in buying. Okay, so here you can set the date range of when they last purchased from your store. More than 31 days, more than 3 months ago, more than 6 months ago. And under categories, I always go for all categories because I always like to do broad testing. Okay, group name, so you can give them a group. So let's say purchased 30 days ago, or any other option that you chose. In this example, I already have that. So let's go with more than 6 months ago. Okay, so purchased 6+ months ago. And we can see the total rundown here. So 300 to 400, more than 6 months ago in all categories. Okay, so I'm going to save this buyer group. Okay, I'm going to click right here where it says save buyer group. Okay, so now I have a segmented buyer group for anyone who purchased more than 6 months ago from my store. Now let's create an automated coupon for them. So I'm going to click on create coupon. I'm going to give them an extra % off, keep it at 5%. Let's have this promotion running for a few months and see how that works. Okay, eBay doesn't give you the continuous option here. So the campaign will have to end and you will have to make it live again. So you can give it a few months to do some really good testing. And then here we're going to write the coupon code. So here, for example, I can write something like welcome back, right? Because it's anyone who purchased 6 months ago. So, hey, welcome back, purchase from the store again. Then we've also got the coupon limits. I don't usually like to have any limits. As long as it's selling, I want to keep selling it. So I'm not going to limit it. Okay. And then here under rule based, I'm not going to do anything manually. I want it to run on all of my inventory and all of my 2,400 plus items. I want all of them to be included in this rule. We can have up to 20,000 items. So that's great. And I'm going to click right here where it says launch. My coupon code is not unique, so we're going to have to make it a little bit more unique. So I'm going to go with welcome back 5 off. That's the coupon. Let's see if this one is unique. And it is. Okay, so your coupon welcome back 5 off has launched. And this is going to be sent automatically to all of my 6+ month buyers that purchase from my store. So I highly recommend using buyer groups as well. It segments your users and you can send them repeatable offers. The more offers you can send to more segmented users, the more sales you're going to make at the end of the day. It's free, it doesn't cost you money, and it gives you a reach to customers who either watch your products or purchased at some time before from your store. Both methods work well, and I highly recommend to use them both. So once again, you've got my recommendations, 5% on all listings, create buyer groups, segment your users, new and interested buyers, and also customers who previously purchased from your store. And that summarizes the best ways to market your products on your eBay store, including what I'm personally doing on mine. I know that you're going to make more sales this way, and you're going to enjoy it because you don't have to spend anything before you make anything. And this is always the best way to learn what works for you and scale once you start to have success. And now, inevitably, you are going to start making sales, whether you're running promotions or not, whether the traffic is coming all organically or with the help of free marketing and promotion methods that you have on eBay, you are now going to start making sales. The orders are going to start coming in. And the next step is to learn how to fulfill your orders so that your customers can get their packages fast and on time. And as you know, I'm going to show you both the manual and the automatic methods for fulfilling each and every single one of the orders that start to come in. I'm going to show you live examples on my store. I have some orders to fulfill myself, so it's going to be a good opportunity. We're going to see exactly how the orders roll out, how much profit we're making at the end of the day, and extra tips and tricks that I always like to throw in to make sure that you're successful. Good job on making it this far. Things are finally getting interesting. And now let's learn how to manage our orders. All right, so let's start fulfilling the orders that are finally coming in our eBay stores. Now, there are a few ways to fulfill our orders. So there's the manual way of fulfilling your orders, which means going to your supplier's website, putting in the customer's details and sending it directly to your customer. That's fine to do in the beginning as you learn how your business works. But in time, in order to be able to scale and fulfill many orders per day, you're going to have to move on to automation. And you can pretty much trust me when I tell you this, when you try this with automation, you won't want to go back to doing it manually. But I'll show you both methods, and again, you can choose whichever method you prefer to use for yourself. So I'm going to talk about 3 methods: the manual way, the semi-automatic way, and the fully automatic way, with all the differences and how to set it all up. And I'm also going to fulfill some of the orders that I have waiting for me. So I'm going to do one manually, I'm going to do one automatically, and again, see which one suits you best. So we can see inside the eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. Once again, all you got to do in order to get your hands on this is you got to comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is that one top takeaway that you learned from this video, and I will happily send you this cheat sheet with everything inside. So you do have the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. You have a link to it if you want to learn more about what it is and how to use it, but I'm going to show you right here, right now anyway. So Fulfilled by AutoDS is a fully automated way to fulfill your orders. AutoDS uses their own buyer accounts on the supplier's website, so you don't even have to have a buyer account. In other words, if you have a buyer account on AliExpress or Amazon or Walmart or any other supported supplier, you don't even need to have a buyer account there. You don't need to put your credit card details inside, and you don't need to use your own payment methods and your own buyer account. So this is really great, especially on platforms like Amazon that may lock your buyer account at some point when they see that you're shipping products to multiple addresses, and so they'll know that you're using their platform for drop shipping, which they will frown upon. So you could get your account locked, your buyer account locked from Amazon, from Walmart, from all these other retailers that don't really want you to drop ship from them, but you can do it through the AutoDS Fulfilled by AutoDS service. AutoDS has plenty of buyer accounts. They don't get locked out, so the orders will be fulfilled using AutoDS's buyer accounts. All you got to do is top up your balance to make sure that you have a balance that AutoDS will use to pay for your orders. Let me show you exactly how everything works. But you've got Fulfilled by AutoDS. It comes with automatic tracking number updates, so as soon as tracking info is available from your supplier, it will be updated on your selling channel as well, on AutoDS and on your eBay store, so your customers will always be able to track their packages and see their current status. And this will also help you a lot with items not received cases. You'll always have tracking information to prove that the item was delivered. And we're going to get to seller metrics and all of that soon. I'm going to show you examples on what you can do if a buyer says, hey, they didn't get their shipment or anything like that. But right now, I just want you to understand that Fulfilled by AutoDS is going to take care of all of your order processing needs. So before I show you how that works, there's Fulfilled by AutoDS, and you've also got a link to all of the supported suppliers that you can use with the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. So I will walk you through Fulfilled by AutoDS. You do have a link to it in the cheat sheet, so you can go over how it works and how to set it up, even though I'm going to show you all of that soon. But you also have the written guide here, as well as how to load your balance and how all the order processing works. And of course, the supported suppliers. So what suppliers are supported by Fulfilled by AutoDS? You can see a nice long list over here. So you've got Alibaba, AliExpress, Amazon, all of the suppliers on the AutoDS marketplace that are their private suppliers, of course, as you've already seen. The sourcing option, and sourcing option, of course, is only relevant if you're sourcing from China. Banggood, CJ Dropshipping, DHgate, eBay as a supplier. In this case, eBay is our selling channel. And one more quick tip here, if we're already on the subject. If eBay is your selling channel, which in this case, of course it is, you shouldn't use eBay as your supplier either. If you're selling on other places, like let's say you're selling on Amazon, then you can use eBay as your supplier. But because eBay is your selling channel in this case, you cannot also have them as a supplier. Now, theoretically, you can, but this could jeopardize your seller account. And that's because when you're selling on eBay and you're also buying from eBay, imagine you get a sale, somebody purchases from your store, from your eBay store. You go to another eBay store to purchase the product and ship it to your customer. And then what happens here is you're going to get a tracking number from your seller on eBay once he ships it out to your buyer on eBay. Now you're going to have to take that tracking number and upload it to your store as well. The problem here is that the same tracking number cannot be used twice on eBay. So what's going to happen here is you're going to get a tracking number that's filed on eBay, and then you're going to try to use the same tracking number on your order also on eBay, and eBay is going to give you an error message. Hey, this tracking has already been uploaded by another seller. Please use another tracking. And you won't have another tracking. So you cannot have the supplier be the same as your selling channel. Okay, so just take that as a quick tip. So you've got all these other suppliers, Home Depot, Mini in the Box, Pure Formula, Sam's Club, Walmart. All of these suppliers are supported by Fulfilled by AutoDS. Now you may also notice that these suppliers also come from different regions. So AliExpress is not just AliExpress China. You can also use AliExpress warehouses that they have in the US, UK, France, Spain. Same thing for CJ Dropshipping. So you've got all of these different regions that you can use. So it's very broad, it's very flexible. I'm going to show you how that works soon. But first, let's just go over the methods really quick. So you've got Fulfilled by AutoDS, which automates everything for you and doesn't even use your buyer accounts. Then you've got automatic orders. This is similar to Fulfilled by AutoDS in the sense that it will automate your orders When an order comes in, it will process it automatically. It will send out the package to your buyer. It will upload tracking information as soon as tracking is available. We're also going to go over tracking information soon, how it works, what's scanned on eBay, how to convert tracking numbers that come from Amazon that are not trackable. We'll go over all that stuff soon. Even if I'm speaking Chinese to you at the moment, do not worry. As you know, I'm taking you through step by step every little step that we have when creating and also succeeding with our eBay dropshipping business. So the only difference, or the biggest difference between automatic orders and fulfilled by AutoDS, is automatic orders uses your buyer accounts to fulfill the orders. So in this case, you will need to have a buyer account on your supplier's website, whichever supplier you're using to source your products from. And AutoDS will log in on your behalf to your supplier's website every time you get an order, and it'll use your buyer account to purchase the product and of course upload the order information and tracking numbers. It'll update all of that automatically once it's available. So basically, fulfilled by AutoDS and automatic orders are both automatic order services. One uses AutoDS's buyer accounts and the other uses your buyer accounts. Again, you're going to see soon how everything works, and all the pieces of the puzzle will start to fit and make sense for you. And you can also use the product sourcing feature. So you source the product from within AutoDS. Let's say you get an order on a product, you go to the orders page, and before you fulfill the order, you want to see if there's a better supplier that can ship faster, cheaper than the current supplier that you have. So with the sourcing feature, AutoDS will be able to find a better supplier. You link that supplier to your order, and then you're going to fulfill the order from that supplier and not the first one that you had on record when you got that order. Then you've got the manual way. So the manual way simply means, okay, you get an order, go to your supplier's website, add the product to your cart, check out with your customer's address details, and send it to your customer. So it's going to use your buyer accounts, and you're going to have to manually do this all the time. One of the biggest issues that I have here is not just how much time it takes from you, especially once you have 5 orders, 10 orders per day. You definitely don't want to do it manually. But one of the biggest things and mistakes that I still make till this day is sometimes I accidentally ship it to the wrong address. I have a lot of addresses on my Amazon buyer account because sometimes I process my orders manually. Of course, it's mainly done through automation, but some orders I could do them manually, and sometimes I would just send it to the wrong address because I forgot to change the address, or I send it to the wrong customer, and that just means you're going to lose all the money for that order. And this happens more than I'd like to admit. So human mistakes happen, and with order automation, it's not going to be an issue. Now, there's more cool things that come with order automation, like sending automatic messages to buyers. So every time an order gets processed automatically, I'll show you how you can also send a message to your buyer, to all of your buyers, in a gift message that will come with the order, and also give them thank you message sequences after they purchase from your store. So they'll come back and leave a positive review and also return to purchase from your store again. So I'm going to have all this automation set in place for you. But first, let me show you what it actually looks like when an order comes in. And let's actually start diving into these methods one by one. So when you get an order, you can see it in one of two places. One is going to be on your AutoDS account. And so this is what the orders page looks like on AutoDS. So you can see that I sold all these products. This is the product's picture. It's probably blurred for you. The product's titles are over here. Then you've got the order status. So we're going to go through all the statuses soon. Right now, I just want you to familiarize yourself with the columns that you have here. So you've also got the estimated arrival date. Like for this order right here, you can see that it's arriving on Wednesday. So you can see exactly what the status of your products are. And this is an order that was fulfilled by AutoDS. You can see that by hovering over this icon right here, completed by the fulfilled by AutoDS service. Then you've got your buy price and your selling price. So this product, for example, I'm buying it for $10 and I'm selling it for $20. I paid $1 tax when this product was purchased. Better yet, AutoDS paid that $1 tax and updated it on my account. So here there's only $5 in profit. That's just a very small order example. Of course, I'm going to show you more examples, but this is just a quick column. Then you've got a sourcing request. So if you had a sourcing request, you'll see it here. Tracking number, you'll see once it's actually filled in. So if I scroll down a bit, you can see that these orders have tracking numbers because they've already been shipped out. So you can see that their statuses are shipped and delivered. So they have tracking numbers set on them. And after tracking numbers, you've got the buy ID and the sell ID. So the buy ID is where you're buying it from. The sell ID is where you're selling it on. So if you click on any one of them, it'll take you to your supplier's page on the product or your selling page on eBay. The quantity, so how much quantity was bought in that order. DAS stands for days awaiting shipment, so how many days passed by without having a tracking number on the order. Customer is the customer's name. Store, which store it's sold on. and order ID. So on order ID, you've got the buy ID and the sell ID. The buy ID will take you to your supplier's order page, and the sell ID will take you to your order page on eBay. Then you've got tags. So if you had tags for that product, you'll see it here. And you can customize the way that you see this display here. So if you click on customize display, you can customize what you see first, what you see last. Like for example, I didn't have a date. If I do toggle it on, then I'll also see the date in which these orders came in, the customer's address, which I togged off, which let's toggle it on. So now I have everything on, and you can also rearrange the order that you see these details inside the columns. Okay, so let's go ahead and update that and see the dates. Okay, now you can see the date was added. Right now it's April 19th as I'm recording this video. So I already had some orders coming in today. 1, 2, 3, 4, these 4 orders. So let's see, I've got $12 here plus 21. So that's 33. Plus 5 is about 38, plus 15 is almost $55, about $53 profit just from today. And this is all happening automatically as I'm recording this video and showing you guys exactly what I do so you can do the same on your eBay store. So those are some of the orders that I got today. We got some nice profit margins. And you can see that one was fulfilled with Fulfilled by AutoDS. Okay, so how exactly does this work? And let's go over all of the order processing methods right now. For Fulfilled by AutoDS to work, you need to have a balance up here. So I already talked about having a balance, and that you can see up here. So right now my balance is $34.83. You can load more balance by hovering over load. And here you can load a certain amount as you see here. So 50, 100, 200, 500, 1000 by credit card, PayPal, or Payoneer. I suggest going with Payoneer if you have a Payoneer account. If not, you should connect one because you'll only pay a $3 fee for loading the balance here. So if you load $100, you'll be charged $103 and your balance will be loaded by $100. Credit card and PayPal has a 5% fee, so the less the better. I usually go with Payoneer. You can also have multiple accounts connected here, and you can add accounts simply by clicking here, add your payment account, and you'll be able to load balance. So once you have a balance, this balance will be used to pay for your orders. So if, for example, my current balance is $35 and the order, the product costs me, the sourcing price is $10, so I'm going to fulfill it, and then instead of having $35 balance or $30 balance, I'll have $20 balance. So it'll be deducted by the source price. So the balance is used to pay for the products in your orders. Then you've also got auto order credits. Each order costs 1 auto order credit. It's just a few cents. And the more credits you buy, the bigger the package, the bigger the discount is going to be. So you're going to click here where it says buy credits, and then choose whichever package suits your needs. It can go as low as 20 cents per credit, 20 cents per order, all the way up to 50 cents per order, depending which package you chose. So each one is going to load you up with a lot of credits, and that is used to fulfill your automatic orders, whether you're on Fulfilled by AutoDS or automatic orders. Each order costs 1 auto order credit. So auto order credits and a balance to pay for the products. That's all that you need. And then you can enable both either Fulfilled by AutoDS or automatic orders. I'll show you in the settings page soon how to set this up and how to choose whether you want to go with Fulfilled by AutoDS or automatic orders or manually, which I'll also show you. But right now, let me just show you my most recommended method because I love Fulfilled by AutoDS. It saves me a lot of time and I don't have to worry about my buyer accounts. So an order will either come in pending status or automatically it'll get sent to auto order. That depends on what you have set in your settings, which I'll show you soon. But you have 2 options. An order comes in either in pending, and then you're going to have to come to your orders page and send it to auto order, or of course, do it manually depending on whatever method you chose. And I'm going to show you again how to configure that soon in the settings. But right now, I just want you to understand the options as I slowly walk you through them. So let's take this order, for example. It cost me $18.99. My selling price is $37.99. If I hover over the status right here, I can send it to auto order, or I can automatically put it on ordered, shipped, delivered, canceled if I'm doing it manually. But in this case, I am going to go with Fulfilled by AutoDS. So I'm simply going to send it to auto order. So that's all that I need to do. Just click on the status, send it to auto order. Now you can see order has been saved. And in a couple of minutes, it's already going to be fulfilled. I don't really need to do anything anymore. AutoDS has all of the relevant details. It knows the customer's address. It knows what product we need to buy. And it's going to send it automatically using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. Once it's ordered, it's automatically going to switch to the ordered status. And I could also have a screenshot from my supplier's website to show that the product was actually ordered and the current status. So because my supplier here in this case is Amazon, I get an Amazon screenshot. And I can also see, as you saw from the estimated arrival, when the product is going to arrive. It says arriving Wednesday. But if I click on the Amazon screenshot, I could also see it visually. So here's the product that was ordered. Here's the buyer's details. And I can see that right now it's in ordered status. So you can always use the screenshot for reference as well. All right, so this one is going to arrive in a couple days. And this one was just sent to auto order progress. Now, once again, it's going to move to ordered automatically with the order ID. And once it's shipped, it's going to automatically switch to the shipped status with the tracking information inside on my AutoDS account and inside my eBay store as well, so that my customer will be able to track the status of the package. So once a fulfilled by AutoDS order is in order progress, you really don't need to touch it anymore. AutoDS will handle everything. You can sit back and relax and focus on what really matters for growing your store, product research, and adding more and more winning products. All right, so back to the orders page. Let's see what the order details actually look like. So the order that's in order progress right now, you can see that the icon now says completed by the fulfilled by AutoDS service because it's being worked there. If I click on the image's thumbnail, I'll get all of the order details. Now, I know that everything is blurred for you because YouTube doesn't allow us to share customer details and addresses, and I can understand why. But basically, as you see here, you've got the customer's name, last name, address, country, state, city, zip, and phone number, which I usually just override with a bunch of 9s. I'll explain later soon when we get to these settings why I do it that way. Then you've got the order details over here. So right now you can see the status is in order progress. You can see all the tags that this product is ranking for. Here you can add any manual notes. It's going to be internal, so only you'll be able to see those notes. And the buy order ID, which you won't need to fill in because you're not doing it manually. On manual order processing, you will have to fill it in. Buyer account if you're using it. In this case, it's using fulfilled by AutoDS, so none of our buyer accounts are being used. And what is the total buy price, if you paid any taxes, how much fees you had in this order. The system already knows how much eBay fees to take in because you already have your break even set inside your settings. If not, we're going to do AutoDS settings soon. And you've got the product's information over here. So the supplier, the warehouse, the buy URL, the buy product ID or the ASIN, and the buy variant ID. So that's all the general information. You've got your total profit over here. So on this product right here, I'm making around 12 bucks profit. After tax, probably going to be 11, maybe 10 in the worst case. So there's some nice profit there. And so that is how you can see the order details. All of this is being done on AutoDS. I do not need the eBay platform to fulfill my orders. But let's see what the orders look like on eBay anyway. So if you go to your seller dashboard, once again, hover over eBay and then selling. Then you've got your orders to ship. Right now, I've got 7 orders to ship. But if you don't have any orders to ship because you just got started or you only have a couple orders, you're going to see them over here. Once you add tracking information, it's not going to show up here anymore. And I can also see that right here as I scroll down. So this is the usual eBay selling dashboard. You can see my daily sales over here. The first line shows a $500 revenue daily mark, and the second one shows $1,000 revenue mark. And you can see in the last 31 days, my sales have increased by almost 80%. So this store is currently on its way to growth. And we get more things like the traffic, the seller level, which I'll go over soon, the total feedback. So you can see here that I thrive a lot on positive feedback. It's one of the most important things for me because it really helps my store grow exponentially. So I give really good customer service, and you can see that by the feedback that I'm getting. So just in the last 30 days, I got 72 positive feedback, 0 neutral, 0 negative. You can see I've got 3,620 feedback, 99.4% positive. So this is what's helping my store stay here for the long term. And I'm teaching you all the ways, all the methods, all my strategies so that you can do the same on your store as well. But I just want you to see some details for now, how this store is doing so far. Okay, but let's go back to the orders. So if I click here where it says orders, it'll take me, of course, to the orders page on eBay. Again, you do not need this. It's for reference because you're not going to be fulfilling any of your orders from here. But this is where it is and how it's done. So we can see right here, manage orders awaiting shipment. So orders that I haven't added tracking information to yet. So here I've got all my orders. This one I need to ship it within the next couple of days. This one as well, and same as this one, same as this one. So we've got all the orders that I still need to provide tracking information for. You can see the selling prices here. So $58, $30, $58. So the total transaction there, the date when it was sold, and the date when it was paid. Date paid and date sold is always the same because we're working with buy it now listings, meaning every time someone wants to buy something, it's not an auction. Buy it now, this is the price, pay now, then we'll ship it out. So this is what the orders page looks like on eBay. You can get more information by clicking on view order details. And here you can understand more things like how many fees you paid, what the payout is going to be, and the buyer's details, which once again, you don't really need unless you're doing everything manually and you're not using automation. But here, for example, you can see the subtotal. So this product right here that sold for $48.99, eBay charged the buyer sales tax, which once again, we get the sales tax, which eBay deducted automatically from the buyer, but then eBay is going to deduct it from us as well. So eBay makes our buyers pay tax, and then it deducts it from our stores, from our balance, so that eBay could pay it to the US government at the end of the year. So eBay does the tax collection on your behalf, and this is also really, really helpful because you don't have to do it yourself, and it is a lot of work to do all the taxes. So it's really nice that eBay takes care of that for us. So from $48.99, suddenly I get $53.17. And then from $53.17, eBay is going to deduct $4.18, which is that sales tax that they took from the buyer. And then another $7.84 transaction fees. If you remember, we've already been over that, how we build the break even on eBay, the category fee, the transaction fee. So everything from there is $7.84 plus ad fee general. Remember, promoted listings, 5% from this transaction price is $2.66. If you do the calculation, you should reach this number exactly. So $2.66 for promoted listings. So all in all, on an order, on a product that I sell for $48.99, which my buy price should be almost half that. Let's just make sure. So it's this product right here. As you can see, the selling price is $48.99. My buying price is $24.99. Let's see if there's any special coupons on the supplier's website. This gives us extra profits. So right now there's no coupons here. Okay, so it is $24.99. You can see that I already purchased this 5 times in the past because this is a product that's been selling repeatedly for me, and you're gonna find a lot of products like that in your store as well. So the buying price is $24.99, just about almost half that. And by the way, every time I sell, I usually increase the prices a bit. I'm gonna show you how to do that automatically soon so that you can always make more profit or drop the prices if it's not selling. I have all this set on automation, so it always finds a sweet spot where I always maintain consistent sales at the highest profit margin available. So again, all of that is coming up soon. So that is how to see the order details on eBay and everything that comes along with that, especially the pricing breakdown and how much fees we paid and how much we're making at the end of the day. So if the product costs me $24.99, that's $25. Let's say another 10% tax to Amazon, so it's going to be around $27. And I got $38.49. So I'm going to make just well over $10, about $11 profit on this order, even though I had an ad fee that I only had to pay after I made a sell. So it was already factored into my profit margin. As I mentioned to you several times, I'm hoping that you can see a clear picture of how that plays out and how you're still making some nice profit on top of your source price while factoring in all of the fees, all of the taxes, and all of the free marketing methods that you're going to run. Okay, so that is how to see the order on eBay. Once again, I'm not going to use eBay to fulfill my order. So let me show you how to fulfill orders manually if you do not want to use Fulfilled by AutoDS, even though of course you should. And by the way, you can see now that the status box here switched to gray. That means that as we speak, the system is processing the order and soon you're gonna see it in ordered status. But if you wanna do it manually, here's how to do it. Let's take the $24.99 example. Okay, so the product that we just saw. Remember how I told you to download and install the AutoDS Chrome extension? Because it helps you do things like import products really quickly to your store, so that one-click uploader. And it also has other functions like being able to search up multiple suppliers at once. So it helps you with your product research as well. But here it helps me by copying the customer's address so I won't have to do it one by one and each line on its own. So if you want to do it manually, you still can automate some aspects of it. So here's how that works. I want to fulfill this order right here, and I want to do it manually. I don't recommend it, but this is how it's done. You're going to have to go to your supplier's website, as I mentioned, purchase the product, and send it to your customer. So that means that I need my customer's details inside my cart on my supplier's website. So this product is coming from Amazon. So I can click on the buy item ID over here, and that will take me directly to the item, in this case, on Amazon. So you can see the product right here. I know it's being blurred out, but you can see the details over here. So it's $24.99. And I do use the Prime service. So yes, I pay Amazon $14.99 a month. And this is not a must if you don't want to, especially if you're using Fulfilled by AutoDS. All the orders will be using Prime and you won't have to pay for it. But if you want to do it on your own buyer account, you will have to pay the monthly for Prime. And that is just because you want the orders to arrive within the next couple of days to your customers. Some of them are going to get it today, some tomorrow, some in 2 days. And that's how Fulfilled by AutoDS works as well. But again, if you're doing it manually, you're going to have to pay for it. So here I've got the product, and this is what I want to ship out to my customer. The first thing that you want to do is add your customer's details inside your Amazon address book because you're sending the product directly to them. So you're going to go to your address book over here, click on addresses, click on add address, and then you're going to go to your orders page on AutoDS. Now, the long way to do it is to go to your eBay store or your eBay order details and go to the customer's details and start copying everything. This is the customer's name, and then paste it over here, and then phone number, and then address, and everything paste one by one. Not practical. I would never recommend to do it. You can do it for your first few orders just to understand how it works and to see what fields are relevant and to make sure the packages get to their destinations. But 1-2 orders and that's it, guys. You really don't need to continue like this. This is not practical for scaling. But about that AutoDS extension, this is where it comes into play and helps us save some time. So I'm going to go to the order details on AutoDS. I'm going to click on the order to open up the order details. And then here you can see that I've got a copy address icon. If you cannot see it, make sure that the AutoDS extension is installed and click on it up here to make sure that you are logged into your account. So now I'm going to hover over here where it says copy address. I'm going to click on copy address plus phone. So now I took all of the customer's details over here. So instead of me having to do it one by one, I'm going to go now back to the Amazon address book to where it says add a new address. You see the paste address button here. Again, this is only available because we have the AutoDS extension installed. So I'm going to click on paste address. And now you can see that all of the address is being pasted here. So I didn't really have to touch anything else. It's all done for me. Now I'm going to click here where it says add address. And now that address was added to my address book. Make sure on the top left that that is the address that you have selected. If you have multiple addresses, sometimes Amazon will choose another address by default. So make sure that you are selecting the right address from your address book so that it's being targeted right here on the top left. Okay, and now we're simply going to purchase the product and ship it to that customer. So let's do that really quick. I've got the address selected. So I'm going to go back to the order details on AutoDS. And I'm going to click on the item ID on the same row of that order. So that is right here. Okay, so clicking on the supplier item ID will take me to the product page on my supplier's website so that I can purchase the product. So it's right here. This is the product. I'm going to go ahead and click here where it says add to cart. Then I'm going to go to my cart. Okay, so here's the product. If you're dropshipping from Amazon to eBay, it's really important to select this option that says this is a gift. This way, your buyer is not going to see your order details. So they're not going to have your order number on Amazon. They're not going to see how much you paid. They're just going to get it with a gift message. So I always send out my packages from Amazon to eBay using gift messaging. So I clicked where it says this is a gift. Then I'm going to click right here where it says proceed to checkout. Now up here, make sure that you've got your customer's address, the right customer address, and not another one. I make a mistake a lot here when I process orders manually, and that's one of the reasons why I don't like it. So be super careful when you're doing this. So make sure that the customer here is correct. And then here you can write a gift message if you want, or you can just leave it as is. I usually write hello, buyer's first name, enjoy. Then I click save gift options. Okay, now you're going to choose your payment setting. So if you have a credit card or whichever other way that you're going to pay, so add your credit card here if you haven't done so yet. Then click use this payment method. And you can see here that this order is going to be delivered relatively quickly. So this one is going to arrive by tomorrow because once again, we're using Amazon Prime. Really important to do so if we're dropshipping from Amazon to eBay. Okay, so we can see right here, the total price is $24.99. I told you I'm probably going to pay around $2 tax, and I was right about that. So it's going to come out to $27.12. I'm going to go ahead and click place your order. And that's all that there is to it. Usually I save my order because I need it for my accountant. So I show them all of my business expenses. So I click view order details, and then I just save a PDF of this order. I also copy the order name and I write that on AutoDS. So I'll have a reference to which buyer account I used to fulfill this order. So right now I'm just going to save it on my hard drive really quick. So in total, I paid $27.12. Let's go ahead and input that data inside AutoDS because we did it manually. So it's not being automated for us. So I open up the order details. I'm going to click on the order column. I'm going to switch the status manually from pending to ordered. And here on the buy order ID, I'm going to write the order number that I got from my supplier from Amazon. And in the buy price, I'm going to write my total buy price, which was $27.12. Again, if you're using order automation, you don't have to do all of this. But because I'm not, you're going to have to go the extra mile. Once you're done, go ahead and click on save. And so now I can see that I don't have the fulfilled by AutoDS icon because I did process this order manually. And I left an internal note to remind myself that this order was done manually and not by fulfilled by AutoDS. So if, for example, the customer wants to open a return or anything like that, I can quickly reference to where the source came from, whether I did it from my suppliers or using AutoDS's Fulfilled by AutoDS service. And I'm going to show you how to work around returns and cancellations and all of that. It's only going to take up 1 or 2% of your business, but still good to know and really important to take care of if you're here for the long term, which I really hope that you are. Okay, so this order was processed manually. Now let's go see the Fulfilled by AutoDS order for the previous product that we moved to Fulfilled by AutoDS. So that's this one right here. Now you can see that it's in ordered status. And the estimated arrival is in April 20th, so that is just 2 days from now. And then here you can see completed by the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. So inside I'm going to have the order details. If I click to edit the order, just to open other details, I'll go to over here where it says order. Here I've got the buy order ID. So this one actually came from the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. You can see that $2 tax was paid here. So overall, I made $12 profit on a product that cost me $18.99. I sold it for $37.99, paid $2 tax, made about $12 in profit, and this was done through the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. So what happens here is as soon as tracking is available, it's going to be updated right here inside AutoDS and also on my eBay store as well. It's going to switch to the ship status with the tracking details. And this is happening automatically if you're using automatic orders or Fulfilled by AutoDS. However, if you did it manually, like this order that I did over here, I need to make sure that when I get tracking information from my supplier from Amazon, that I update it as quickly as possible on AutoDS so it'll update on my eBay store as well, so that my buyer will be able to track the package. If you do not upload tracking numbers on time, which once again, if you remember correctly, it's your handling time, you're going to get a lot of late shipments, and that could jeopardize your seller metrics. So you don't want to be there. You want to make sure to upload tracking as soon as it's available, and with automation, it works seamlessly. We're going to talk a little more about tracking information soon because some tracking numbers that you're going to get from suppliers like Amazon are not trackable, and AutoDS can convert it to make it trackable, which is really important for winning item not received cases. So we're going to get to that stuff soon. But right now, again, the differences between the orders. So we went through Fulfilled by AutoDS. I will show you how to set it up, but right now I just want you to understand exactly what it is and how it works. So Fulfilled by AutoDS, you saw how to fulfill an order manually. Then you've also got automatic orders. As I mentioned, it uses your buyer accounts and still does automation. I'm not going to show an example here because personally, I don't use automatic orders. I use either Fulfilled by AutoDS, and every now and then I would probably do a manual order because I don't really use automatic orders. I only use Fulfilled by AutoDS, but in the settings, I'll show you how to set that up as well. All right, so when it comes to order fulfillment, we went through the orders page on AutoDS with all the columns. We understand everything, how that works. We went through the order details on eBay. We understand how the transaction fees break down and how we get an order details with everything inside. This is what order processing is all about. All right, so let's see how to set up order automation in the settings, whether you want to use Fulfilled by AutoDS or automatic orders. So you'll have everything set up the right way according to your needs. So on AutoDS, we're going to click right here on the bottom left where it says settings. Now by default, we'll be on supplier settings. So on the left side, you're going to choose what supplier you would like to do the automation with. Remember, I left a link for you inside the cheat sheet that will take you to the Fulfilled by AutoDS explanation. And then here you have all of the supported suppliers that work with the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. But instead of sending you over here to read about 80 pages, I might as well just show you practically what you need to do and what you need to know. So settings, supplier settings, make sure that your store is selected here, and then select the supplier that you would like to have order automation with. So in this case, I've got Amazon US selected. And if your supplier does not show up here, click here where it says add supplier, and then choose any one of AutoDS's other supported suppliers and the region, the ships from warehouse. Okay, so every time I use an Amazon US supplier to my eBay store, these are the settings that I would like to have. I'm going to click here where it says orders. And here you've got order settings, process orders using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. And you've got other options like Hip Shipper, Global Shipping. So if you're using Hip Shipper, we already talked about using eBay's International Shipping Program or Hip Shipper. So if you decided to go with Hip Shipper, you're going to have that toggled in here. But let's put that on the side for now. Fulfilled by AutoDS or automatic orders. Now, there's a difference between having only one ticked in, the second one ticked in, or both of them ticked in. So here's exactly how that works. First of all, make sure that you've got the automatic orders processor enabled in your plans and add-ons. So here under settings, you're going to click where it says plans and add-ons and make sure that you've got the orders processor enabled. Now, while I'm recording this video, it costs $8 a month. Now you've seen that I make more than $8 on one particular order. So you can make up for everything the automatic orders is costing you on a monthly basis from just having one order per month, and you're definitely going to have more than that. So it's going to be very easy to cover up this cost. So make sure that that's enabled. So when you go back to the settings and then you click on the supplier and then you click on orders, you'll be able to select the fulfilled by AutoDS and / or automatic orders. All right, so once you have orders processing enabled inside your settings, make sure that you're on this screen right here. And here's the difference between these checkboxes. So if you only have the first one ticked in, process orders using the fulfilled by AutoDS service, then that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to process your orders using fulfilled by AutoDS, but the orders will come in pending status as you saw on my orders page. They weren't getting sent to auto order right away. They come in pending status, and you have to manually switch the status from pending to send to auto order, and then it will use the fulfilled by AutoDS feature to fulfill the order. Now, if you have only the second one ticked in, not the first one, then it'll use automatic orders, which requires your buyer account. That means that AutoDS needs access to your buyer account on your supplier's website so that it could automatically fulfill the order using your buyer account and not AutoDS's buyer accounts. So how does AutoDS get access to this buyer account? You need to add it right here where it says buyer accounts on the settings page. So you're going to go to buyer accounts. You're going to click on add account. And here you're going to add your buyer account details. So whether it's on Amazon, AliExpress, Home Depot, or Walmart, the 4 suppliers that are currently supported for automatic orders using your buyer accounts, you're going to fill in all the details here, the payment settings, and any other advanced setting that you want to have. For example, enabling automatic orders, having automatic tracking number updates to limit the amount of max pending orders that you can have, and a daily orders limit. So you're going to set up all of these settings over here so that AutoDS can use your buyer accounts for the automatic order service. So if you only have the second one ticked in, automatic orders, then it'll only be using the automatic order service. So what happens if you have both of them ticked in, both fulfilled by AutoDS and automatic orders? What happens in this case is the system will still use fulfilled by AutoDS as the default, but as soon as an order comes in, it's going to process it automatically. So no more orders starting in pending status. It's simply going to get sent to auto order as soon as the order comes in. So while you're traveling, while you're sleeping, while you're spending time with your family or your loved ones, the orders come in and they get sent out automatically. You do not even need to be there, as well as tracking number updates. And so your customers are going to be really happy because they're going to get their packages really quickly this way because orders are being fulfilled even while you're away from the computer. So you do not need to intervene here. And this is going to give you much happier customers. So having them both ticked in will use the fulfilled by AutoDS service, but orders will get sent out as soon as they come in. And once again, if you only have the first one, you'll still be using fulfilled by AutoDS, but they will come in pending status and you will have to switch from pending to send to auto order as you've seen me do. And if you only have the second one ticked in, then you're only going to be using automatic orders using your buyer accounts. So make sure that you added your buyer account up here. In any case, make sure that you have the automatic orders processor enabled inside the AutoDS settings, inside your plans and add-ons. Next, you've got override customer's phone number. So this setting, I usually have a bunch of 9s here, because I don't usually add my customer's phone number if I'm doing US to US drop shipping. Because if, for example, I'm doing Amazon to eBay, I don't really need the customer to get SMS updates by the tracking carrier. So I never add the customer's numbers. The packages always get delivered to the end customer and there's never any issues with it. So I don't really see any reason to have the customer's phone number on a domestic order. If it's an international order, I usually do have an SMS because they got to go somewhere for a local pickup. So the SMS notifications are useful in this case, but not when doing US to US domestic. So I usually just override the customer's phone number. Then you've got mark order as delivered automatically. I don't have this on because I only wanted to move to delivered status when it's actually delivered. So set order as shipped as soon as it's actually shipped. And tracking conversion is what I want to go over. So if you're using Amazon as your supplier or other suppliers that sometimes may not give you a good tracking carrier like UPS, USPS, FedEx, you know, these tracking numbers that you can track online and see the status of the package. Amazon, for example, has its own internal logistics. So sometimes they can give you some AMZL tracking number and nobody will be able to track it except for you inside your Amazon buyer account, inside your order details, which once again, only you have access to. So in this case, you will need to get that tracking number that's not trackable and convert it to a tracking number that is trackable so that your customer on eBay could track the events and he won't say, hey, I didn't get my package, give me a refund, even though they did get the package. Sometimes you'll have cases where your buyer couldn't find the package because his wife picked it up for him and he didn't even know that. I had cases like that, or cases where other household relatives take the packages for them. And so if the buyer says, hey, I never got my package, and you can prove that they did with tracking information, then they won't be able to argue. And in most cases, they'll find the package at the end. But you don't want them to automatically open up cases on eBay saying, hey, where's my package? This is where tracking information comes in, trackable tracking information. So inside your order settings, under tracking conversion, you have a few options here. The first is to disable it. So this means I don't want you to convert my tracking numbers. Whatever I get, that's what I want you to update inside my order details. But if it's not a trackable tracking number, you could run into trouble here. So then you have the other options. Convert all tracking numbers to QTrack with zip code masquerade, meaning the zip code of the first event that's going to come out of that tracking information will match the zip code that you have inside your item listing. So that way it kind of runs around eBay's item location policy and you won't really be breaching it. I'm going to give you my recommended method soon, but right now I just want you to understand the differences between them. Then you've got convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack, convert all tracking numbers to Blue Care Express, convert Amazon shipping carrier only to Blue Care Express, and generate UPS, FedEx, DHL tracking number. So my top recommendation here is to go with convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack, simply because it works really well. And eBay accepts QTrack tracking numbers inside their cases. So if a customer opens a case saying, I didn't get my package, and then you upload the QTrack tracking number saying, here, you can see that you did get it, eBay will support your QTrack tracking number. But if you give eBay the non-trackable Amazon tracking number that you didn't convert, you're not going to win on that case because no one can see that it was really delivered. So with QTrack, they will see it. It will convert the tracking number to one that is trackable, that will show that the item was delivered to your customer's address. So why not use another option like convert all tracking numbers to QTrack? Why only Amazon shipping carrier? Because the rest will be trackable. It's going to be UPS, USPS, FedEx. So you don't need to convert all tracking numbers to it. You can if you want to, but it's really not needed. And then you've got other options like convert all tracking numbers to Blue Care Express. Blue Care Express was the best method we had until QTrack came out. Now that we have QTrack, I don't really see a reason to go to Blue Care Express. So same thing for the two Blue Care Express options, whether it's all shipping carriers or only Amazon shipping carriers. And you've got generate UPS, FedEx, DHL tracking number, which is also a good option. This one also works. But with my experience, if something works, I don't really try to move anywhere else. I don't try to fix something that's not broken. So convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack is my recommended option here. Then you've got the maximum purchase order price. So if there's a certain price that you don't want the system to automatically issue out the order, to automatically process the order because it's a high buying price and you want to review the order yourself before shipping it out, before sending it out, then you're going to set whatever that maximum is right here. And also maximum loss. There's no reason to ever lose money on an order. But if for some reason you made a mistake and you didn't price correctly and you didn't use automation the right way, and you ended up losing money on an order, so this will stop the order from being processed if such a loss occurs in that order. Then you've got automatic messages to customers. So I already kind of hinted you out on this. When the orders are going to be processed automatically using AutoDS, so whether it's fulfilled by AutoDS or automatic orders, the system can automatically send messages on eBay on your behalf to your buyers all automatically. So here you can send a message every time an order was placed, as soon as tracking number is available and updated inside your order details, as soon as an order was delivered. Then you've got another automatic message to ask the buyer to leave positive feedback on your store, and also a gift message. Remember how I said that when you're fulfilling on Amazon, it gets sent out with a gift? So there's also a gift message that you saw me add to one of my buyers. So here, AutoDS is also going to write whatever you want inside those gift messages when sending out your products from Amazon to eBay. So all really good to have. And what I recommend here is for you to use a prompt on ChatGPT and ask it to write a friendly message to your buyers for every time one of these events occur. One message for when an order was placed, when tracking is available, when the order was delivered, to ask for positive feedback, and a nice little message to say on the gift messages. So here you can toggle on and off whatever automatic message you want to be sent once these triggers happen. And you can edit it by clicking on this pencil icon over here. Now, of course, you can write your own message if you have the time and creativity to do so. I just find it really easy to do along with ChatGPT to get really nice messages out there. I usually do reiterate them a little bit to make them sound more like my voice, but it'll just make it much easier for you to get the job done. And I highly recommend using automatic messages because your buyers at the end of the day will appreciate getting them. So take advantage of automatic messages as well when you're using order automation. So that is how order automation works in a nutshell when using automation software like AutoDS. Remember that you have to load up your order balance and have auto order credits in order to start working with automation, and to also have that add-on enabled, the orders processor inside your AutoDS settings. Now remember, we did fulfill an order here. Our balance was around, I think it was like $34, $35. So you can see all of the deduction for your orders over here. Now you can see my balance is $13.83, and I did fulfill that one order, which was right over here. So it was $18.99 plus 2, so it was just about $21. And if you hover over here where your balance is at and you click on view purchase history, then here you can see all of the things that affected your fulfilled by AutoDS balance. And you can see right here that the last order that I just fulfilled with you was this one right here for $21. So you can see the date, the amount, the balance that you had before the order was fulfilled, the status of the order, the ID, and the note for that order. So you can see that it was a payment towards that Amazon order for a total of $21. So $35 minus 21, I'm rounding the numbers up a bit, of course, is about $14 in balance, which is what I have left before I top it up with more managed order balance. So that is how order processing works on AutoDS. Whether you want to use fulfilled by AutoDS, automatic orders, or fulfill your orders manually, I suggest starting off by manually fulfilling some orders just to understand how it works, all the details that you need, but then very quickly move over to order automation because you do not want to consume all of your time just fulfilling orders, sending some to the wrong addresses, losing time, losing money. Get on automation and continue to scale. Now, we still have more really important topics to cover, including how to keep your seller metrics super healthy so that you can stay here for the long run for years and years to come. Advanced automation settings inside AutoDS. I want you to learn the system from inside and out. You're now working with automation and you deserve so much more than what you currently know. So I want to show you all of the advanced techniques and how I make more sales and how I do pricing automations and how I automate a lot more things on my eBay store. And I'm also going to show you more advanced techniques that I learned in my years and years of dropshipping on eBay. For example, how to keep my feedback close to 100% no matter what happens, and also the stuff that you don't really want to do, but you'll still have to do it a little bit here and there, like how to deal with cases, how to deal with returns, but more importantly, how to take care of your seller metrics, because that is what's going to keep you here for the long term, for the many more years to come. And remember, if you haven't done so yet, grab your copy of this cheat sheet before it's too late. All you got to do is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is that one thing that you learned from this video. What is your top takeaway? And I will happily send you a copy of this cheat sheet right under your comment below. And if you have any questions or comments at any time in this video, also let me know in the comments below. I personally go through every one of your comments and answer them to the best of my ability. So don't be shy to ask. And of course, this one should go without saying, but like and share and subscribe if this is the type of content that you like. Full A to Z tutorials that'll take you from knowing nothing to being a professional seller on this platform. I'm glad to be teaching it from my own experience. And now let's move on to dealing with cases, returns, cancellations, and flagged accounts. Don't worry if it sounds a little bit scary. I'm going to walk you through the whole process and show you that it's not as intimidating as it sounds. All right, you made it this far, which is amazing. Give yourself a pat on the back. It shows that you're actually serious about not only understanding how this thing works, but wanting it to succeed for the long term. And that's why I want you to pay extra close attention to this next part, which is not going to be the most interesting part of the video, but you have to know how to deal with cases, how to deal with returns, when you have to send refunds. And like I said, this is only going to take up a very small amount of your time, of your efforts, because at the end of the day, you're going to know what products to sell and which ones get the least returns, which ones don't cause problems, which suppliers are the best to work with. But when you'll have return requests on eBay, how do you put up with it? And how do you know when you'll have to send a return label, when to accept a return, when to send a refund, when you're going to get a refund yourself from your supplier? So let's break this down and understand how cases and returns work on eBay. So first of all, to understand if you have any returns, you'll get an email saying that a return was automatically approved by eBay because it lines up with your return policy. So let's take it back really quick to the return policy. Remember when we were creating our policies, one of those policies are the return policies. So you're either going to accept returns or you're not going to accept returns. And if you accept returns, then for whatever reason, even if a buyer just changes his mind, like this example that I have right here. So as usual, you're going to go to your eBay selling dashboard by hovering over eBay, clicking on selling, and then you're going to hover over orders. And then here you have returns, requests and disputes, and cancellations. So let's talk about these three. Cancellations is when a buyer simply wants to cancel an order. Now, a buyer can opt in to cancel an order if they ordered from your store and you haven't uploaded tracking information yet. So if this happens, then the buyer puts it in order in your store, and 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and from that same moment when they put in an order, as long as you didn't upload tracking information, meaning you already shipped it out, they'll have an option on eBay to cancel the order for whatever reason. It doesn't happen a lot, just like returns. But when it does happen, you have one of two choices. You can either cancel the order and send the buyer a refund, or you can disagree, not agree to cancel the order, and still ship it out. So if you get a cancellation request, eBay does not require you to cancel the order and send a refund. It's completely up to you, no matter what you have in your return settings, because this is not a return, this is an order cancellation. So it's up to you, the seller, to decide if you want to allow the cancellation or not. And the way to decide that is to try to cancel the order with your supplier. So you'll go to your supplier's website, open up the order details, and ask the supplier if you can cancel the order. Now, if the supplier agrees, they're going to send you a refund. And that's how you know that you can also cancel the order on eBay and send a refund to your buyer through the order cancellation process. It's going to happen automatically, but I strongly urge you to not accept an order cancellation on eBay before you got cancellation approval by your supplier. So that's regarding order cancellations. So if you hover over orders and click on cancellations, here you'll see if you have any open cancellations. As you see, I currently don't have any, but this is where you're going to see it. And like I said, you'll also receive an email from eBay. So let me show you what that looks like. If a buyer wants to cancel an order, you're going to get an email that looks like this. A buyer wants to cancel an order. The buyer requested to cancel this order. Hi, Liran, please see the cancel details and respond to the buyer by blah, blah, blah. If you already shipped the order, you don't need to cancel it. Just let us know. So if you already shipped the order, you're going to upload tracking information on AutoDS, and that's also going to update it on eBay as well. Once that happens, eBay will automatically cancel the cancellation request. So even if you do not respond to the cancellation request, but you upload tracking information after the buyer opened up a cancellation request, eBay is automatically going to notify the buyer, hey, there's already tracking, it's already been shipped out, so you cannot cancel the order. So that's absolutely fine. You don't even have to answer to the case, just upload tracking information once you have it. But if you are able to cancel the order with your supplier, so you're not going to get tracking, you got a refund, so you're going to send the refund through the order cancellation process. You just accept the cancellation and eBay will automatically refund the buyer. That's going to look like this. You have successfully canceled an order. Liran, you canceled this order. You've refunded the buyer for canceling this order. We've notified them, so you're all set. You don't need to do anything else. So that's great. This is if you are giving a refund to the buyer. So you accept the order cancellation and eBay will process the refund on your behalf. And if you do not cancel the order by uploading tracking information, then it's going to look like this. An order update. It was too late to cancel an order. Hey, Liran, we let the buyer know that you can't cancel the order because you already shipped it out. So either way, you're fine. As a seller, you decide if you allow the order cancellation or not. So that is everything you need to know about how to manage order cancellations. But what happens after the customer gets the package and then they decide that they want to return it to you? So here your return policy comes into play. So if, for example, you allow 30-day returns on your listing that someone purchased and now wants to return and he's within that 30-day window, he can open up a return request on eBay for whatever reason, even if he just didn't like the product. So if this happens, you are obliged to accept the return request. And then what you're going to have to do is go to your supplier, get a return label because you should be eligible. And that is why when you created your return policy, I advise to only allow returns if your supplier also allows returns. Otherwise, you're going to accept returns and send refunds, and you're not going to be backed up by your supplier. So that means that you're just going to lose money on those orders, and there's absolutely no reason to do that. So if the buyer is within the 30-day or 60-day or 14-day, depending on what you have on your return policy, if your buyer is within that return window, you're going to have to accept the return. So here's what that looks like. On your eBay Seller Hub, again, you're going to hover over orders. This time, instead of cancellation, you're going to go to where it says returns. And here you can see that I have a couple of returns, and they're both under the status of waiting for a buyer to ship the item. What does that mean? That means that these buyers opened a return request. I went inside that return request and I uploaded a return label because I got it from my supplier. So eBay is going to give you a few days to gather a return label from your supplier. Whether you're processing your orders manually or automatically, you can get a return label if you're eligible for one. And the way to do that is to simply reach out to your supplier if you process the order manually and get a return label. For example, if you're using Amazon as your supplier, all you got to do is head over to your Amazon order. So let me show you a quick example. You're going to go to your returns and orders. You're going to find the right order that the customer wants to return. And you can easily find that order by hovering over your order on AutoDS. If you processed it manually, open up the order details. And under the order tab, under the buy order ID, you will have the buy order ID. So I can just copy it from here, go to my order on Amazon, search for it right here where it says search for all orders. Then we're going to click on search orders. Okay, so it found my order right here. So let's say that this is the product that a customer wants to return. I'm going to open up the order details, and then I'm going to click here where it says return or replace items. And then here you choose the reason of why you want to return the product. Now let me give you a tip here. If you're offering free returns on your return policies, and that's exactly what I'm doing as well, because I want to be really attractive to the buyer so that they'll want to buy from my store and not from any one of my competitors who either don't offer free returns, or they offer less of a time window for returns, or they even charge for returns. So I work with suppliers that give me free return labels, whether it's Amazon or whether it's private suppliers from AutoDS who do a lot better job than Amazon. But if this is where you're processing your orders, like I said, you're just going to go to your supplier's website and get a return label. And if you're working with a supplier like Amazon, I suggest going with damaged, defective, incorrect size, rather than other reasons like change mind, ordering, or delivery issue, because in these cases, they could charge you $6.99 for a UPS return label, whereas under these reasons, they're not going to charge you anything. They're going to give you a free return label. So you're going to choose whatever the reason is. So here I chose damaged. Is the shipping box also damaged? I'm going to click no. How is it damaged? You can just say something like chipped on the side. Now the thing here is you might not be completely honest with the return reasons, but because you're not processing a lot of returns, I wouldn't really worry. Amazon is making millions and we don't really want to pay for returns if we don't have to. And if you have a lot of returns, that's going to be another problem. You shouldn't have a lot of repetitive returns on a specific product. And if that happens, you should consider switching the product or switching the supplier who's selling you that product, because he's probably not a high quality supplier, or it's just not a really good product. So it shouldn't happen a lot. And that is why choosing these reasons isn't going to be such a big deal. Okay, so you can go with this reason, for example, or you can go with something a little bit easier. So here, for example, I can go with defective and then doesn't fit, size is different than what's shown in the listing. Then they could ask a follow-up question. They're using AI now, so now they're getting a little bit more into detail. So what component was different? So I'm just going to write one of the components of this item. Amazon is asking more questions today than they used to, but either way, we're going to get to this part right here. We're going to click on continue. Are all the accessories parts included? Yes. Is it in its original packaging? Yes. And is there anything else? No. Click on continue. And you don't need to ask the customer all these questions. You can still give the same answer on Amazon as long as you don't have too many returns, which is going to raise another red flag. You should check out the product, check out the supplier, understand why you're getting so many returns on that product But if it's just one product every now and then, you can just go with these reasons. It's not going to be any issue at all. Then we're going to click on continue with return options. Now they're saying, okay, do you want us to replace the item with another one of the exact same item? In this case, I just usually say no, either refund it to my Amazon account balance or to the credit card that I used to purchase this product. Then you're going to click on continue and it's going to offer a return label. Okay, now I don't really have a return on this product, but I'll still show you what it looks like anyway. So I'm going to click on continue. And now as you can see, I have a couple of options and they're both free. The one that I'm always going to go with is UPS drop-off box and label needed. What's going to happen here is as soon as I click on confirm your return, I'm going to get a return label. I'm going to take a screenshot of it or save that image onto my computer. And that return label is going to have a UPS tracking number on it. I'm going to show you what a return label actually looks like through AutoDS because I manage all my returns directly from AutoDS. It's just a lot easier that way. But if you're processing orders manually, this is where you're going to get your return label. So you're just going to click on confirm your return and you'll get a return label with a tracking number, save it, send it to the customer. And as soon as the customer sends it back, you can track the UPS tracking number. You'll see that it's on the way back. As soon as it reaches your supplier, you'll get a refund from your supplier and you can send a refund to the buyer as well. Just make sure that you're not paying for the return labels. Another thing is the customer's address. Now, you may not see it because it's kind of blurred out because YouTube doesn't like us sharing customers' addresses and I can understand why. But basically here, you'll see that I have an option to change address. Make sure that you've got the buyer's address here. Even if you don't, if you get another buyer's address, it's still okay. The return will still work and you'll still get a refund, but it could confuse the buyer to get a return label and see another buyer's information there. As long as they're in the same country like the United States, it's not really going to matter, but it's just for organizational purposes. So make sure that you've got the buyer's return address chosen right here. And again, you're going to go with UPS drop-off, box and label needed. Then they're going to send you a return label. Don't go with UPS pickup box needed because you won't get a return label. You want a return label with tracking information. Let me now show you what that actually looks like. So if you're processing your return directly through AutoDS, it's going to make it much easier for you. Here's what that looks like. I'm going to go to my orders page right here. And here under the filters, I'm going to add a filter. And then here I'm going to click on status. And now I want to look for orders where the statuses have returns in them. So either return in progress, request return, and return completed. I'm going to click on done. Now I'm going to see all of my orders that have a return on them. So one, you can see right here that I've got the request open. I'm waiting for the managed system to send me a return label. And that's for the exact return that we are seeing right up here. So I do have a return. I need to process it. I'm waiting to get a return label. And if you remember when we talked about order statuses, all you got to do is hover over your order on AutoDS as long as it was processed by the AutoDS service. And you're going to switch the order status from shipped or delivered to request a return. So like I said, as long as you've got this icon right here completed by the fulfilled by AutoDS service, you'll have the ability to click on the order status and request a return. Once you do that, you'll see this request return, and within 1-2 days tops, you'll get a return label that will be added right next to your order right here. So you can see these other statuses where I do have a return label. You just hover over the status, and instead of the completed by the fulfilled by AutoDS service icon, you're going to get this one right here where it says download return label. And when you click on it, it's going to show you the return label that you can download and send to your buyer through the case on eBay. So if you have an open case on eBay, eBay is going to be like, okay, this buyer wants to return the product. You have 3 days, 4 days to respond. And when you get the return label, you download it onto your computer, and eBay will give you the option to accept the return and upload a return label. Now, if you remember, somewhere in the beginning of this tutorial, when I walked you through the shipping and site preferences, one of the things that we did was turn the RMA number on. If you skip through that part, make sure that you watch this video from beginning to end because you don't want to miss these things. If you have the RMA number on, you'll have the option to upload a return label on the case on eBay. If you don't have it on, eBay will just send the buyer a return label on your behalf and charge you $6.99 for it. And we don't want to have to pay when it comes to returns. So the way to do that is to keep that RMA number on, so you'll have the option to send these return labels to your buyer if they want to return the product that they ordered, as long as they are under the return window that you have on your return settings. Okay, and that is how to deal with cases and returns when the buyer ship it back we'll be able to see it, we'll be able to track it through UPS, and we'll get a refund. So if we were doing it manually from our supplier, we'll get the refund from our supplier. If we're doing it through AutoDS, you'll just see the status right here, return completed. So that means that I got a refund from these orders. It was refunded back into my account balance that I used to pay for future orders. So return completed means that you went through the whole process. You requested the return through the status, you got the return label, downloaded it, sent it to your buyer. The buyer sent the package back, and you don't need to worry about the buyers in the US. When they get a UPS return label, they'll know what to do with it. No further instructions required. You upload the return label to eBay and you don't do anything else. The buyer will get the return label, print it, put it on the package, go to UPS and drop it off. It's that easy. Now, when that happens, once again, you'll get the refund on AutoDS. It'll look like this, return completed, and you'll be able to see that you actually got a refund for it. So how do you know? One of the ways to do that is to take the order ID, which you have here on the columns on the right. So where it says order ID, you're going to hover over the eBay order ID. You've got the copy button right here. Then you can hover over your balance up here, click on view purchase history, and then you're going to paste that order ID right here where it says search. Now you can see for that order ID that right here I paid $22.21 on April 16th, and 10 days later on April 26th, I got a refund for the same exact amount for $22.21. And so that is how you can see also right here under the status. The first time it was a debit, so you were charged for it, and the second time it was a refund, you got the money back. Okay, you can also check it out through the balance. You have the balance history, so you can actually see that the money came back so that you were able to use it to process your next orders. You got a refund, you send the buyer a refund, and everybody's happy. Now, another thing that you can do under the purchase history is not only see all the orders that you processed through the Fulfilled by AutoDS service and all the money that goes in and out, you can also click to change the order status and to only see the orders where you were charged or only see the orders where you got a refund. So if I click on manage order refund, then this is all the times that I use the managed service, so the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, and all the times that I got a refund. So this has to do with those returns. Now, again, I don't want this to be the main part of the video. Returns are not going to be the biggest part of your business, like I already mentioned multiple times, but you have to know how to do this right. And that is why I spent a little bit more time on this section of the video, because I want you to be here for the long term. I don't want you to just make 5 sales, make a little bit of profit, and not understand how to grow and scale your business, and to be stuck somewhere because you just don't know how to improve your seller metrics. Which brings me to the next topic that I want to talk about: how to improve your seller metrics on eBay. This is the only way to stay on the platform for years and years to come. Your seller metrics are one of the most important things to keep your business running. Seller metrics and product research. Everything else will fall into play if you know how to keep these two on the top. So that is how we process returns and refunds through eBay, and also order cancellations. Requests and disputes is not something that you're going to put up with a lot. Unless a buyer opens an item not received claim, that's going to be under requests and disputes. But if you are working with trackable tracking information, like I already talked about, you won't need to worry about this because you will provide proof of delivery and you will always win in those cases. The most important thing here is to not allow eBay to step into these cases. You always want to resolve them between you and the buyer. So if, for example, here, it's waiting for the buyer to ship the item, if some time passes and the buyer doesn't ship the item, you don't gotta do anything. eBay is going to cancel this return and it's going to send you an email that the return is no longer relevant because there's no record that the buyer shipped the item back. You as a seller, you did great. You held up your end, you gave a return label, but the buyer just didn't return the item and they don't have forever to do that. So if that happens, what you're going to get is a message that looks like this. We've closed your buyer's return. Hi Liran, we've closed your buyer's return because we have no record that they shipped the item back to you. So this means that you didn't pay for the return label because you got free returns. You sent it to the buyer didn't send it back. So now the return is closed and they can no longer open a return request for that product. So as long as you hold up your end, you process the return labels, you upload them on time, and you send refunds after the buyers return the products, you're not going to have any issue and your seller metrics will stay in top shape. However, if you did not respond in time to a case, you waited 5 days, 6 days, and you didn't give a return label, you didn't upload one, eBay is going to upload a return label on your behalf, and you're going to be charged $6.99 for that. And they're also going to use your return address, which doesn't really help you because you don't want the buyer to return the product to your home address. So here you're going to lose in both ways. You're going to have to send a refund, and eBay is going to charge you $6.99 for that return label. That's not something that we want. We lose money in multiple directions if we do that. And so that is why I urge you to handle your cases on time. If the buyer wants to return a product and they're within their return window, don't waste any time. Go to your supplier's website or open up a return request on AutoDS so that you can get the return label and upload it on time. And of course, when the product is being returned, you can also track it on UPS's website because you have a UPS tracking number on your return label. You can see that it was returned, and then you can send a refund because you are getting one as well from your supplier. Whether it's private suppliers, retail, wholesale, doesn't matter. You get your refund, you send the refund to your buyer, case closed, and seller metrics stay in good shape. So what exactly is the seller metrics? This is the next thing that I want to talk about. We are building up to it. Once we know how to give good customer service, we ship our products on time, we sell high quality products, all of these things that we know how to do by now, and also manage all of our order cancellations and returns and disputes. Once you have all of that down, your seller metrics are going to look great. So I want to show you my seller metrics now and extra bonus steps on what you can do to keep it high so that you can be here for years and years on end and not just make a quick profit and then have to quit because you didn't know how to take care of one of the most important things. So now that you have all this down, I want to jump into seller metrics and show you how you can stay here for the long term. All right, so let's go over how to maintain a high seller level on eBay. These are the frameworks of how to keep your store working for years and years on end. And this is everything that I learned in my last 10 years of dropshipping on eBay and never getting suspended while continuing to make my sales and profits. So let's dive in and understand everything that we need to know when it comes to maintaining a high seller level on eBay. Remember how we talked about you as a seller on eBay? Your job is to sell your products, right? The product that your suppliers are selling. So that is the product that you are selling. And eBay wants you, the seller, to take care of their product. eBay's product are the customers that they're bringing to your store from their search engine. So eBay wants to make sure that the buyers who are buying from your store and anywhere else are satisfied with their purchases. eBay doesn't want to see a lot of returns. eBay doesn't want to see disappointed customers. eBay does not want to see you with a low feedback rate on your score and low seller metrics. So you want to keep this optimized, keep it at a top level because you want to stay here for years and years on end. So on your eBay seller dashboard, hover over performance. Here you've got summary, seller level, sales, traffic, and service metrics. Let me open them up and show you what you see inside and the only things that you actually need to focus on. All right, so let's start with seller level. So you can see right here, your seller level is above standard. So the ranks that you have here is below standard, above standard, and top rated. If you're on below standard, then eBay is watching you under a magnifying glass. And if you're not able to move from below standard to above standard, at some point it's going to jeopardize your account. You need to take a deep look into your account and see what is putting you at below standard. So I'm going to show you how to analyze that. But first understand the levels that you have and where you want to be at. Then you've got above standard and top rated. These are the two places where you want to be at. And it doesn't matter if you're above standard or top rated. Either way, eBay is happy with you. They know that you're delivering your products on time. They know that you're closing cases without having to have eBay intervene. And the customers at the end of the day are happy. They're not opening up way too many returns. They're not giving you a lot of negative feedback. So here's how you're going to be able to know exactly where you stand. And if you're on the verge of moving from top rated or above standard to suddenly below standard. But if you follow all my tips and tricks in this video, you will never make it to the point where you are below standard and of course below that. So here's what we're looking at when it comes to the seller level. We can see right now that this store is above standard. And if you click on this little arrow, it opens up the breakdown of what puts you in this current rank or this current position of being above standard. So you can see here that my transaction defect rate on this store is 0.0%. So 0 out of 746 transactions that are included in this timeline in the last month. So out of 746 transactions, I have 0 defect rate. And if you click on the arrow next to it, you'll see the breakdown there as well. So if I click on it, you can see that I am way up in the top rated status. So why am I only above standard and top rated? Well, personally, I don't care because there's no real difference between the two. But there are other metrics that brought that average down. So I'm going to take you to that in a minute. But for me, I've been for years and years on end in above standard. And this is the perfect sweet spot because eBay will never give you any trouble when you have this ranking. So transaction defect rate means that I didn't cancel any of my orders. And I'm not talking about when a customer wants to cancel an order, which we just talked about. I'm talking about you getting an order on your store and for some reason you couldn't fulfill that order. So you went on ahead and canceled that order without the buyer's consent just because you weren't able to ship it out and deliver it. So that's going to give you a transaction defect. And I have none of that because I always ship out my orders. I never sell products that are out of stock. And this is only possible through dropshipping automation, which is why I strongly suggest using AutoDS. It protects you here and you should never fall into a transaction defect rate. So none of my transactions have ever been defected. And also if you close buyer cases without seller resolution. So what this means in other words is, let's say a customer opened a case against you. They're saying, my item didn't arrive. And you're arguing with them. Your item did arrive, but you have no proof because you didn't use trackable tracking information like we talked about. So in this case, you're just arguing with the buyer and somebody's going to have to step in at some point and come to a decision. And it's not going to happen between you or the buyer because you guys are arguing and each person is defending his side. So here, after a few days where you guys are not able to reach some kind of agreement, which should never happen, and it never happens with me, as you can see on my account, if you follow these tips and strategies. But if you get to such a situation and after a few days, you guys are just going back and forth and you can't reach a decision, the buyer will have the ability to ask eBay to step in. Now you can also have the ability to do that, but I strongly recommend to not do it because if eBay has to step in and decide in the buyer's favor, which means you argue with him for a few days and you ended up losing, that is also going to count as a transaction defect rate. So you need to close your cases, whether it's a return, whether it's a item not received case. You need to make sure that these cases are handled correctly by offering the return labels if they're eligible for one and not canceling orders that you haven't fulfilled yet. And then you'll never have to deal with a transaction defect rate, as you can see right here. The next thing that builds up your seller status is the late shipment rate. You do not want to have too many shipments that came out late. And what is a late shipment rate? Remember how we talked about the handling time that you set in your eBay policies? Well, if you set your handling time to be 3 days, that means that you have 3 days to provide a tracking number once an order comes in, and then there's the delivery date that you have on top of that. But right now we're only talking about the handling time. So if you are not able to supply a tracking number within the handling time that you set in your eBay policies, in your shipping policy, that is going to count as a late shipment. It's okay to have a few of them, but you don't want too much. If too many shipments are coming out late, you need to go and optimize the situation. Is the supplier at fault? Is the supplier handling out the shipments really late? Because if so, you should look for another supplier that has this product or a similar one, and then switch suppliers when you find the better one. But if the reason that the late shipment rate is going up is because you are not processing your orders on time, this again is why you need order automation. Because the orders get processed as soon as they come in, and tracking numbers get updated as soon as it's available from your supplier. So you won't need to have the pressure of processing all the orders by yourself as fast as possible so that tracking comes quickly. And then you also won't need to deal with getting the tracking number from your supplier and updating it inside your order details on time before the handling time passes up. So when you have this on automation, it's going to be a lot easier and your late shipment rate is going to be low. So if I click on the arrow here, you can see that my late shipment rate is currently at 1.09%, meaning 8 out of 731 of my transactions in the past 30 days have just a 1.09% late shipment rate. And that puts me in the top rated status because anything below 3% late shipment rate is totally cool by eBay. You're going to be a top rated seller. Now, even if you're not in the top rated, even if you're somewhere here, which you're going to see on my account also soon, that's still fine. This is above standard. This is where I'm at right now. But here is below standard. Here is where you're going to have a problem. I've never been here, and there's no reason for you to be there either. Okay, so that is late shipment rate, uploading your tracking numbers on time according to the handling time that you have set in your shipping preferences. Then you've got cases closed without seller resolution. So I already mentioned this, but again, this means that you have not had any cases that were closed where the buyer had to ask eBay to step in and then you ended up losing. So that got you a transaction defect rate, and it also means that you closed a case with seller resolution. So you don't want cases that were closed with seller resolution because you're taking care of your cases, you're taking care of your customers. And so you can see here that as long as this number is anywhere between 0 to 0.3%, you're in top rated status. So good job. And there's no reason to ever have a case closed with seller resolution, especially if you've been following everything that I've been going through in this tutorial. Next, you've got tracking uploaded on time and validated. So this one is pretty obvious. You uploaded your tracking on time, but not only did you upload tracking on time, it's also a valid tracking number. So remember how we talked about some tracking numbers that are simply not trackable? Like for example, if you're dropshipping from marketplaces that use their own logistics service, for some of the shipments, like Amazon uses these AMZL tracking numbers, and you can't track that anywhere outside your buyer account, meaning eBay can't track it and your buyer can't track it, and you won't be able to prove that it actually arrived to the destination. So I'm going to show you a workaround to that because AutoDS does convert tracking numbers. And in the next section, by the way, we're going to go through the whole AutoDS system. I'm going to show you all the buttons, all the features, all the things you can click on to help automate your business even more with additional tips and value that I didn't give you until now. You are going to be shocked in the next section when we jump into AutoDS Automation Advanced Settings, where I show you cleanly and easily how to leverage the system to your favor when dropshipping on eBay. Yes, you did get a lot of hints and a lot of tips and tricks up until now on the relevant sections, but in the next one, we're going to do a deeper dive and you're going to understand all the things that you're getting with this amazing automation platform. But back to tracking uploaded on time and validated. Here you want to make sure that the number is as high as possible. And here I did have some hiccups, and you guys know I'm always being 100% transparent with you. I'm not sugarcoating, I'm not gatekeeping. Here I did have a few problems where one of my suppliers started shipping out products late. And then what I did was I simply switched it with a better supplier. I looked for someone else. It didn't take me that long to find, especially because I'm using AutoDS's private supplier, so it makes it a lot easier. But I was able to find a much better supplier. And sometimes when you have these mistakes, as long as you see it on time, it's not going to be any trouble. On the contrary, your store is not going to be bigger and stronger because it forced you to look for a better supplier or a better fix to the problem that you currently have. So here I'm around 86%. That's still not bad. I'm not going to have any issues here, but I am going to work to bring it closer to the top rated status. So you can see right here that I did have 20 tracking numbers that were uploaded late out of the 157 last transactions that eBay checked. So yes, I am a little bit more focused here, but no, I'm not worried at all. Zero anxiety because I've been through this before. I know how these things work and how it's going to end up. So as long as I've got my eye on it, and you can see every single day what the shipping status is and if you need to upload any tracking numbers. And if I look at my account right now, you can see that I have 11 orders to ship and 5 of them are due in the next 24 hours. This means that I have to add 5 tracking numbers to those 5 orders in the next 24 hours or I'm going to get more late shipments. Now, once again, I'm not worried because I know the supplier and he's going to provide all the tracking numbers today. It's all automated. I don't need to do anything. And you'll see in my next eBay video that this store is still growing and thriving. So tracking uploaded on time and validated. Make sure that you're working with good suppliers and that you have automation in place. Otherwise, this could start going downhill. Next, you've got transactions and sales. So you can see at the 746 transactions that eBay is looking at here and the $27,000 in sales out of those 746 transactions. If I click on the arrow here, you can see the levels of what eBay is looking at. So for top rated, they want to look for at least 100 transactions and at least $1,000 in sales. So I'm way above that. I'm on 746 out of 100 and 27,000 out of 1,000. So I'm way up there, way out there in the top rated status for this one. And then we've got, okay, if we evaluated you today, you would be above standard. So fine, I already know that. And then we can see how eBay is coming up to those calculations. So this is the next time eBay does a round of checks on my store. So we can still see 0 transaction defect rates, less than 1% late shipment, 0 cases closed without seller resolution, almost 90% tracking uploaded on time. You can see that here it is starting to get better. So here it's almost 90% out of the 95. So 176 out of 199 transactions. So you can see that it already has improved when I found a better supplier. All right, so we've seen all of this and we understand what gives you your seller metrics. There's one more thing, which is your return rate. So we can see right here that 10 out of my last 729 transactions had returns. So that's around 1.5% of my transactions have a return. So like I said, returns are not going to be the main thing of your business. You're not going to deal with returns and refunds a lot. But when you do, you need to know how to move forward the right way to keep your seller metrics in place. This is one of the most important things, how much this affects the long-term survivability of your business. So that is what makes up your seller metrics. A few other things that you had under performance is, for example, your sales performance, your traffic. So you can see right here that this store in the last month, in the last 30 days, made almost $5,000 in revenue. That's about a 22% jump. I'm currently scaling this store, so every month I'm expecting to see these numbers. And you can get more information below, like buyer insights and things that won't really affect your seller metrics anyway. So I want to stay focused on that. You also have your review your traffic. It's also under performance. So here you can see my store traffic. So just in the last couple of months, for example, I got 1,566,000 impressions. That means that people on eBay search for a product and my product page showed up in the search result. And then whether they clicked it or not, that is what we're seeing here in the click-through rate. Your quantity sold is how much you sold. The listing views is how many times people actually viewed your listing. So 12,000 people clicked on the listing and saw the product page inside. And the sales conversion rate is how many of those people actually ended up purchasing the product. Here we're looking at a 1.8 sales conversion rate, and this is all coming without paid marketing. And here in the next chart, you can just see it in a visual chart. So impressions, listing views, and quantity sold. And then here you can see how many came from an organic search. Remember how I told you that this is what eBay is so good at. You just need to upload a product that people are looking to buy, and that's going to give you the impression, that's going to give you the click, that's going to give you the sold item. So here you can see that organically, I grew over 55% in the last few months, and I made almost 1.5 million impressions without paying for any marketing efforts. Then you've got promoted listings. So you guys know that I'm currently working with 5% promoted listings on eBay, and I only pay if and after I make a sale from promoted listings. I don't pay anything beforehand. And here I made over 115,000 impressions from promoted listings that I didn't have to pay for. And promoted offsite, which I told you I don't do because this will eat up some money. eBay will try to promote your listings outside of eBay, so on Google and so forth. Don't recommend it. You're going to pay a lot for each click that comes out of it and each sell. And other things like growth opportunities. And here I'm just going to take advantage of it while I'm here so I can send offers. You have that in your seller dashboard. You've already seen me do it. And I'm just going to give them 5%. Again, this doesn't cost any money. And every day when you refresh your listings, you can see if you can send new offers. So I just gave them 5%. And hopefully I'm going to make some sales from that as well. So that is the traffic performance. And you've got your service metrics. This is as important as the first thing that I showed you, which is your seller level right here. So seller level and service metrics. Okay, the rest, the performance here, the traffic, the sales, that's great. But service metrics and seller metrics, these are the top two things that you want to take away from this part of the tutorial. So we already went through seller metrics. Let's talk about the service metrics. Here, you want to be as low as possible. eBay will tell you what the average is, the peers, your competition. So here, for example, we're looking at item not as described returns. What this shows is how many returns did you have, not total returns, but out of the total returns that customers opened the case and asked for a return on eBay, how many of those returns had the reason being that the item is not as described. So if a customer wants to return a product and he says, oh, I just didn't like it, and you said you give free returns, so give me the return. Great, that's not going to do anything to your seller metrics. But if buyers are complaining that, hey, you're saying you're selling this product, but at the end I'm getting this product, this is not the same product that I ordered. So they're going to open a case on eBay and they're going to say the item is not as described. And if you have a lot of cases like this repeatedly, this is going to cause an issue on your seller metrics because eBay is saying, hey, Mr. Seller, I told you that you need to take care of the buyers, and what I see that you're doing is you're selling a product and you're sending out something else. So we're not trying to scam anyone here, and we're going to deliver the same product that we have in our listing in the due time that we have set. And if you don't do that, if the item is not as described, and you're getting repeated cases with this reason, that's going to increase your item not as described returns rate. And then your low is going to be above average or high and very high. And this is where your seller account is going to be jeopardized. Now, I've never been above the average here. And you can see here that 2 out of my 739 last transactions, which is 0.27%, were item not as described. So that's a very low number. And the customers could even be in the wrong here. They could have just chosen that reason for whatever reason, even if it's not true. You're not going to get a lot like that if you're doing a good job. You could always get 1 or 2 here and there. And I'm not even going to go into these 2 returns and see if that was actually the true reason. As long as the number is low, there's no reason to fight it. So you can see that I'm at 0.27%, and eBay wants us to be anywhere between 0.79%. So this is not going to be an issue. This is items not as described. Then you've also got item not received. So these are the 2 things that eBay sees that could jeopardize your seller metrics if you don't have a good status here. So item not received are cases where the buyer says, well, we didn't receive the item. And then you have to prove that they did with trackable tracking. And even if you do prove that they did, and you end up winning that case, that's still going to count as an item not received case. So on the one hand, that does kind of suck. But on the other hand, as long as your products are being delivered on time, your customers are not going to have any problems, and they're not going to open up item not received requests. They're not trying to be scammers. They just want whatever they bought. Now, here's one tip that I can give you to keep a high seller standard here. I recommend not selling products that come in super small packages, because many times those packages are just not seen by the customer because they're so small, because it's in between a whole bunch of other stuff, or because it got stuck in their mailbox somewhere and they just didn't notice it. So medium-sized items usually don't have this problem. So this is one of the biggest tips that I can give you when it comes to item not received request if the item is being delivered, but customers are still opening item not received requests. Now, if the item is really not being delivered, that's your problem. And you have to see why the supplier is not delivering the products. You should keep your eye on this anyway, because you can see the order statuses from AutoDS. If the product is in ordered status and it's not moving to shipped, then the tracking is not being uploaded here. And you can see one of the filters that you can see in AutoDS, one of the columns is DAS, days awaiting shipment. And if you can see that products are awaiting shipment for 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, and it should have been delivered within 2 or 3, that should already raise a red flag. And if you didn't notice that on your store, then it's only a matter of time before buyers are going to open item not received requests. Now, many times you can save this from happening. You can reach out to the buyer when you notice that there is a certain problem and let them know, hey, there's a little shipping delay here, but just so you know, the item is sent out and it's supposed to arrive within this and that date. And this is going to calm down 95% of the buyers that have late shipments, and they're not even going to bother to open an item not received request because they see that there's a human on the line that's helping them. Now, again, guys, I know that this seems like a lot, but it's not. Like I showed you, it should be around 1 to 2% of your business, which is a very low number, but also very critical to get down right. So here you can see that my item not received rate is just a little bit higher according to eBay standards. So we're looking at 3 out of 746 transactions at 0.4%, and they're looking for anywhere below 0.17%. So while it is a little bit high according to eBay standards, it's still anywhere between average and low, so you're not going to have any problems. But if you're going to high and very high, this is when you're going to start getting messages from eBay that you need to improve this before it jeopardizes your seller account. But again, I've been doing this for about a decade now, never had this issue, and I'm not going to because I know how to work right, and now hopefully you do as well. So that pretty much sums up everything that you need to know about seller level and service metrics, with everything you need to keep it at a high level so you'll never have to worry about your account getting shut down or suspended or anything like that. And again, guys, if you have any questions at any time during this tutorial, now is a great time to ask in the comment section below. And you should also grab your eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. It has everything around what I'm explaining to you in this video, including how to maintain a high eBay seller level, as you see right here, and all the things that you need to look out for. All you got to do in order to get access to this 45-page cheat sheet is comment right below this video, hashtag eBay winners. Let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that number one thing that you learned? and I will happily send you this cheat sheet so that you can create your own success story for the long term when dropshipping on eBay. All right, so it's finally time to learn about one of the most important things that's going to help you scale your eBay dropshipping business, and that is how to use AutoDS. We are now going to do a deep dive, and this is after you learned everything. So first of all, good job on making it this far. It shows that you're not only serious about making this business work, but you are also going to succeed at it. So AutoDS is going to come in after you learned how to do your product research, after you upgraded your selling account limits so that you can list a bunch of products, after you learned about suppliers and setting up all of your eBay settings and shipping preferences, policies, marketing promotions, order fulfillment. Now, I did hint at some things that AutoDS can do and can help you with in the sections where it was relevant to cover it, but now I want you to dive in and learn about all of the things that you can do with AutoDS, because it truly is an amazing system, and without it I wouldn't have been able to make it this far. So you already have the system and it's already connected to your eBay store. This is what you're seeing when you're logging into AutoDS every time. So what we're going to do right now is take it step by step. So as you know, here on the top left, you can select the stores that you would like to configure, that you would like to view. And at this point, you probably only have one store connected, which is your eBay store, and that is completely fine. That is perfect. When the time comes to open another store, whether you want to open another eBay store, or if you even want to select a different selling channel and add that to your network of stores, you're going to do that up here on the top left. So you can see that I've got eBay store 1 connected. I've got about 2,500 products here, and I've got another eBay store and another eBay store and an Etsy store. And this is just on this AutoDS account. And you only need one AutoDS account, but I do have another one with a bunch more stores connected here. So here you can see 3 eBay stores. One is even in the UK region. I've also got an Amazon store connected. I've got 5 Shopify stores, 3 Facebook Marketplace stores, 3 Wix stores, and a TikTok shop. And this is one of the things that I love about AutoDS. It can help you handle all of these stores, all of the businesses that you have running, all from one place. So you really don't need more than just one AutoDS account. But in any case, if you want to add more stores, this is the place where you're going to do it. So you're just going to click on Add Store, select the selling channel that you would like to add, and it'll walk you through the connection process. At this point, you really don't need more than that one eBay store. Make sure it's successful, make sure it's profiting before you decide to open up another store, whether it's in the same selling channel or a different one. So that is where you select your stores and add more, and of course remove if needed. Then you've got your ad products. So I'm not going to go over it now because we did cover this. I want to cover the other things that you still don't know about, and most of them are hiding right down here in our AutoDS settings. But I just want to make sure that you have all the menus and you understand all of the things that you're getting from this wonderful automation tool. So you've got the marketplace with the handpicked products, the ad spy, trending products, TikTok analytics. This is going to give you the shortcut into product research, into products that are selling really well right now on eBay that are in demand. So this is going to be your shortcut. We already covered that in the product research section of this tutorial. You also have print on demand. So if this is a niche that you want to step into, here you can select your products, whether it's a shirt, whether it's footwear, home and living. Go into the category that you would like to sell, and here you will be able to select your product. So let's say it's a t-shirt right here. You're going to click on it. Then you can see all of the settings like the variations, the sizes, the colors, and so forth. You can click on edit product and make your own edits, like adding your own graphic designs, layers, logos, and so forth. So here you can completely create your own design and then import it and sell it on your eBay store. This way you'll be selling products that once again no other dropshipper has, because it has your graphic design on it. So whatever you want to go with, for example, if you like the pets niche, you can put a picture of a cute dog or whatever it may be to have a product listing and sell something that none of your competitors have. So you can add this on top of your product research to test it and find your winners and make more sales. Then you've got your dashboard. So the dashboard is going to give you your full business overview. And as you see right now at the moment, I only have one store selected. So I'm only going to see the sales and profits from that one store. And if you have multiple stores selected, then you'll see the metrics for all of those stores combined. But let's just keep it on this one store for now, which we've been reviewing in this tutorial. So here you can select a date range. Right now you can see it's in the last 30 days, and I can see how much sales, orders, profit. I can see how much this store is growing in percentages during that time frame. And of course, you can change it around. For example, the dates, you can do last 24 hours, you can do last 7 days. So you can completely play around with the dates and see how many orders, revenue, products you added, and how much profit you made during that time period. You also have this graph over here, so you can have a nice visual of your revenue, your product cost, and your total profits. And then you have your product tag. So when you're importing products, you can add a tag to it, and it'll make it much easier to filter from the products page, which we'll go over soon, and understand how we can analyze everything that's going on from our products page, which is all the products that we have live in our eBay store. So from here, you can see what product tags are selling the most, whether it's a particular niche or a certain product line, any tag that you have created for your products. Then you've got your top 5 selling products. So what are the top 5 products that were selling during that time period? And once again, you can configure the date range to see what were the top 5 selling products during that time frame, and the same thing for the top 5 selling tags. Last but not least, you've got a business overview over here. So what is your average profit, average sell order cost, average buy order cost, your maximum profit that you made on an order, and the total products cost that you paid during the time period that you have set up here in the dashboard. So the dashboard is going to give you your main business overview. And if you have multiple stores selected, once again, you'll be able to see all of the metrics for all of those stores combined. So a really nice way to see from the top what's going on with your businesses. Then you've got the orders page. So we've already went over the orders and how you can fulfill your orders manually or by the fulfilled by AutoDS service, and all of the columns that you have here, including your pricing, your profits, the buy ID, the sell ID, and everything else. So we've already went through the orders page, how to load your balance for fulfilled by AutoDS, the AI credits, and you've also got the AutoDS Academy. So if you just hover over your account name up here and click on the AutoDS Academy, you can take a bunch of full A to Z courses like the one you're taking right now, either in other selling channels or new updated courses that come out all the time. These courses are completely free as long as you've got your AutoDS membership, which at this time you've only paid $1 for. So all of this is included within your AutoDS subscription. Go to the Academy after watching this video and plan the next course that you want to take for free. Then you've got the sourcing request. So we've already been through sourcing requests and how it works. Basically, this is where you can create a sourcing request from any product that you have in your products page or on your orders page before you fulfill the order, and you want to find a cheaper supplier with faster shipping than the one that you currently have. Now, the only thing to note here is if you're working currently with a US supplier, then I wouldn't recommend using the sourcing option because it's going to find a Chinese alternative. And if your buyer is expecting a US supplier for that product and that product already sold and you need to fulfill that order, in that case, don't make a sourcing request because it's going to find a supplier from a different region than the one that you originally had. But if you're sourcing a Chinese supplier from a Chinese supplier, that is a great example of when you would need to use a sourcing request and get a better product with faster shipping from a private supplier, which work much better than retail and wholesale suppliers. So use a sourcing request to find better Chinese suppliers. Then you've got the products page. And this is where all of the products that you add to your eBay store get placed. After being in the drafts page, where you optimize the product, whether it's the title, the description, the variations, the pricing, and everything else. And once you were ready, you imported it from drafts to products, all of which we've been over when we learned how to import products from any one of the suppliers that you want to work with into your eBay dropshipping store. So here's where you're going to see all of the products that are live on your stores. You've got the product's name right here, the product's thumbnail, and if you click on it, it's going to open up the item editor. So here's where you can edit that product. Even if it's live on your store, you can change anything and everything that you were able to change while you were uploading the product in the first place. So the name, the category it belongs under, the description, and of course the tags, which is a really important thing to have to make it easier for you to analyze the products from this products page and other places as well. I'll show you how that works in a minute. So you've also got the uploaded column. So when it was uploaded, you can make a sourcing request from this column right here. Here you can add internal notes to the products, which only you can see. Then you've got the variations. So how many variations are available in stock, how many are on hold, and how many are out of stock for each and every product. So what exactly does it mean when a product is on hold? This means that the product is in stock on your supplier's website, but it went out of stock on your eBay store. And that is simply because you have a certain setting inside AutoDS that says, hey, if this is true, then take this product out of stock. For example, If a supplier only has less than 1 or 2 units left in stock, then you might want it to go out of stock on your store as well, because if that supplier sells out really quick and it still didn't go out of stock on your store, somebody will purchase from your store and you won't have any stock. So that's just a quick example, and I'm going to show you how to get to all of that in the AutoDS settings. So there are a few examples when you would want your product to be out of stock even though your supplier has stock. So we're going to go into all of that. But that is what on hold means. It means it's actually in stock on your supplier's site, but out of stock on your store because of a certain setting that you had. And if you hover over, you can see why it's out of stock. And here it's for a different reason. You can see variants on hold, new ID. This means that your supplier changed the product ID for this product. So the product page stayed the same, the product is still the same, but the supplier simply changed the ID, the product ID of that product. So if it's on Amazon, for example, it's the ASIN, the product ID. And so here, all you need to do to fix that is put in the new product ID. Let me show you what that looks like since we have a good example to work on right here. So I know that a new ID came out for this product. Let's see what that ID is and make sure that it's updated so it'll go from on hold to in stock. So here I've got the product ID right here. So that is my buy ID. In this case, it is on Amazon. So let's go ahead and click on the product ID. It'll take us directly to the product page. And here I want to find the new ASIN. So I'm going to do a control find. Okay, so on MacBook, it's Command F. On Windows, I think it's Control F. And here I'm going to search for the word ASIN because I want to see what the new ID is. And here I've got the updated product ID. So you can see that this product ID ends with FVMV. But when it was uploaded on AutoDS, it was ZLRY. So you can see that the product ID did change. The suppliers do this sometimes. So here's how to fix it. I'm just going to update the new ID by copying it from my supplier's website and then going to AutoDS, opening up the item editor by clicking on the product's thumbnail from the products page. And then here I'm going to click on variants. And I'm going to click on edit because I want to edit this specific variant. Even if you only have one variant, that's the one that you're trying to edit right here. Then we're going to click on general. And then here you've got the buy ID. So this is the ID that changed. You can see that the ZLRY, that's the old ID. We're going to paste the new ID over here. The supplier stays the same. It's Amazon. The warehouse is United States. You can change that if needed, but we didn't really change it here. The only thing that changed was the buy ID. So now I'm going to save it. And in a few minutes, in the next scan, this is going to move from on hold to in stock. You can even see right here, when I hover over on hold, I have a more specific message that tells me the IDs that change. And that's exactly what we just talked about, from ZLRY to FVMV. So this is one of the things that happens sometimes and how to deal with it. So variations that are available in stock, variations that are on hold when out of stock for some reason, and variations that are out of stock. This goes without saying, it's variations that are out of stock on your supplier's website. So here, for example, I have this one out of stock right here. If you hover over it, you can see this product is unavailable on the supplier page. And if I go to the supplier's page, I'm just going to go to the right, find the buy ID, click on it, and you can see right here, this product is currently unavailable. We don't know if it's going to be back in stock. So this is why you have to have price and stock monitoring, especially once you have thousands of product on your store, when you're actually making a decent amount of sales and profits, and you want that to keep growing. And there's no way to do that if you're not going to have automation. Hopefully that's becoming a little bit obvious to you by now, but let's continue because there's a lot more to learn about AutoDS. So after the variations, you've got total. So how many variations in total do we have for these products? As you can see, I'm only uploading one variation of each product. And that's simply because I want all of my limits to get filled up with as many products as possible instead of having huge quantity amounts for each one. And that's simply going to eat up my limits on just a few products. So this is a good way to have as many products uploaded and using up all of your selling limits on more and more products instead of more variations of the same products. Then you've got OOS days. So this is out of stock days. So if any of these products are out of stock, like the one we saw down here, how many days was it out of stock for? So the one that we just saw has 0 out of stock days. That means that it just went out of stock today. So that's completely fine. But my general rule of thumb is if a product has been out of stock for at least 30 days, so for a whole month, I would completely remove it from my store because it's just taking up space on a product that's not even in stock. However, if that product did sell for you in the past, And what I would do in this case is I would look for more products that are similar to that one before I remove it, because I don't want my luck to run out. I want to keep making as many sales as possible. So make sure that you're adding other variations that are similar to the one that you're removing if that product sold in the past and now it's out of stock. Next, we've got product prices. So how much you're paying for it, what is your source price, or in other words, how much it costs on your supplier's website, and your selling price. And as you can see, I'm making a profit. And this is what I always urge other dropshippers to do. Don't be afraid to make a profit. You can buy a product for 10 bucks and sell it for 24. I think I had another example of that just earlier today. So you can see right here, for example, the more expensive a product is, I usually don't make it 2 times the price. So here, for example, 40 bucks, I sold it for 70. I made almost 20 bucks profit after selling channel fees. That's just one from earlier today. And here you can see another nice example. So this product right here cost $10 and I sold it for almost 23. So it's not a lot of profit, but if you have $10 going out and then almost 9 more coming back in, that's a pretty high profit margin. And obviously you can't buy a product for $10 and sell it for 100. It still needs to make sense. And if you follow my winning products criteria, you're easily going to find products just like this one. And you can just kind of see how that looks down here. As I scroll down, you can see my buying prices, selling prices, and total profit. And you can see a nice healthy range here. I keep the cheaper products because they sell more, and the more expensive products don't sell as much as the cheaper ones. So you do need the cheaper ones for the run rate of your store, but the more expensive ones that actually bring in a nice profit, like these 3 orders right here in a row that made over $10 in profit. And this one right here that made $35 in profit. And you're kind of seeing where I'm going here. You want to have a nice healthy balance of low but also higher profits. This way you're always going to keep consistent sales and profits as you move forward and continue growing your store. All right, so after our buying prices, selling prices, our profits, as we can see right here, your buy ID, your selling ID, how many times the product sold, and these were just uploaded right now, so that's why you're seeing 0. It's showing by the newest products that I just uploaded, days without sell. So you can see that they've only been on my store for 3 days. These specific products, they were the last ones added, the store that you have it assigned to, and other things like how many days you have left before this listing refreshes on eBay. So it will take up the next limit in the next month when it refreshes, and you can always remove them before the days left is over. So it won't take up another limit in the next month if you want to remove it and replace it with a different product. But I would test each product for 2 to 3 months before deciding if I want to remove it. In the beginning, you can be a little bit harder than that. You can remove it after a month if it doesn't sell because you don't have that much room anyway. But as you grow, give your products a little bit more time when you're testing them before you decide to remove them if they're not selling well. Don't keep a product in your store for half a year if it's not selling. But anywhere between 2 to 3 months, when you have thousands of products listed, is great because not every product is going to sell every single month, especially if it's a seasonal product, and you still want to keep it in your store for the long run. Okay, so that's the quick overview of everything that we're seeing here when it comes to the columns in your products pages. You can also click here where it says customize display to rearrange the order of the columns that you're seeing and also toggle on and off what you want to see and what you don't want to see. Next, you've got the filters up here. So once again, we're still in the products page. In other words, all the products that are live in our store. And here you can filter to see only a set of certain products that you would like to see and analyze. So here, for example, you can filter things like which supplier it's coming from, the region, tags, which I think is really important. I use this a lot. So here, for example, you can see that I've got a bunch of tags on the store. So for example, toys and hobbies, milk frothers, and I can just continue scrolling and you can see more and more product tags. So here, for example, let's say I want to see all of my garden decor and all of my garden power tools products. I want to see how those tags are performing in my store. So you've got a whole bunch of other filters like the product's title, the sell price, buying price. So let's say I want to see if I'm selling any product that costs me more than $50. I might want to focus on them more because they're making me some good profit. Since we're all in the profit percentage game, the higher the product cost, the more profit I'm going to rake in. So here, for example, if I click on buy price, and here I want to see all of the products where my buying price is more than $50. Okay, because here I'm making more profit than products that only cost up to $10 or $20. So greater than $50, you can also do less than, equals, in between. And I also want to add another filter after this. So let me show you how you can select multiple filters. So let's see all the products that cost me more than $50. So I'm making a nice profit on them. Then we're going to click on add filter to add another filter. And now I want to filter only by products that actually sold. So let's see where that filter is. And we can see it right here. So sold count. And I'm going to do is greater than 1. So now it's going to show me all the products that cost me more than $50 and sold at least one time. And then we can see all of these products right here, which I know it's blurred on your side because I do want you to do your own product research. And I showed you all the best ways to do it. But I just want you to show what this is going to lead up to when you take all of my steps here. And now we should be able to see all of the products that are costing me more than $50. So in other words, I'm making a nice profit on them. And I sold them at least one time. Now, there are other filters that you can do, like sold at least one time or sold at least 2 times to find even the hotter ones, and you had a certain profit percentage set on it. So for example, on add filter, instead of sold more than 1 unit, you could do profit percentage, and then all the products that sold 1 time or 2 times or whatever you have set that have a profit percentage of more than 50%, for example. But in any case, I have that on all my products. So in my case, just seeing any product that costs more than 50 that sold at least one time already gives me an indication of products that I made a nice profit on, and I should look for more products like that to add to my store. So this is just one quick example that you can do with the filters. So you can see right here, I've got this line of products, and I know that it's blurred out, guys. I do want you to do your own product research. You follow my methods in this video, you're going to make it to this position exactly and even greater. So again, here you can see all the products that cost me at least $50, as we can see right here. So 55, 62, 100, 64. And if I scroll more to the right where I have the sold, you can see that this one, the first one sold 9 times, second one sold 2 times. So let me just customize the display so we could see it a little bit better. So I'm going to move price to the top and then profit. And so this way I can see the 2 things that are most important to me. I'm going to click on update. Now I can scroll my columns to the left, and I also want the sold count. So let's click on customize display. And here where it says sold, I'm going to make that the 3rd option. So we're going to have price, profit, and how many times it's sold. We're going to update it. And now I don't need to move to the right every time. I see my products right here. When I uploaded it, and you can see that some of them have been on my store for 3 years and 2 years, and some of them have just been added to my store this year. And this one cost me $100. I'm selling it for almost $200, and you can see right here that it already sold 2 times. So this is a very profitable product. I already made about $120 on this one, and I just added it to my store less than a month ago. Very profitable product. And these are the ones that I also want you to learn how to find. But you cannot only rely on expensive products. You still need the cheaper ones because they will still sell more than these expensive ones. And this way you're going to make profits from all the worlds and not just wait for the next sale because all of your products are super expensive. So another example right up here, this product sold 9 times. $30 profit every time when I buy it for $55 and sell it for $100. But this product has been on my store for 3 years. So 9 sales in 3 years, that's not a lot. But I'm still going to keep this product because it's still profitable. You're just going to look for more variations that are similar to that one. You can find different dimensions, different colors, similar but different use cases. And this way you're always multiplying your success when you're relying on your own data, which is the most valuable thing. So the first few sales could take some time. But the next few sales that come after that are going to come faster. And then once again, it's like an avalanche. The sales are going to come easier and faster because you're always adding more products similar to the ones that are selling for you. In the beginning, none were selling, and then it slowly started to sell. And then that ball just keeps growing and growing and growing. So this is one of the things that I love to do, to learn about my products that are selling well and what other products I should add to my store to continue multiplying my success. So take advantage of the smart filter system on the products page on AutoDS. Other things you can do from the product page is view the history of all the products that you added. So here I can just click on view more. And then you can see that I added all these products to my stores. And every now and then there could be a little error for whatever reason. You're going to click on view details and understand what went wrong there. In most cases, you can just try to rerun it again and it shouldn't be a problem unless there was a certain something that the system needed from you. So you can take care of that right up here. But basically, this is going to give you a history of all of the products that you added to your store. So if you click on view details, you can get even more details. So you can see when it was uploaded, who the source is, the source item ID, so where you're getting it from, the sell item ID, where you're selling it, the store's name, and the status completed, which means that it was imported to your store successfully. So a little product importer history there. Here you've got your bulk editor. So I've got my products here that are live on my store. I can select multiple products and create a bulk edit. Here I can change things like the fees, so how much fees I'm paying for these products, like the fee percentage. So let's say I want to increase my profits or decrease. I can do that in a bulk fashion right here. So here, for example, you could select a certain tag of products and then select all those products. Like let's say, for example, Christmas is coming up. So I'm going to add a whole bunch of Christmas products to my store, and I'm going to add a tag to them that's called Christmas. And then after Christmas is over, I'm going to remove those products because they're not going to continue selling after Christmas. But I do want to keep the ones that sold during Christmas so that when next year comes, the next Christmas season, I'm going to make sure that they're on my store and more products similar to them because I know that they're going to sell. But I'm also going to continue testing more and more products to see where I'm also going to make more sales, to learn about new trending products. And once again, the more you do this, the more you're going to sell, the more data you're going to get, and the better you become each month, every year, and every new season. So here, for example, you can select a whole bunch of products. Maybe it's a certain tag, a certain product line, and you want to make a bulk edit. So you're going to click on bulk edit, add item to edit, and you can change things like the fee percentage, the fee in a fixed dollar amount, how much profit fixed, how much profit in percentages, the quantity of those products, rounding the cents up, and more options. So you don't need to do it one by one. The bulk editor helps a lot. You've also got a bulk relist option. So if for some reason you ended those listings, but you'd like to relist them, which I wouldn't really recommend to do, but if you got to that point, then you can just relist it right here. You've got that option. Relisting a product basically means that eBay is going to erase all the history that that product had. So if that product had a selling history, I wouldn't recommend relisting it because that option is going to completely wipe all of the history that it had. And the more sales a product has, the more it's going to be boosted on eBay's search engine. So you do want listings that sold in the past, you want to hold on to them. And if that product goes out of stock and it sold really well for you and you want to keep that product page, you can always re-grab the product details and switch it with another product, but that page is still going to stay intact. So that means that the page URL is not changing. The product inside might change, but the product page is still the same. So this means that the selling history is still going to be the same. I'm going to show you how to do that. It's really easy, very similar to how I changed the product details a couple of minutes ago on a product that went out of stock on my store because the item ID changed. It's the same exact process, really easy to do. But if you don't have a choice, do a bulk relist if you want to relist a product. The good thing about it, and where I would want to use it, is if a product sold 0 times, but I had a lot of views, I had a lot of people watching that product. And if you relist a product, you're not going to lose anything if it doesn't have a selling history. In fact, you're even going to get boosted because when you list a new product on eBay, you have a few days where eBay is boosting this listing. So it's going to make a lot more traffic for the first few days while eBay tests traffic and sees if this product is in demand. So when you relist a product that didn't sell, you have absolutely nothing to lose because that product is going to be boosted for the next few days on eBay. Once again, just like it was when you listed it for the first time. However, when you do relist, it does take up another monthly limit of that product. So you don't want to relist all of your product lines every single day. That wouldn't make too much sense. So use that with a grain of salt. Then you've got bulk delete. So that goes without saying. It's just going to delete all of the products that you have selected. And bulk AI rewrite, which does your AI rewrite for those products. So the title, the description, or the title and description, and you can do it in a bulk manner for all of the products that you have listed. Now, if I click on view history over here, it's simply going to show me all the things that I see over here, but in a nicer menu. So I can click on view history. Then I can see every single day, all the products that were added to the product section of my AutoDS store. So for example, you can see the date, the time, failed imports, successful imports, total products that were added. You can see that the action was import to store, and details if you want to see more details, same as clicking on it over here, which you already saw. So that pretty much sums up all of the important options that you have in the products page. I highly suggest getting used to it and getting accustomed with all of the options that you have here. A few other quick options. You've got these 3 dots right here next to each product. So more options. Edit will open up the editor. It's just like clicking on the thumbnail itself. Relist will do the relist as we just talked about. Adding tag, which you can do quickly instead of opening up the product editor and doing it from there. Deleting the product, running TikTok ads on it, which isn't that relevant for eBay, which can be, but you don't really need it to succeed. And creating a sample order. If you would like to order the product to your address, shoot some videos on it, shoot better photos, and put that on your eBay selling page. I personally don't do that on eBay, but you can always consider it if you think it's necessary for you. And that is all of the important things that you need to know about the products page on AutoDS. All right, so after the products page, we've got the drafts page. You already know how to work with drafts. We learned all about the drafts page when we were importing products earlier in this tutorial. So there's not much to go through here. Just a few quick tips. You've also got bulk grabbers here. So if I select multiple products, you can do things like bulk edits, add item to edit. So this is similar to what we had from the products page. Remove the products, import them all to your store because the drafts once again shows products that are not live on your store just yet. Bulk AI rewrite, which you've seen from the products page, and scheduled listings. Scheduled listings means that you finished optimizing the products, but you want to upload them. You want them to go live. You want them to move from drafts to products at a very specific time and date. Now, why do you even have this option? Why even schedule a listing to be uploaded at a later date and time like you're seeing right here? So here, for example, I chose, and this is just a random selection, but I just want you to see what it looks like. So I gave it about a week from now at 3 a.m. in the morning. Now, this doesn't really mean anything, but basically, why would you want to schedule to a later date and time? Remember how I talked about the fact that when you add a new listing to eBay, the listing is going to get boosted for a few days until it just starts to average out. But until that happens, you have a certain boost. And it could also be really helpful to understand when your target audience is usually opening up their phones or their laptops to search for something on eBay. So most likely during their daytime and not sometime in the middle of the night. But maybe you don't live where your target audience lives. So that means that when you're uploading the listing, your target audience is currently asleep. So you don't really want to upload the listing right now. You want to upload it as soon as they wake up. So you won't waste the first few hours of the listing boost that you're going to get from eBay while your target audience is sleeping. So this is a great example of why you would want to schedule a listing to be uploaded at a specific date and time. Besides that, you know everything that there is to know about the drafts page. So we're going to continue to the next option, which is customer support. And so the customer support page takes all of the messages that you have within the eBay platform. So if I go to eBay and I hover over my eBay and I click on messages down here, then I've got all the messages that I'm getting from my buyers and also messages that I'm getting from eBay. And this is not very practical to deal with all the messages from within eBay. Since you're already using an automation tool, you might as well do as much of the work as possible from the automation tool. And on eBay, it's most of the work being done through AutoDS, which makes it a lot easier. So all of these messages, you can find all of them in the customer support section. So the same messages that I got on eBay, I also got them here. So here you've got the message topic itself. Here you've got the buyer. So the buyer you sent the message to or that sent you the message. It could also be eBay. So that's a message from eBay. You've got status new. So it's a new message. You haven't replied to it yet. The type, so what type of a message is it? You've got post-sale conversation. These are automatic messages that I send to my buyers after they purchase, after tracking number is updated, after a certain amount of time has passed from the order, after they got the product. These are automated messages that can be sent from AutoDS. I'm going to show you how that works because that is in the settings section down here. I'm waiting to get to it because that's where most of the meat is and most of the things that I want you to learn. All of the advanced automation settings are inside the settings page. So we're getting to that. One of those things is post-sale conversation, those automatic messages that I just talked about. You've also got a system conversation. So these are messages that came from the system, in other words, from eBay. So here, for example, I got a message 13 hours ago. We sent your payout. So I can open that. And then here I can read the message. So you can see that it's simply copied eBay's message and pasted it into my AutoDS account. I can also click on it just to see the bigger portion of that message so that I can actually read it. So you can see here, $133 was sent to your Payoneer account. And you know that I'm getting payouts on a daily basis. So this happens pretty much every single day. If I go to the previous one, that's this one right here. So this is the day before. And then once again, I can just open it in a new tab. So you can see the day before was a $235 payout. So I can see all my messages here. I don't need to go to eBay. And more than that, I can also reply to my customers. Like, for example, you've got these buyers right here. So they're saying, I will, thanks, and thank you. So they're just replying to the automatic messages that I'm sending them. Again, I'm going to walk you through that soon. It's really important to do that because it's going to help you get a much higher feedback score. And a feedback score is really important. We already talked about that. And you've already seen my feedback. Here's another sneak peek just because you're sticking around for the extra value. So if you just hover over your name on the top left, and then you click on your reviews right here, you can see that I've got 3,650 feedbacks as we speak, and 99.4% of my feedbacks are positive feedbacks. So how do I maintain so many positive feedbacks and so few neutral or negative? You can also see right here, accurate description, reasonable shipping costs, communications, shipping speed, everything is top notch. And that's simply because I'm following a systematic formula that I taught myself throughout my years and years of dropshipping on eBay. So here you can see my feedback in the last month. I've got 80 positive feedback, 0 neutral, 0 negative. And in the last 6 months, 278 positive. In the last 12 months, 485 positive. So I'm getting more and more positive feedbacks as the months go by, as I continue growing and scaling this specific eBay store. And as I scroll down, you can actually read what the buyers are writing when leaving feedback on your store. And they can only leave feedback after they purchase something. So take a look at these examples, but there's one specific example that I'd like to show you. So check this out. These were all of the past recent feedbacks. So great product, super fast delivery, thanks. Great, good seller, awesome experience, 5 stars, good value, 5 stars, 100% positive as described. Very fast on shipping, made of good metal. I don't trust magnets, so I pre-drill holes to use self-tapping screws. I haven't tried it yet, but I bet it will be just fine. So you can really read what they're writing about. And there's one thing that I really want you to see here. So basically you can see that all the buyers are happy. They're getting exactly what I talked about, which is getting the product that they ordered, getting it on time, and even before due time, and they're just going to be happy about it. There's nothing else you need to worry about from there. So if you can read this one right here, and this answers a question a lot of beginner dropshippers always ask me. If you're dropshipping, why don't they just go to the source and buy from the source? And the answer to that is that's just the way that it is. Even when buyers know that I'm sending them products from other places, they just don't care as long as they got what they ordered. They didn't buy from there, they bought from you. And buyers are not going to look at all of the internet websites all around the world for every product that they want to buy. If they find it on your store, the price seems reasonable, they're just going to buy. And that is how simple it is. So read this comment right here. It appears that it was dropshipped from Amazon, which it was, which I have no issue with, as I still believe I got it at a good price and it arrived within 2 days. I would most likely purchase from again. So not only does this buyer know that I drop shipped that specific product from Amazon, he got it in an Amazon box. He doesn't care. He's happy that he got what he ordered. Even if he knows the price was marked up and he paid more on eBay. Even if he knows that it came from Amazon, I still believe I got it at a good price and it arrived within 2 days because I'm using Amazon Prime. Now this was dropshipped using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service. It also uses Amazon Prime, and this is just how simple this model is and how much the customers don't care where it came from as long as you held up your end as the seller. So a lot of these feedbacks are coming from the automatic messages, which I will show you how to send soon because it sends buyers really friendly messages. So they're kind of happy that they bought from you. And it also reminds them to leave you a positive feedback after they get the product. So I'm going to show you how all of that works. But the customer support system simply makes it really easy to gather all your messages in one place. And a huge advantage here is once you'll start running multiple eBay stores, you can select all of those stores from here, and then you can read and answer all of the messages that you're getting directly from the AutoDS platform instead of having to open up each store separately and replying from there. So take advantage of the customer support system. It's really helpful, especially once you start scaling up. As long as you remember to answer all of your buyers when they reach out to you, provide excellent customer service. I cannot stress enough how important that is. And you've seen on my store what I get because I focus on these very important aspects. Okay, then you've got the messages screen, and this is all the messages that you have between you and your private suppliers. So if you remember, I showed you the AutoDS marketplace and how you've got private suppliers over here. You can simply filter by clicking on suppliers and then clicking on AutoDS suppliers and seeing all of the private suppliers that you have here, whether it's the AutoDS warehouse or other private suppliers. You can open up a chat window with them. You already saw how that works, so you just click on one of the products, and then inside you'll have an option to message this supplier. So you can read all the messages that you wrote from this messages screen over here. And last but not least is the AutoDS settings. So let's start going over the settings and understand all of the extra cool things that I want you to know about, so that at the end of this tutorial, you're not just going to be an advanced dropshipper, you're going to be where the pros are at. This is what you need to know. This is going to give you the extra edge over every other dropshipper that's not working with automation. First thing that you have under settings is supplier settings. And the first thing that you have here are the lister settings. So first, make sure that the supplier settings that you would like to change, the supplier is selected right here on the left side. So here, for example, I selected Amazon US. You've got Banggood, Walmart, any other of AutoDS supported suppliers. And if you do not see it here on the list, just click on Add Supplier and add the supplier which you would like to configure the settings for. So let's just keep it on Amazon US. And then you've got the lister settings. So what this means is every time I list a product from the supplier that I have selected here on the left side, which in this case is Amazon US, every time I list from Amazon US to this eBay store that I have selected here, then I want all of this to happen. So first is the default product quantity. So every time you list a product from Amazon to eBay, the default product quantity is going to be whatever you set here. So I have it on 1. And I already explained why, but basically I don't want one product to take up too many limits. So the more quantity I have, the more limits it's going to take up. And I'm only going to do it on super cheap products where there's a high chance, a high probability that our customers are going to buy more than 1 unit of it. So that's the only time you're going to do more than 1. But if you're just starting off, keep it on 1. Then you've got the default item country, which in my case is the United States. I suggest for you to also work from the United States. So it's going to grab products from Amazon US, and default zip code. So this is going to be for your item location. We already talked about item location. Just make sure that your zip code that you have selected here, that's going to be on your item location for every product that you add from Amazon to eBay using this setting right here. So your default zip code, just make sure that it's under the same country. So if, for example, you are dropshipping from Amazon US, the products are coming out of US warehouses, so you're just going to have a zip code from anywhere in the US. So here, for example, I just have this one set. You can also change it to anything you want. So for example, 125 is a New York zip code. So if I refresh it, you can see that now my item location changed to New York. So every time I list a new product, the item location is going to be New York. Doesn't matter for me as long as it's coming out of the same country. So you're not going to lie about the region of the item location. So if it's coming out of the US, just use any US zip code. Next, you've got shipping methods. So fastest with tracking, cheapest, and cheapest with tracking. As you see, I've got fastest with tracking selected. What this means is when I add a product from this supplier to this selling channel, so from Amazon to eBay, every time I list a product, you might have a few shipping options available from your supplier. So from Amazon in this case, you might have a really cheap shipping method, but the tracking there is not going to be trackable. That is relevant to this supplier and also others. And soon I'm also going to show you how you can convert tracking numbers from Amazon. So even if it's not trackable, you can track it. If I'm speaking Chinese to you, don't worry, you'll understand when I get to it. So here you've got the cheapest shipping method, or the cheapest as long as it has tracking, or the fastest as long as it has tracking. Now, as you see, I did have it on fastest with tracking, but I am going to change it to cheapest with tracking. What this means is the following. When you're importing products from Amazon to eBay, you're going to have a few shipping options. The cheapest one may not have tracking, as I mentioned. And then you'll have a cheapest shipping method with tracking. This means that every time I grab a product from Amazon and AutoDS is like, okay, I can see that the product costs, let's say $10, and you're going to have Prime. So we're going to use Prime, so that's no problem. But if this supplier didn't have Prime, or if there were multiple sellers selling this product and some of them were charging for shipping, then I want you to grab the cheapest shipping method as long as it has tracking information, which is my number one recommendation. You've also got fastest with tracking. So give me the fastest shipping method when you're importing the product. Take the source price, but also add a shipping price if applicable, as long as we're getting the fastest shipping method. And this one could be dangerous because if there is a shipping price, then AutoDS is going to take that and add that to your source price, which is fine. You're still going to make your 60% profit margin, whatever you have set. We're going to get to that setting soon. But basically, fastest with tracking is going to choose the fastest shipping method with tracking and round that up into your source price. You don't need that. Cheapest with tracking always works best, but you can always iterate, check it out, and make any revisions later. Default template is whatever template you have set. We already talked about templates, and I showed you how you have tons and tons of free templates from AutoDS included inside your subscription. So you can choose whatever template you want. And then here you're just saying, okay, every time I upload a product from the supplier to the store, then I want you to use this as the default template. So you won't have to select the template each and every time. Then you've got your selling platform policies. So here you can choose dynamic policies. So you want the system, you want AutoDS to choose your payment policies, shipping policies, and return policies, according to what it thinks is correct for this product, or you can just select policies that you already have in set, and it's always going to use those policies. So here, for example, I've got a payment policy. I'm going to select my manage payments pioneer policy. My shipping policy is my default shipping policy, and my returns policy is my default returns policy. So this is my recommendation, just leave it at this, and you can always change it for specific products for whatever reason inside each product page editor while you're uploading or after you uploaded the product. Next, you've got advanced lister settings. So you got allow duplicates, which I usually have off because this way, if you're accidentally adding a product to your store that you already have on your store, there's no reason to sell a duplicate. Since you already have it, there's no reason to have it twice. It's just going to take up more limits. So there's no reason to sell duplicates. I always have that off. Then you've got upload variations. Now this is up to you if you want to have it on or off. What I like to do on eBay is, let's say I'm selling a product and it has a whole bunch of variations. Let's say the variations are colors. So the main product is black, and then you've got red, yellow, green, and a whole bunch of other colors as extra variations. That is great, and it works excellent in many situations. Another way to do it is to not upload variations, but rather split variants into products. So what this means is every time there's extra variations on a product that I'm adding to my eBay store, don't add those variations, but split it into individual products. And the reason that I do this is, one, I'm going to get a higher boost because instead of boosting one listing that has a whole bunch of variations inside, I'm going to boost 10 listings, each with its own standalone variation color. Another advantage that you have here is the main image is going to show on eBay search engine. So let's say, for example, you have all those colors, but the main color was black, and then you have a whole bunch of variations under that in different colors because you didn't split it into other products, into separate products. So you've only got one main variation, which is black. So when someone is searching for that product, they may only see the black color, even though another color might have been more interesting to them. And if you have each one as its own standalone product, then they're all going to show up on the search results, and there's a much higher chance that you're going to get the click and the sell. So that's just another quick tip from me. You can play around with that and see what gets you more sales. Then you've got apply watermark. So you can add a watermark inside the settings, which is the last tab over here. But basically you can add a watermark. So if any other dropshipper takes your listing and tries to add it to their store, they're going to add it with your watermark on it. A lot of dropshippers like to do this. I usually don't care about watermarking my products. I have a lot of people who are stealing or hijacking my listings, just like I used to do to other sellers when I was just starting off and I was doing product research. I was copying what other sellers are doing. And in time, when I learned myself what products are selling well, I became my own thought leader. So I didn't really need them. I know how to find products myself, upload them, and now they're the ones who are just copying me. So it may eat up just a little bit amount of sales, but because you're always the first one with these listings, you saw I'm making healthy sales, healthy profits. I don't even look at the competition anymore. It could take a year or two to get there, but when you get there, everybody's going to start copying you. That means that you are making most of the sales and profit. So I don't really care about watermark, but you can always add it. Then you've got duplicate main image up to 12. So this does exactly what it says. It takes your main image, and if it's the only image you have, it has the option to duplicate that 12 times. So you'll have a set of images, which is what eBay likes to see. But on the other hand, I don't really have that on because you should only have one image. And if you do, that's really the only one that you have. So usually I don't really duplicate it, but you do have the option to do that here. Allow marketplace sellers says that pretty much defines that if you're adding a product from Amazon and the product is not Prime, so you might have marketplace sellers, so third-party sellers who are still going to sell that product. So either the product is going to go out of stock or on hold because it's not Prime anymore, but it's still in stock that other third-party sellers are selling it. So in this case, if you have this checked in, you're going to allow the products to go out of Prime and still keep them in stock on your store. I don't really like to do that because I like to deliver my products really quickly. You just saw a quick example why. And it's just going to make your store's feedback and your customers a lot happier and a lot better. So I usually don't allow marketplace sellers. I don't want any chance that it's not going to be Prime, that my customers are not going to get their packages within a couple of days. Third-party sellers could ship slower. They could also be more expensive. They could charge for shipping. I don't want any of that. So I'm not going to allow marketplace sellers. I usually have private listing on. This just makes it harder for other dropshippers to see which listings are selling a lot on your store. They can just do that by seeing the feedback that you're getting. Then they've got the item IDs there. They'll be able to click on it and see which products you've recently got positive feedbacks on, meaning those products just sold and you got a positive feedback on them. This will just make it harder for them to find those listings and be able to copy you really quickly. Again, you don't really have to worry about this, especially once you become your own thought leader. We just spoke about that, but this is just something that will help you as a beginner. Allow out of stock variations. So I usually have this on. So basically what this means is if you're now listing new products from Amazon to eBay, and some of the variations there, you're uploading variations, you have that on, and some of those variations go out of stock, or some of those variations are out of stock in the first place when you're importing them to your store, then you still want to upload them. You still want them to be a variation on your product page. It'll simply be out of stock temporarily, but then when the supplier goes back in stock on those variations, then you're going to go in stock as well. So might as well have them, because eventually when they'll be in stock, it'll be in stock in your store as well, instead of just completely forgetting about it because it was temporarily out of stock when you imported that product. So I usually have that on. Capitalized title, it's not really relevant. What it usually does is it capitalizes the first letter of each word in your title. But anyway, you're doing AI rewrites, you're rewriting the titles, you're optimizing it anyway. So you're going to do that in any case. Autofill brand, I usually have this off. So what this means is when you're listing products from your suppliers, they're branded in some way or another. Now, it might not be some big brand that doesn't really want you to resell their products, but there's still a brand anyway. And I usually don't want that brand to be copied onto my eBay listing. It'll just make it harder for my competitors and also for my customers to know who my suppliers are, who my sources are. So I don't have this on, so my suppliers' brands are never shared. Split variants into products, we already talked about that. And allow Vero blocked keywords. We're going to get to that in the keyword section, but basically what this means is if you have a listing because it has a certain word that you blacklisted, or for example, it's a Vero product, which we talked about, verified owner rights on eBay. So this will allow those listings to be imported anyway. This one is dangerous to have on, but on the other hand, AutoDS will still give you a warning message. Hey, you just added a product that's been blacklisted or that's on a Vero list. Are you sure you still want to continue with the import process? And if you still choose yes, then do that at your own risk. This isn't going to make up for most of the products that you're going to add to your store, but it's another layer of protection where if you have it off, the system is not even going to ask you. It's just going to not allow those products to be uploaded. Next, you've got price and stock monitoring settings. No reason to have this on. You should always have stock monitoring, always have price monitoring. So if the stock status changes or if the price changes on your supplier's website, those changes will also take into effect in your store as well. So you won't be selling products that are out of stock, and your pricing will also change according to your supplier's changes. So if, for example, you're making 60% profit margin and your supplier increased the price, your price is also going to increase as well, and you're going to keep your 60%. And same thing if the prices drop. Then you've got AI optimization settings. So this will automatically do an AI title rewrite for every time you add a product, and then the same thing for the description if you have that on. And this way you won't need to manually do the AI rewrites in a bulk fashion or while you're uploading the product when you're optimizing it in the product editor in AutoDS. This will simply do it for you automatically. So as soon as you import it, it's already going to have an optimized title and description. Definitely recommended to have this on. Just make sure that you've got an AI balance. And as soon as you import products, you won't have to deal with a title and description. It'll already come completely optimized and unique for your store. Next, you've got default item specific. So if there are any item specifications that you know are going to be repetitive for all the products that you're going to add from the supplier to your eBay store, then you can add those item specifics right here. For example, type dog collar, but then every item you add is going to have that item specific. So take that into consideration. Next, you've got your pricing. So this will set your pricing settings for every time you list a product from the supplier to your store. So your profit settings are as follows. Instead of doing it for every time you add a product, it will simply happen automatically. So we know that our fees are 15% when dropshipping on eBay. Sometimes it could be 13, sometimes it could be 12, so you will make some extra profit. And sometimes it could go up to around 14. I like to round it up to 15, so you're always going to make that little extra buffer of a profit. And it's always good to have that in any case. You've got your fee amount, which I usually have on 0, so I don't have any fixed fees. You can put it on, let's say, 40 cents because that's what eBay takes from you anyway on every transaction. But on the other hand, I did round up my fees, so that usually gets eaten up there anyway. Then you've got your default automation. We're going to talk about automation soon in the next tab. Automation is a pricing automation setting that you can activate, and you'll see what it does soon. Basically, what it does is it makes sure that you're making the highest amount of profit margin while maintaining consistent sales on a product. So it'll find the sweet spot, the right price for your product, where you'll make maximum profit and it will continue making sales. Again, I'm going to show you that in a minute. But if you have a pricing automation that you already created, then you can set that right here. So it will use that automation setting for every time you add products from the supplier to your selling channel. So fees are 15%. I usually have minimum profit per product and fee amount on 0. Minimum profit per product means that if I don't make this amount of minimum profit, then make sure that I make it, because these settings that I have set didn't make me that minimum profit. But I don't have that issue. I like to profit well, so there is no minimum for me. Dynamic profit sets a different price according to the price range of your product. Let me explain that in an easier way. If you are paying, for example, $0 to $10 on a product, that is your source price, then you want to make, for example, 100% profit and $0 extra fixed profit. So you can play around with that. But basically, you won't have any dynamic profit. Okay, it's going to look like this. If you toggle it on, you can start adding more and more rules and also removing rules as you see fit. But as you see, what I have set right here is every time I'm adding a product and my source price is anywhere between $0 to $10, then I don't want to make 60% profit. That's actually really low because these products are really cheap to begin with. So I want to make 100% extra profit. If it costs anywhere between 10 to 20, you can drop that down to around 70%. 20 to 30, 65%, and 30 and above, 60%. Because you're already making some good profit if it costs you $30. So 60% is fine. If you go 100%, could be a little less competitive. But again, we're not trying to break the market. We just want to make a healthy profit margin and make consistent sales. But if a product costs $2 and you only have 60%, you're going to make less than $1 profit on that order. And I don't work with any orders that make any profit below $5. And that is my bare minimum. Okay, so this is how you set those dynamic profit ranges. So if you add cheap products, you'll still make a healthy amount of profit. Next, you've got additional pricing settings, setting the price cents value. I think I talked about that one, but if not, what this does is it rounds your prices. So if your selling price came out to be $99.57, this will round it up to 99.99. You can make it 99.97 or whatever you see fit. These psychological effects do affect our consumers who are buying from our stores. So it's always nice to round it up to such a number. Then you've got include shipping price. This is important to have on. What it does is it basically says, okay, your product cost is, let's say, $100, but your supplier is also charging you $20 for shipping. So in this case, AutoDS will say, okay, so it doesn't cost you $100 and then 60% profit margin. It costs you $120 and then you're going to make your 60% profit margin. So what this means in other words is if you're being charged for shipping, you're still going to offer free shipping to your buyers because that works a lot better, and you're still going to keep your desired profit margin. So definitely have include shipping price on. That is my recommendation. Then you've got orders. So this is where you enable automatic orders or fulfilled by AutoDS. And then you've also got additional order settings like the automatic messages that I wanted to show you. So when we went over automatic orders and fulfilled by AutoDS and the differences between them, we also talked about the order settings here. I'm not going to go through it again. Just a quick reminder, having the first one on will have you on fulfilled by AutoDS, but if the second one isn't on, then orders are going to come in pending status and you have to manually switch it from pending to send to auto order. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, go back in the tutorial when we talked about order automation. If you have two of them on, then you'll use fulfilled by AutoDS, and every order that comes in will be processed out automatically as long as you have auto order credits and a balance to pay for the orders. If only the second one is filled in, then you won't be using fulfilled by AutoDS. You'll only be using automatic orders using your buyer accounts instead of AutoDS's buyer accounts. Both ways, automatic tracking numbers will still work and be updated on your stores. So I highly recommend to use fulfilled by AutoDS. It's just much better. Doesn't use your buyer accounts. We already talked about all of that. So let's continue. Override customer's phone number. I usually have this on. I talked about it when we talked about automatic orders. I have it on because I don't need my customers to get SMSs on where their package is currently at from Amazon. Remember that these settings are only when we are dropshipping from Amazon because that's the supplier I have selected here on the left side. So every time I get an order from a product that came from Amazon and I send it out, I want to override the customer's phone number so that my customer won't get SMSs on their Amazon package and where it's at. They'll be able to use a tracking number that we're uploading anyway. So there's no reason to have that on, only if you have international orders, because we don't want international orders to go wrong. I don't mind my customers getting SMSs from there. Set order as shipped only once it's shipped. I don't do it when the order is ordered or when it's received. We only set it as shipped when it's actually shipped. Let's talk about tracking conversion for a minute. So all of your orders from Amazon are going to have a tracking number. The tracking number could be from a major shipping carrier like FedEx, UPS, USPS, DHL, and it's not going to be a problem to track these tracking numbers from their respective websites. But on the other hand, Amazon sometimes uses their own logistics company. It's called Amazon Logistics or AMZL. And so nobody's going to be able to track those tracking numbers. Only you, because you're the owner of that buyer account. And if you're not the owner of the buyer account, you won't be able to see it. So what this does is this takes that tracking number that you get from Amazon, which is an Amazon Logistics tracking number, and it converts it to a tracking number that is trackable outside of Amazon. And this is really good for your customer and also for eBay to track the whereabouts of the packages. So if a customer opens an item not received claim and says, hey, I didn't get my product, where is it? And you used Amazon as your supplier, and you got an AMZL, an Amazon Logistics tracking number, and you didn't convert it to something that's trackable, you're going to lose on that case. You're going to have to send the full refund because you can't provide proof that eBay and your customer can see that it was delivered. And you don't want to send them an Amazon screenshot. So that is why you have the tracking conversion inside AutoDS. This provides a solution to having trackable tracking numbers from Amazon non-trackable tracking numbers. Here you have a few options. You can either not convert your tracking, which I don't recommend. You definitely should convert. Then you've got convert all tracking numbers to QTrack, convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack, all tracking numbers to Blue Care Express, Amazon shipping carrier only to Blue Care Express, and generate a UPS, FedEx, or DHL tracking number to all the orders. So yes, you do have a number of options and they're all pretty good, but there's one that I always use because I never lose on a case. And that is convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack. QTrack works really well. eBay supports it. Blue Care Express used to be supported a little bit less now, and I don't use the last option because this will convert all my tracking numbers, but I only want to convert the Amazon shipping carrier only. Because if I don't get an Amazon shipping carrier tracking number from my Amazon orders, it's going to be trackable anyway, so there's no reason to convert it. So convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack, and this way, when you have a fulfilled by AutoDS or an automatic order that you're fulfilling using AutoDS's automatic order service, and you have convert Amazon shipping carrier only to QTrack, and you fulfill an order automatically, and the order gets an AMZL and Amazon Logistics tracking number, this way the system is automatically going to convert it to a QTrack tracking number, so everybody will be able to track it, and you'll never lose on an item not received case. Next, you've got maximum purchase order price. So if an order comes in, but it costs over $300 or $200 or $100, whatever you have set here, the system is not going to automatically fulfill the order if you have automatic fulfillment on. So here it's not going to fulfill it if it reaches that maximum purchase order price. It's going to wait for you to come, check out the order, and decide when and how to fulfill it. Maximum loss, you shouldn't ever have this issue, but if for whatever reason you ended up accidentally losing money on an order, let's say you lost $2 or $1, whatever you set the maximum, okay, let's say $3. So if you lost this amount of money on an order, and I've never lost money in an order, I don't even know why we have this option in the system. But then again, I take it that some dropshippers make mistakes and somehow end up losing money. Then if you're losing this maximum amount, then it's not going to fulfill the order automatically. Just like the maximum purchase order price, it's going to wait for you to come, check out what happened, and decide if you want to fulfill that order. Now is the part I really love, automatic messages to customers. Now, I did have ChatGPT create really cool messages, and I want you to do the same. But basically, here are the options that you have here. When an order was placed, the system can send an automatic message to your buyer. So you got an order from your eBay store, and you fulfilled the order. Now, whether you fulfill it manually or automatically, as soon as the order status is switched to the ordered status, then this automatic message is going to be sent on your behalf to your buyer. And guys, I showed you my feedbacks. This is one of the things that helped me boost my positive feedbacks on my store. These automatic messages work wonders. So you have to use this as well on your store if you want your positive feedbacks to shoot up quickly. So as soon as an order was placed, you can send a message. Here, just create a prompt on ChatGPT. So ask ChatGPT to help you craft a good message for every time one of these triggers happen, so that your buyers can see that they're dealing with a real human that actually cares about them and wants them to be happy with their purchase, and of course leave you with a positive feedback. So when an order was placed, make sure you have it toggled on. Click on the pencil icon to edit the message and add either your own or what you created from ChatGPT. Just make sure it sounds like it's coming from a real human and not from a GPT. Next, you've got tracking number available. So you're going to toggle it on, and you're going to craft a message that will be sent to your buyer every time a tracking number was updated in their order. After that is order was delivered. So after the order was delivered, you can send your buyer another message and just make sure that they're happy with the product, that they got it on time, and remind them to leave you with a positive feedback. And if there's any issues, of course, they can always reach out to you, so they won't end up writing a negative feedback really quick. They'll know that they have someone to talk to, and they'll reach out to you instead of running straight to negative feedbacks. Then you've got the feedback. So feedback is not asking them for a feedback. What feedback means is the system is going to leave a feedback on your buyers as well. So when a buyer purchases from your store, they can leave a feedback for you, but you as the seller can also leave a feedback for the buyer as a feedback for the buyer. So buyers get buyer feedbacks and sellers get seller feedbacks. So feedback works both ways. Then you've got a gift message. So remember how I showed you when I process a manual order that you can send a gift message to your buyer. And this is also good because your package won't come with the Amazon order number and how much you paid for it, because Amazon sees it as a gift that you send to someone. So within that, you can also write a customized gift message, and here it's all automated for you. So every order that the system processes for you automatically will come with that gift message, as long as there's a gift message available on Amazon. If it's a Prime product, it should always have that, so it shouldn't be a problem. Take advantage of automatic messages to your buyers. It will go a long way into keeping your store healthy with positive feedbacks. Last but not least, here under supplier settings, you've got general. So default weight unit, I usually have it on pounds. You've got grams, ounces, depending on where you are and your target audience. Automatic SKU filling, I usually have this off. Again, it just makes it harder for your competition to know where you're sourcing your products from. Then you've got monitoring. So minimum product quantity. What does this mean? So if your supplier has, let's say, 2 units in stock left, or let's say 1 unit in stock left, whatever number you have here, then the product is going to go out of stock on your store, even though it's still in stock on your supplier's website. And how is that going to show up in the variations? Let's see if you guessed it. On hold. So it's that yellow icon, right? It's not the red out of stock. It's going to be the yellow on hold. And that means that it's still in stock on your supplier's website, but some setting inside AutoDS, whether the product ID change, which you saw a perfect example a few minutes ago, or the minimum product quantity was reached, then it's going to go on hold. So this is just going to protect you in case the supplier is selling out really fast and your store was not scanned yet, and now the supplier is out of stock and your store is going to be scanned in the next few minutes. The next few minutes never came yet, and you were rarely caught in that middle situation where your store wasn't updated with the stock and you just sold something that's out of stock. So if you have this, for example, on something like 3, you should be in the safe zone, because your supplier usually is not going to sell those 3 products that quickly, and your store gets scanned by AutoDS every single hour and sometimes multiple times per hour. So your store is always going to be updated with the latest stock and price changes. And anyway, you shouldn't be working with a supplier that runs out of stock or that keeps changing their pricing so fast. If there's no balance there, you should be working with more stable suppliers. Then you've also got maximum shipping days. So if, for example, that your shipping policy says that products are going to be delivered within 7 days, but the shipping time on your supplier suddenly changed to 10 or 14, or that's what it was from the start when you tried listing the product, it's going to be on hold. So out of stock on hold on your eBay store while it's still in stock on your supplier's website. And you're going to see that the on hold reason is that the maximum shipping days was reached. So if, for example, your customers know that they're going to get their packages from your store within 7 days, then you also want to make sure that your supplier's maximum shipping days are also 7. Otherwise, you don't want it in stock on your store. So that's going to protect you from that. Then you've got choose from suppliers table. So when you're adding a product from the supplier, from Amazon, and there are multiple sellers selling the same product, so under that buy box, if you don't know what that means, don't worry. But basically for every listing on Amazon, there could be multiple sellers. And when you add to cart, it usually automatically chooses the cheapest and fastest seller, so you don't really have to worry about that. And that's also probably why you don't know about it. But here you can also go with cheapest first. So what this does is it'll just choose the cheapest seller on Amazon, but I usually have Prime first, because if you go with cheapest first, it could choose a marketplace seller that doesn't use Amazon Prime. And I only want to use Amazon Prime, so I always choose Prime first. And then I've also got Prime only. So if the product is not Prime anyway, I don't want it in stock on my store. So Prime only means I only sell Amazon Prime products. So Prime first means that if the product is not Prime on Amazon anymore, let's say it was when I added, but a couple of days later, it wasn't Prime anymore, I don't want it in stock in my store as well. So that is everything you need to know about the supplier settings and my top recommendations of what you should have there. Now let's move on to the rest of the settings that we have in AutoDS, because there's a few more really cool things that I want you to learn about. Okay, so that's it for supplier settings. Make sure that you understood all these settings and you went through all the columns that I just went through, so your job will be so much easier moving forward. When you have this automation on, then you won't need to do it again every time you list a new product, every time you want to price your products and figure out your break even and your profitability, automating your orders and more. So when you have all this done in advance, you will not need to do it every single time you list new products or every time you get new orders. Now let's move on to the next column on your AutoDS settings. This is called automations. So here is where you can set a pricing automation. And this is different from what we saw in the supplier settings, where we were able to set an automation on pricing based on our source price. So if you remember, under supplier settings, when we were under pricing, we had this dynamic profit range, which you can enable if you want to. And then here you can be dynamic on your profitability according to however much the source price is. So you set the source price range and how much you would like to profit. Now this pricing automation that I'm about to get to is different than that pricing automation. This is going to help me find a sweet spot where I can continue making consistent sales on a product at the highest price point, meaning I'm going to be making the most amount of profit while making consistent sales. So how do we actually find the sweet spot and how does this automation help? Let me just dive in and show you exactly how it's done. So we're going to click here where it says add automation. Now we're just going to give it a name. So I'm going to call it eBay price automation. And then we're going to click on next. Now here it's automatically toggled on, so you want to leave it on. Raise price by sales performance. So what this means is every time I get a sale on a certain product, I want the system to automatically increase the price of that product. Now you might be thinking, wait, if I allow the system to increase the price every time I sell a product, then at some point I'm just going to sell it at a very high price and I won't be competitive anymore and no one's going to buy from me. So you don't really have to worry about that because it does the same thing the other way around. I'm going to get to it in a minute, so just stick with me. All right, so we're going to raise the price by sales performance. So when does this actually happen? When the number of sales is higher than a certain number that you input. So let's say that it's higher than 2 per, let's say, 5 days. So in other words, what I just did was I set the trigger for the price increase to automatically happen if I have a product that sold more than 2 times in the last 5 days. Now, of course, you can change these inputs. You can change the number. You can change days to weeks or months. But basically what I'm saying here is this. If I sold 1 product in 5 days, okay, that might be lucky. But if it sold twice in 5 days, I'm probably onto something here. It's a great product, and I should try to see if I can make some more profit off of it. So the system is going to do that automatically if this product sold more than 2 times in the last 5 days. But then how much is it going to raise the price by? So that's what you have the next one for. So if this happens, if this is to be true, then the system can raise the price by a certain percentage up to a limit of a certain percentage, and same thing for a fixed dollar amount. So you can raise it by percentage or by fixed dollar amount, whatever you see fit, up to a certain limit. So here, for example, I'm going to do the following. So if the product sells more than twice in 5 days, then I want to increase the price by 10% up to a limit of 50%. Because if I increase the price by 50%, then it could start to get too expensive, and I don't want that to happen. So here I'm going to stop it after it increases the price by 50%. Now, if this does happen and I find the product that sells twice every 5 days, and it got increased 5 times, so 10%, 20%, 5 times all the way to 50%, I'm probably onto a great winner here, but I still don't want to be too expensive. So I'm going to stop it when it reaches 50%, and I'm going to reiterate from there. Now again, you can do the same thing by increasing it by a fixed price. So you can also increase the price by, let's say, $1, $2, $5, whatever you see fit, up to a certain limit. But I don't want to go by fixed price. I'm just going to work by percentages. It's a lot easier for me. So here I'm going to click on next. And now it's the same thing other way around, like I said. So here what happens is, let's say the price got increased because you sold it, and then it increased again because you sold it again, and then you sold it the third time, so it increased for the third time. So now you're making some great profits because you're making more and more profit every time. But let's say after the third price increase, now nobody's buying anymore. So what happens here is the system is now going to decrease the price down to a certain limit until it starts to make its consistent sales again. So here's what that looks like. It's already toggled on by default. You can toggle it off if you don't want to ever decrease prices, but I do want you to find that sweet spot where you can make maximum sales at maximum profitability. So here we're going to decrease price by sales performance. So when does this happen? What is the trigger? So let's say this, if I'm not making any sales anymore, so if the number is lower than 1, that means it's 0. So that means if I'm making 0 sales on this product per 30 days, okay, or I can also just do per 4 weeks or per 1 month, it doesn't matter. So if I'm not making any sales within 30 days on this product, then I want you to decrease the price down, let's say 10% each step, down to a limit of, let's say 50%. So that's exactly what's going to happen if my products don't sell. The price is going to decrease every 30 days until it decreases down 50%. Now, this could be dangerous if your profit margin is set at 60%. So I wouldn't go all the way down to 50. But this is just an example and to also show you why it could be dangerous. So if you're making a 60% profit margin and this product is not selling, so after a month it dropped 10%. After another month it dropped another 10%. So after 5 months, which is a long time, you shouldn't be having products on your store for 5 to 6 months if it's not making any sales. And basically the rule of thumb here is if a product is making sales, of course you want to add more products similar to the one that is selling. And you want to remember this product, if it's a seasonal product, to come back every season and prepare for it in advance. You always want to prepare before the season start. So I'm just going to throw a couple more quick tips here because you already made it this far in the video. Shows that you're serious, so you actually deserve it. Every time you have a holiday coming up, like Christmas, New Year's, whatever it may be, make sure that you are preparing in advance for that holiday. Don't make preparations when the holiday starts. Don't make preparation 2 weeks before. You always want to start 2 to 3 months before a certain season starts, before a certain holiday starts. So for example, Christmas shopping usually surges around September. So you don't have to wait to December to do your shopping, especially when you're drop shipping, because then you're going to be very late on deliveries and your customers are going to get their Christmas gifts after the fact, after the holiday, and they're not going to be really happy about that. So make sure that you prepare in advance. But basically here, what we want to do is we want to decrease the product price. Now, in my own personal example, I go for a lot lower than this. So I would decrease the price by 5%, and I don't do it every 30 days. I do it every 10 days. So every 10 days, if it doesn't sell, let's decrease the price by 5% down to a limit of 20%. Okay, so that means that it can actually happen 4 times before it reaches its limit. And when that does happen, usually a month or maybe 40 days have passed. And then I will reach the bottom in terms of profitability here. Now, what happens here is the price will decrease, and then boom, it will sell one time. And then when it sells again, the price is going to keep increasing and it's going to find that sweet spot where the product, like I said, is making consistent sales on its maximum price and profit margin range. So that's exactly what this does. And you want to make sure that you're not decreasing down to a very high limit where you're just not going to make any profit if you sell this product, because we're all here to make a profit. Okay, so I clicked on next, and now you can assign these rules that you just set to the products that you already have in your store. So here the system is asking me to select products to assign these rules to. And so here you can just select all your products by clicking on select all, or if you only want to do it on specific products. I see no reason to not have it on all your products. So make sure that you select all of your products. As you can see, I've got this link right here. So select all 2,500 products. I can click on that. And when you're done, you're going to click on finish, and all of the pricing automation will happen on all of those products that you had assigned. Now, if you're thinking, what about the future products that I'm going to list on my store? How do I get them to also have this automatic pricing automation? Well, if you remember in the previous section, when we went over supplier settings, we did see that there is a place to put that pricing automation, and that is here where it says pricing. So again, we're under settings, supplier settings / pricing, and then here you've got your automation. So if you created one, you'll be able to select it from here. So it's going to be called eBay automation or whatever you called it. And now every time you list a product from the supplier to your eBay store, that pricing automation will also occur to new products that you will list. So that is pricing automation, and I highly recommend to use it if you want to find that sweet spot and make maximum profitability for every product that you sell, and also have a much higher chance to sell products that are slow movers or that haven't sold yet. So on those products, the pricing will automatically start to decrease until it starts to sell, and then you'll start having a selling history. You'll show up higher in eBay search engine, and you'll have pricing automation to thank for that. All right, so next we're going to go to templates. I've already been over this, so you should already know what this is by now. But just as a quick refresher, with your AutoDS account, you're going to get all of these templates absolutely for free. So it's pretty much going to decorate your product page with nice visuals around it. It'll make your store look a lot more professional than having no template whatsoever. So your product will be wrapped around these beautiful templates, and these are all absolutely free to use inside your AutoDS subscription. So go ahead and take advantage of your free templates. It works great on your eBay stores. Then you've got keywords. So this again is where you can blacklist keywords from either showing up in your listings or to avoid listing them in the first place. So what actually does that mean? How does that work? Here in the keyword section, you see that I have a bunch of keywords that I added, like Amazon, call us, lifetime, link below, phone number, and Prime. Now you can add more and more keywords and blacklist them. Those are the keywords that I have so far on this eBay store. And then here you can see the action that happens if these keywords exist. So if they exist on our product listing, the action that we want them to take is to either remove it from the title or description, or to avoid uploading it in the first place. Here you can see that I chose remove from title. And then here on the right side, you can remove the blacklisted keywords or edit them. But let me just show you how you add a new blacklisted keyword really quickly. You're going to click here where it says add keywords. And then here you're going to add those keywords. Now, if currently at this point, you don't know what keywords you need to add, you will be able to learn in time keywords that are not doing you any good by having them in your listings. You probably won't have too many of them, and you can already copy the blacklisted keywords that I have here. So for example, why did I put the keyword Amazon? Because sometimes when I'm taking listings from Amazon and listing them on eBay, sometimes the word Amazon may exist somewhere in the product's title or description, and I don't want the customer to see that. So this just removes that word from being seen. Same thing for call us. Sometimes you can take a product from a supplier that's a retail supplier, let's say not a private one, and sometimes they could leave their phone numbers inside the product listing, and you don't want your customer to call your supplier if he has any issue with his product. You want them to be in contact with you directly. So these are the types of keywords that I remove from my listings. Once again, you can copy them, but if you want to add more, you're going to do that right here by clicking on add keywords. So I'm going to click on that, and then here you can add more keywords. So let me just think of something really quick that I don't like having in my listings that I don't have blacklisted yet. Let's go with customer service. Why? Because if my supplier says something about that, I don't want that copied and pasted into my listing. I have my eBay template, which you do as well, and you can edit the texts that you have around your template. And over there, I do write about my customer service, that the customer can return the product within 30 days. You do have that in the return policy. You don't have to have that inside your template, especially if you can't do it on all your products. But that's just an example. If I say anything about my customer service, like how fast I ship, or that if they have any issues, they can just reach me directly on eBay, I'll have that in my template. I don't want another customer service description inside my listings, especially if it's not from me, if it's from my supplier. So if that keyword appears in the product's title, you can either do nothing, don't upload the product, or simply just delete that text from being seen. Now, same thing if you see it in the product's description. Either do nothing, don't upload the product, or upload that product, but just delete that text from the product's description. And if it appears in the product's manufacturer, then don't upload the product or do nothing. That's it. That's how you blacklist keywords. Click on save when you're done. And that action will happen if and every time those keywords exist in your product's titles or descriptions. Take advantage of keywords and learn more about what keywords you need as you advance with your dropshipping business. And then under plans and add-ons, It's pretty straightforward. You have all of the plans and add-ons that you activated with your AutoDS account. Now at this point, you do see that I have several stores connected here, and they're all advanced plans with thousands and thousands of listings that I can list. And right now for you as a beginner, you probably only have the eBay plan activated, and that is absolutely fine. You'll want to start with the eBay starter plan. So that's this one right here. And this one is more than enough to get started. Now, yes, you are only paying $1 for 14 days. So that's going to give you enough time to upgrade your listings and optimize everything around your store. The product research, the templates, the titles, the descriptions, the pricing, and everything else. Now, once you have all of that, remember that eBay also gives you 250 free listings. We talked about that in the beginning of this tutorial. They might not give this forever, so take advantage of it while you can. But this means that you're not going to pay for any store subscriptions on eBay's side. It's only after you pass 250 listings. So if you skip that part in this video, please go back and make sure that you understand how eBay subscriptions work and the starting selling limits that you're going to get. I gave you all the steps how you can start small and then grow big. But in terms of the plan, you want to have the starter plan. Why not the import? Because you'll only get up to 200 products here, and not all of the automation features exist in the import plan. But most importantly, you won't be able to upload all of the 250 free products that you can list on eBay. So you'll have that in the starter plan. And here you'll be able to list up to 400 products. So imagine how in one sell, you can sometimes make $30, $40, even $50 profit. Now, in the beginning, it might not look like that, but it quickly gets to there as you learn and optimize. So even only in the beginning, after a couple of sales, you could already make back your investment for your starter plan. And you're going to be making a lot more than just a couple of sales once you have 400 optimized products up and listed. So that is the eBay plan that I recommend to start with inside AutoDS. And there are also two add-ons that I highly recommend you do not go without. One is the product finding hub. So you'll have access to the winning products hub, to the TikTok analytics, to the trending products hub, and not just the AutoDS marketplace with the private suppliers, which is also good because you'll get to connect with all of those private suppliers. But inside the product finding hub, you're going to have a huge shortcut to winning products, and it's easily going to shave off days, weeks, and even months of doing product research, with new products being added every day to the biggest e-commerce database in the world. The other add-on that I want you to have is the orders processor. That's so you can automate your orders either by using Fulfilled by AutoDS or the automatic order service, which uses your buyer accounts. We've been over that when we learned about processing orders automatically or manually. We learned all about that when we learned how to process our orders. And those are the two most important add-ons that I suggest you start off with. So that plus your eBay starter plan will get you on the way to automation, optimization, and easy sales and profits within a short amount of time. Next, you've got account and billing. So here's where you can simply review all of your billing with AutoDS. So all of the plans, subscriptions, and add-ons you paid for, you can review all of your payment history right here. And you've got your payment method up here. So if you want to change your payment method to AutoDS, you can do that by clicking edit up here. And last but not least, you can change things like your account email and your account password for AutoDS right here under account and billing. The next tab that you have in the settings is the users. Now, this is an important one, but more when you get to the advanced stage of your dropshipping business and you're ready to scale it even further and open up even more eBay stores simultaneously. But for all of this to happen, you might need the help of a virtual assistant. In other words, a VA. So you have the option inside AutoDS to add virtual assistants. And these virtual assistants can help you get more tasks done on your store so that you can focus on other aspects of your business, like opening up a network of successful stores or simply having more time to spend with your friends and family. So in order to add a virtual assistant, and I only suggest doing this after you know everything on how your business runs from the inside out. And that's simply because you don't want to hire someone and pay them to work on your store when you don't really understand how your business works in the first place. So make sure that you're doing this after your store is working, after you learned everything from A to Z, and after you're making consistent sales and profits that you can invest back into paying your virtual assistant for their work. So you're going to add new virtual assistants to AutoDS, but you're not going to give them full control right at once, not until you get to know and trust them. So you're going to click here where it says add user and write the name of your virtual assistant. Okay, let's go with John Smith, their email, and go ahead and create a designated password for them. Then you can select if you want them to have access to all of your stores or only to selected stores that you have within your AutoDS account. When you're getting to this for the first time, you probably only have one store. So go ahead and click all of my stores or select a specific store. Then you've got the privileges. So here is where you can split the control and the authority. You've got, for example, view dashboard. So they'll be able to view your dashboard, view and edit active products, which is really important to start off with. You want to see that they can optimize your products. View, edit, and delete drafts. So same thing for active products, only here it's in drafts. Drafts is a great place to start with because you can see how they optimize your products. And then you can decide once they get good at it. So you definitely want to start off by giving them access to your drafts and see how they optimize your products before they go live on your stores. You can also give them access to view and edit your orders, to handle customer messages and cases, to view and import untracked listings. We haven't talked about it because I didn't have an example here in this video, but an untracked listing is a listing that you have in your eBay store that you also have inside AutoDS. AutoDS can see that listing that you have on your eBay store, but it doesn't have information as to who the supplier is for that product. And this can mainly happen if you had products in your eBay store before you connected your eBay store to AutoDS, meaning AutoDS doesn't have information on that product, on who the source, who the supplier is, but it can see that you have that product in your store. So inside your drafts or your products page, if you have any untracked listings, you'll see a message on the top of your screen that says, view and edit your untracked listings. And if you click on that, it'll show you all the listings that are currently on track. And it'll also give you the option to add the supplier link for each one, for each product. And when you do that, it'll move from untracked products to tracked products that you have in your product page. And with that, of course, you'll have the usual price and stock monitoring, automatic orders, and everything else that comes along with it. So if you have any untracked products, make sure that you track them. So viewing and importing untracked listings will also allow your VA access to do that, listing new products, ending active products or untracked products, meaning removing them from AutoDS in your store, and also viewing and editing your settings. So you're the boss of your business and you decide what access you want to give to your virtual assistant when starting off. And in time, the more you trust them, the more loyal they are, the more control you can give them to your store. So once again, users is where you can add virtual assistants to help work on your store. Then you've got buyer accounts. Buyer accounts is to create a buyer account for the system to use for automatic orders to fulfill your orders automatically. But this is only if you're going with the semi-automatic automation, which does automate your orders and update tracking and even convert the tracking numbers as we've been over it, but it will use your buyer accounts. So for example, if you only supply with one Amazon buyer account and you order too many products on one day and you jeopardize that account of being suspended, that won't happen if you're using Fulfilled by AutoDS. So use buyer accounts, use automatic orders using your buyer accounts with a grain of salt, and be super careful to not process too many orders in one day. And remember that it's going to use your buyer account with your payment information inside. So here's where you're going to add that buyer account. So if you're using automatic orders and not Fulfilled by AutoDS and an order comes in, the system will have your buyer account information on your supplier's website to log in and purchase the product on your behalf. So here you're going to add that buyer account by clicking add account. You're going to choose here the supplier. So right now you have it for AliExpress, Home Depot, Walmart, and Amazon. Choose the right region, the region that you would like to have the automation for. Then enter your account email and your password to log into your supplier's website, and your billing name, zip code, billing phone number, and a 2FA verification code that it will ask you to get from Amazon, so it will have access to your buyer account. You've also got your payment methods here. So here you want to add the payment method that you would like the system to use when logging into your Amazon buyer account and checking out with the product. So the payment information that AutoDS is going to use is what you have set over here. And then you've got your settings. So here is where you can set things like maximum pending orders and daily orders price limit, as well as activating automatic orders, automatic tracking number updates, and order scans, which you should have as well, which will basically scan to see if you have any orders on your eBay account that don't show up on AutoDS yet, just in case you connected your eBay account to AutoDS after you already had orders in your eBay account. And max pending orders will simply stop processing new orders using your buyer account if you have this amount of maximum pending orders on ordered status that haven't shipped out yet. So for example, if you have the set on 5 orders were just processed and there's no tracking information available yet, and now you have order number 6 coming in, the system is not going to automatically process that order. And that is simply because it reached your maximum pending orders amount. And when one of those 5 orders moves to ship status, then the next pending order will be issued to automatic order processing. So this is good to use, especially if you don't want your buyer account to be locked out, if you're using retail suppliers like Amazon or Walmart or Home Depot, and it's using your personal buyer account. Next is the daily orders price limit. So you can do the same thing on a price limit. So here, for example, if you don't want your credit limit to pass, let's say $200 of orders per day, then that is going to be your daily orders price limit. And once you reach that, the system will not process new orders until the next day starts. So that is what you need to know about adding buyer accounts so that the system can automate orders for you if you're not using the Fulfilled by AutoDS service, which uses AutoDS's buyer accounts, so yours will not be needed. Next in our AutoDS settings, we've got notifications. And this is very straightforward. Notifications, for the ones that you enable, the ones that you toggle on, will simply send you a notification every time a certain event happens in your store. For example, every time you get a new order, if an order fails to process, if an order processed successfully, every time a tracking number has been updated to your order, and stock and price monitoring updates. So if any change happens to the stock status or to your product's prices, you can get an email notification for that as well. So in order to get these updates, you want to change the digital email frequency from disabled to daily, weekly, or monthly, depending on how often you want to receive these updates. So if, for example, I have it on daily and I've got my email address right here where it says notify to email, then you can see that I've got all of this toggled on, and you can toggle on and off whatever notification you would like to receive on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis to this email address. And if you don't want to receive these notifications, go ahead and leave it on disabled. And the last setting that we've got is the store settings. Make sure you've got your store selected here on the left side so you can see select store is my eBay store. My default currency is USD and I cannot change it because I am selling on eBay US, so it doesn't make sense to see it in a different currency. So it's not really relevant for this selling channel. But under general actions, you have things like renew token, which you should only do if there was some technical issue with your store and you contacted support by using this little icon here on the bottom right. By the way, AutoDS has great support. So for whatever reason you need, you can always open up a message, click on send us a message, and start a chat with one of our help support representatives. They're online all the time, 24/7, to help you with anything that you may need. And if what they ask you to do for whatever reason is to renew your store token, then you can do that right here under store settings. You've got renew token. Then you've got set store watermark. So this is where you can add a watermark to your store. And then you can use it on your images when importing it to your eBay store, where you'll have the add watermark option in the image section of your product editor. And you've got resync store. So this is similar to renew token. If support asks you to do it for whatever reason, this is where you'll have the option. And if you scroll down a bit more, you'll have branding settings. This is where you can add your store logo that the private suppliers will use to ship out your products with your logo next to it. If you're working with AutoDS's private suppliers that have the branding customization option, as I showed you earlier in this tutorial. So here's where you're going to upload that logo. You'll only have to do it once, and it will apply for every time you process an order using AutoDS's private suppliers with branding customization. And that sums up all of the advanced automation settings that you have in AutoDS. You now know not just how to create an eBay store, but how to research real winning products, work with the best suppliers out there, import and optimize your products using advanced AI techniques, process your orders, use automation, and so many more steps that we went through in this tutorial. Now, if you haven't done so yet, now is the time to request your eBay dropshipping cheat sheet. Comment right below this video, hashtag eBay sellers, and let me know what is your top takeaway from this video. What is that number one thing that you learned? And I will happily send you a copy to this cheat sheet with everything that I have inside, all the step-by-step tutorials that I showed you in this video. And more importantly, take action. Create your eBay store if you haven't done yet. Subscribe to AutoDS, connect it with automation, and take all the steps that I showed you in this video. And within no time, you're going to be making yourselves in profit. And I hope you'll come back to this video and share your journey with others in the comment below so that you could also help inspire others to become successful dropshipping on eBay. And make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel to learn more about how to make money using technologies like artificial intelligence and automation from people who are actually doing it themselves. So good luck selling on eBay, and I can't wait to hear about your success.